Tev nāk skaņa tagad? A, tur uztaisīt? Pagaid, es zinu. Jā, nu uztaisi, lai es nenočakarējos. Vismaz skaņa ir, tad ir labi. Viska Barsa, Viska Kataluņa, Viska Barsa. Ātri beidzās taist.
Welcome back to Prague. It's great to be here for the first time in season 2025. We have a great weekend of action here of Women's T20 Internationals, a 5-match series between the hosts Czechia and Cyprus. Welcome back, Peacock Friday as well. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the ECN Czechia-Cyprus T20IW and it starts right now. This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and OneXBet. Dobro rano, Galamera. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world and welcome to another huge weekend of European cricket. It is a crazy time of the year. This is the frenetic fortnight as I've been calling it. And today we're not in just one, not in just two, but we're in 3 locations across Europe bringing you the European cricket. So right here in Prague, we're at the Viganoš Cricket Ground and it's a beautiful day here. I've got to say, it's a really nice day for cricket. We have a 5-match series coming up, a T20IW series between the hosts Czechia and Cyprus. Let's see what happened at the coin toss now. A little while ago we had Chris Tebb with the 2 captains for the first coin toss.
So welcome to the first T20 International between the Czech Republic and Cyprus. For the first match, I'm going to pass the coin to Katerina to toss if you'd like to call in the air.
Tossing. Head.
Head is the call. It is the tail.
So we would like to ball.
Ball. So the Czech Republic will ball. So good luck.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Good luck to you. Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So the hosts win the toss and their captain Katka Tesajikova has decided that they will have a bowl. So obviously just wanting to get out there, and I will say that's certainly something they've been working very hard on. I know there's been a lot of cricket here, a lot of indoor cricket recently as well in the women's game. So let's see if those skills can translate to on the field here in their first game of the season. We'll say Cyprus will be a pretty formidable opponent. We saw them beat Estonia on home turf last year, winning 5-0. But that's a long time ago. I will say Cyprus, they do rely quite heavily on a couple of players at the top of the order. So if the hosts can displace them early, maybe they can keep it down to something reasonable. And then of course, we're hoping to chase it down later on. I will say as well, we have 2 matches today. So we've got the morning match and then we'll have another match this afternoon. 5 matches in total. 2 today, 2 tomorrow, and 5th match on Sunday. Let's talk weather, and spring is in the air, people. It's a beautiful day. We're expecting 26 degrees. Currently, it's already up to about 19, so I think it's a perfect day for cricket. Danny Hudacek is a local, a little bit like me now, I suppose, and he is in the commentary bunker that we have today And I know we're getting ready for the first match, and I can tell you that Czechia have won the toss. Danny, they've decided to bowl first. Over to you. Let's get ready for some cricket.
Well, thank you, Vinny, and welcome here to the lovely Prague in the Vinož ground for this women's T20I between Czechia and Cyprus. There should be a good indication of where these two teams are at. The Czechs obviously have a very young team with a bit of experience in it as well. Cyprus we saw last year, and they were very impressive in their 5-0 win over Estonia. So beautiful day today, great day for cricket. A little bit warmish, if anything, for May in Prague, but a lovely day. Normally it's quite windy here in Vinož, or has been in the past. Pretty still, and as we see the two teams here. So with the Czechs, I've heard good reports of how Šárka Kolcunova has come along with the bowling, and also Rachel Plavičková. There was no heart check on it, Vinny. So Plavičková was the keeper last year, and is now apparently her bowling is really come on, and I'm sure we'll see her bowl in the first few overs. So I'm just about ready for a start. Umpires are out. There is an umpire from Czechia and also one from Cyprus. So a visiting umpire, which is good to see. Of course, these are a full T20Is, so they go towards ranking points. Czechs still yet to win a game in international cricket. Of course, as I mentioned, quite a few young players from the Cricket Academy. Chris and Renata Pierce have got those players coming along nicely. But also, we'll tell you all about the development of Czech women's cricket soon, and what's been happening. They do have a new coach in Vinky Margashayam, who's very familiar to quite a few of you out there. He's a national team player, also one of the most motivating people you'll ever meet. He's always chatting and lifting people, so I think he's perfect for this team. So, just about ready for a start. Will be Šárka Kolcunova to open, bowling with a cap. Comes in, and this one's going to be a no ball first up. So a bit of a loosener. It'll be a free hit. So facing is Dorana Helage, and at the non-striker's end is Dunika Dinia. Sri Lankan name's always a little bit of worry for me. Apologies to Sri Lankan viewers. Comes Šárka again, and this one's going to be wide, down leg side. Pretty tight on wide down leg side. The line, you see there's a blue line. It's not as strict as the T10s with the wides in these international games. So normally if it passes or it clips the line, it's still to the bowler, and it will be here as well. It's got to go past that line as an indicator. It just depends on whether the batter just moves. Well, it's a good delivery there from Šárka. The wicketkeeper is Zuzana Franova. She's standing up to Šárka. Moment. Score is 2. Just one legal delivery with the wide and the no ball. And Cyprus are strong favourites for this tournament. There'll be 5 games in the tournament: 2 today, 2 tomorrow, and 1 on Sunday. Hopefully we'll get to a final. That'd be good if the Czechs could win a couple of the games. It's a tough task. Cyprus is a very good team. They're still also developing, as is the women's game in Europe. A few strong teams with very strong players, former internationals from different countries that have joined, and also top players who play good club cricket in places like England. Not the same here. All the players are locally based, no imports. And big number of native Czech players in the Czech team, which is very good to see. It's going to be a wide as well, a bit loose from Shaka in the first over. Not quite getting her line right. So we saw the Czechs last year play a couple of tournaments, one in Austria. I think it's a very good team in Austria, and also a tournament here. This is hit down the ground and doesn't get past the fielder. Against Gibraltar and also Croatia. Very good teams. Winless here, but quite a few players. It was really their first time at international level, and in one case it was the first time ever. We'll come back to that in a moment. So this is hit nicely through the gap, through the covers. It's going to go towards the boundary. Don't think it'll make it all the way. It's a long chase, and they'll come back for 2, or possibly 3 there. But the batters only took 2. So there was a player in the team who basically played her first game of cricket ever, Jana Kominkova. And her first action in international cricket was to take a neat catch, and then when she was batting, she hit the very good Croatian fast bowler. So come back again. This is left outside off stump, called wide. Aaron Vukasic hit her for a beautiful cover drive, which the bowler kind of turned around and couldn't quite believe. So she made highlights last year, and she started her own cricket club, the women's, or the mothers cricket club. She is Czech cricket's favourite mum. Nice ball there from Shaka, just defended. So 5 balls gone, 7 on the board. So most of the runs, apart from a nice shot through the covers, coming in extras. This one's hit down the pitch. Shaka does her own fielding, knocks it down. And it's the end of the over. And at the end of 1, Cyprus are 7 for no loss. As you can see on the screen, it says that Cyprus will be 88% favourites for this game. But as Vinny said in his introduction, there are a couple of very good batsmen, or batters I should say. I'm going to get that wrong all weekend. A couple of good batters up the top for Cyprus. So that's the door of my of the bunker is closing as somebody has moved the water that was there. One of the Cyprus girls has kindly moved the water back so I can actually see the game. We have a bunker here, which is interesting. It's just a little tiny shed with a window, and then I'm looking through the door because it's probably easier and a bit cooler because it will get warm in here. We haven't organised fans yet. It's brand new here to Vinod. It's very nice. It's got a light switch as well, which is optimistic because there's no power to the ground. So somebody's just moved the water again. So there we go. Hopefully the water will get moved back and they'll find some sort of alternative. So things are being sorted out. Here we go. We've got a more permanent structure. And so call a wide ball. First up. Of course, bowling from 2 ends. It's Rachel Pavlichkova who's bowling. Who's, as mentioned, was the keeper last year, but has come up and apparently really improved her bowling. So I've got an opening from the chateau end. A little bit short down leg side, again called a wide. She'll come in again, bowling to Denia, the left-hander. And this has just been hit on the leg side. Didn't get much of it. Didn't really go through with the shot. And no runs picked up by the skipper. It's Terka Koltsunova. Sorry, not Terka Koltsunova. It's Katerina Tesarikova. And wide down leg side as well. The left-hander's playing havoc with Rachel's line here. So it's good to be back here at Vinhos. It's been a while. We'll come back here in June with some men's internationals, and then also the local tournament. We'll be divided into 2 divisions this year, which will be interesting. And this one's down leg side again called wide. Can't quite get a line right at the moment, Rachel. I think it's a pretty good line for a right-hander, but for the lefty, they are pesky, these left-handers. There's the keeper. Stands just outside the off stump. And that's a better delivery. Oh, bit of swing there. It's got past the field. A nice shot. They should come back for 2. And they do. It was a nice shot. Bit of late in swing. Have a look at this. Very late in swing to the left-hander. Good delivery. Pavichkova comes in again. Down leg side. It's tucked around the corner. They'll look for 2. They could possibly get 3. I wouldn't run on that arm though. It's well, it's gone through the backup, and there's a bit of chatter to whether they want to go for a 3rd and decide not to. At this stage of things, it's not worth testing the field too much. You don't want an early run out, especially it's a pretty bright start from Cyprus. Mitchell comes in again, and down leg side again, wide. Well, that's what the left-hander does. Unfortunately, causes the line of the right-hander or right-arm bowler just to shift a little bit. Chicks almost want a single just to get the right-hander on strike. The line's been pretty good for the right-hander, as I mentioned. Rachel comes in again. Better delivery. It's hit through the onside, but no run. Let me cut off there. It's Teresa Koltsunova who's there in the covers. Oh, actually, on the leg side, so it's a wideish mid-on. She was the captain of this team last year, youngest international captain at 16, and did a fine job. Hit a 50 as well in one of the games. Comes in and misses that one. Oh, bit of a shout and out. Well, let's have a look at that. So I saw the umpire nodding his head. It must have clipped the bail. Let's have a look at this one. So good delivery, and I think she might have played on. It's hit that off stump, but there was nothing from the bowler apart from. Let's have a look. So it has hit that off stump, and that's out. First wicket down for the Czechs, and I missed it. I saw the umpire nodding his head. I thought it might have been an LBW shout, but it's taken that off stump. So early breakthrough for the Czechs in the second over. I'm joined in the bunker, the commentary bunker here at Vinhos by Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning to all the viewers as well. Nice to be back on deck. I've been doing a little bit from the studio, but yeah, we're live here. And what a beautiful day it is. And I think that the Czechs are pretty happy to see the back of the left-hander.
Yes.
It was causing a lot of problems. A left-hand, right-hand combination. So, new batter comes out. It's the captain, Czechia-Cyprus, batting 3. So well done, Rachel. First wicket of the series. Here she comes again.
Well, it's a wide. That's a bad one, actually. It's just held on to it a bit too long.
Yeah, I mean, that's always going to be the challenge, the consistency. I mentioned in the intro that there's been a lot of indoor cricket recently. I know that there's now a women's club competition that's popped up kind of pre-season.
Yep.
So you'd imagine that they would have been practicing a lot of bowling, but it's always a bit different when you get out there, especially with cameras and all that extra pressure.
Yeah.
Of course, we saw Czechia in the ECCW last year. Had a tough going. Anyway, last ball of the over, take 2.
It's a good end to the over. Wicket taking over as well. And at the end of 2, Cyprus are 17 for 1. Yeah.
Look at who's in the chat as well. Misha. Misha Tavlaridis is in the chat. And yeah, he's Big Joe Cope, I think, is watching as well. Watching live. I know they're in Croatia. Is that what you're saying there?
Did I say Croatia?
Say watching live Croatia. I'm just reading it word for word.
Okay.
But anyway, wherever you're watching from, welcome.
I tell you what it is that we've had so many holidays here in the Czech Republic. There was May Day, so of course this is a bridge day, so everyone takes time off. So I'm sure he isn't. So I've been in Croatia, because that's a very Czech thing to do.
I must admit, I loved the May Day celebration yesterday. His Sharka.
It's a nice shot through the covers, going towards the boundary. Should make it. Stops just before. They'll come back for 2. Probably again. I think Cyprus possibly could have pushed that for another one. It is a warm day, but it did go close to the boundary. There's a relay throw, and I think it would have been a pretty comfortable 3. But it's not the first time they've not done that and not taken the extra run. Saka Kultunova will continue.
That's a good comeback from Sharka. I'm really happy to see her back out there. Remember, she had a broken finger in the ECCW and she wasn't able to play for the rest of the tournament. Spent a bit of time in the commentary box with me, so yeah, obviously always wishing her the best. Little sis of Turka Kultunova, of course, who's also in the team.
Ooh, it's going to be a no ball, I think. Hit down the ground. I'll take one extra one, but I'm pretty sure that's going to be a no ball. Let's have a look what the umpire says.
Yeah, I don't think he called it. And remember, this is T20I, so it's funny that it's high level of cricket, but you don't have the technology that we would normally have in our T10 cricket. So I think obviously just felt that one might have just been dropping. And also remember, it has to be above the waist, not at the waist, which is also a slight distinction.
True.
So I think with those ones in this series, probably see benefit out normally going to the bowler on those.
Comes in again, and left outside off. Going to be called a wide. I have a new tablet, Vinny. It's
and I know why you have a new one as well, because you had the computer smashed in France. We've got a lot to cover, actually.
Yes.
I've been away from the ground for about 3 weeks now. But yeah, commiserations to your computer. You still kind of had it working, didn't you? For the rest of
yeah. I mean, it smashed the screen. The rest of it still worked. So this has got past the fielder, chases on. I think it'll be a first boundary for Cyprus. It's the fastest part of the ground. This ground's looking lovely, by the way. It's probably going to get faster as the sun bakes the ground, so it'll get faster during this weekend, but also by June, if this weather continues, it's going to be rock hard.
Well, this is one of the fastest outfields in Europe. The 4 rate's kind of through the roof normally in the European Cricket Series. Actually, the record amount of 4s in an innings, I think it's tied between 2 or 3 players, all from the same series here. I think Ratul might have been one of those players from Brno, Jack and Everson as well. But yeah, it is very quick. Having said that, boundaries are bigger for T20I cricket.
Yep.
That was a nice little put away by Chaturani to get off the mark.
Full toss. That's hit nicely. There's a player out there and won't be able to catch up to it. The second boundary in a row. And Czechia is really starting to warm up. It's a bit of a gimme ball.
Yeah, just the full toss. She hits very well. Mentioned in the opening, it's pretty tough top order to crack. This Cyprus top order. But yeah, the captain leading from the front, Chaturani. So also want to say quick hello to Lons. Michael Lonsborough is in the chat. Good to see you. And I know you'll be supporting the Czechia side. Same with Des. Des is in the chat. Hi, Des. Hopefully you're well as well.
I'm trying to.
Danny's going crazy with talking about the tablet.
I can't get rid of this. I've got YouTube up.
Okay.
But the problem is, see, I can do this.
Yeah.
See, this is old man.
I
playing
haven't
with technology.
got experience with this particular tablet. So what are you trying to get up? You're trying to get chat up.
I'm trying to get the chat up, but it doesn't So I've got.
What if I tell you what I'll do? I'll send you a direct link.
Hold on.
And then you'll be able to go to the chat.
All right. There's a direct link to the chat.
Yeah.
For years I've been using the YouTube chat.
It's a secret. Anyway, it's the end of the over. It's 29 for 1. No, what it is, it's when you pop out the chat through YouTube.
Yeah.
It'll give you
But I can't pop out the chat. It's not allowing me to pop.
If you click the link I've just sent you.
Okay.
I know you.
Now, next thing, I need to get rid of this YouTube window, and I can't. It doesn't go any. See that way. Got it.
As soon as I looked, it worked. Anyway, let's get back to the cricket with Rachel Pavlichkova to bowl her second over coming up. Let's see if she can get the control here. Got 2 right-handers to deal with.
A little bit of swing, which is nice to see.
Yeah, bowling is looking good, actually. The extras are huge, I suppose, in any cricket, but especially in this cricket where we don't see a lot of boundaries hit. And so you don't want to be giving away too many unnecessaries. Just a lot of cricket happening, of course. Malta's in full swing as well.
Yep.
Sweet, you've put 175 on the board. Big Lala has hit 100. Noticed with Tina and Rika over there. He's 100, and that goes after Pushparajan. He hit 100 yesterday in a chase, and they needed 110 to win, and he hit 100. Tied it at 109 and banked. It was on 94, and then brought it up with a 6. So
this is crazy cricket, Vinny.
Yeah, it always is crazy on ECN. Hello to Adion as well, and nice time to say hi. Hello to Panday Prediction. This one just gets away from Rachel Pavlichkova, and Kroom is hunting Dudley. Now Dudley is Derek's replacement, but I've been told in May he'll make an appearance. Now it is May.
Yeah.
Just to confirm, check my watch.
So was it just duck season? Did Derek?
Derek
went
he's
for
had
dinner?
a hard workload over the last couple of years, so he's packed it in, and Dudley's stepping in, but no sign of Dudley yet.
I'm glad he didn't call him Danny. That would have been.
It was on the table, but it was not Danny. No, Danny Hudacek is actually, it's one of our esoteric expressions, and it's when there's a wide or a no ball and a hat trick ball.
Oh yeah. Okay.
And we call that a Danny Hudacek.
Yeah.
All around, doesn't matter whether you're here or not, because you just seem to have a bit of a habit of that happening when you're on the commentary.
All right, Rachel comes in again, and good ball outside off.
Yeah, Durano Lagi just struggling with that little outside the off stump line. Well taken behind the stumps as well. Susanna Frunova gets another opportunity behind the stumps. Look, Czechia were thrown in the deep end last year with their ECCW. A little bit out of their depth in that Challenger division. I know they'll be part of the emerging division this year.
That's a good. Well, so will the men's team actually.
Yeah,
which I think is good for both sides.
And they were one of the contenders, the men's team in the Challenger division last year. That made it all the way to the final 4. It's a lot of cricket in a short space of time.
It's in the air, dropped. Unfortunate, and out of. Oh, that could be out though.
I think she might have just made it back in.
Well, I'm not sure.
Now they don't run a.
I don't.
Throw.
The awareness between these two batters is not very good. There's even the first pair. They're just not looking for those extra runs, and I hope it doesn't cost them in the end. Cyprus.
To be honest, one of the better fielders in the side, Tessa Zhikova, the captain, just surprised her a little bit. But she grasped it, and you're not going to get too many opportunities. You want to hold on to them. This is the run out, just back in time. And then they would have had an easy overthrow.
Yeah.
But they, I think, just scared straight there was Aisha. It'll be a dot ball in the end. Man, Rachel will be disappointed. Could have been the second wicket for her. Last ball of the over. Or not. But yeah, hello to everyone just popping in the chat. Yep. Lonza's saying hi back to us, and Rob Thompson's watching from New Zealand. He says it's duck shooting season.
Well, that explains where Derek's gone, unfortunately. Why wasn't the name Derek kept with a new persona? He could have been away down to South America for
I think I haven't
some work.
seen Dudley, but I think you couldn't think it's the same duck. I know he went for some beak work. He was going to get a beak job. That was what the news was. End of the 4th over, and Pavlichka gets it more or less right that over, and had an opportunity created. Unfortunately, wasn't taken. Cyprus 31 for 1 after 4.
Duck is a very popular dish here in the Czech Republic as well. And they do a very good duck. So, as I can't. By the way, I can't get into the link you sent me, Benny. I can get into it. Look,
What's it giving you?
I can get into it, and it gives.
So you've bought a tablet, but you're not quite sure how to use
I
it yet.
kind of do. It's not that hard. Maybe I don't have internet. I don't know what's going on.
That might be your issue.
That could be the.
Hey, look, day one of a series, day one of the season here in Vinosh for ECN.
It is.
So still a few technical things we're trying to work out.
That's why I can't get onto it, because there's no internet to this brand new little. It's a nice little tablet though. The sound's amazing.
Ah, is it?
Oh yeah, I'll play it for you later. It's amazing. Yeah, yep. It has 2 speakers on either side by a famous company that makes speakers and amplifiers and now make turntables. But I won't go talk about them because they didn't pay me. Erika Kuntsova is the new bowler. And full toss, put away, 4 runs. Nice shot there. And Chaturani, it's seems to be scoring in boundaries. It's a 3rd. That was a bit of a gimme ball on leg stump.
Yeah, it's been put away a couple of times now, that kind of a ball. So Chaturani has actually hit 3 4s out of the 5 balls she's faced, but they've all kind of been full tosses, smashed to the leg side, and this outfield is very, very fast. Last time we saw Cyprus on the network was, I'm going to say, June last year, when they played a very hot, very hot series against Estonia, who I think were pretty much melting. It was 40, 42 degrees every day. They're at the new Happy Valley ground, which is a ground I actually haven't been there as yet, but it looks very, very nice on the camera.
Yeah, no, it's I can imagine sauna time in Estonia might be around about that temperature, but definitely not cricket time. So it's a good temperature here. It's probably about 25, I'd say. And gets another full toss, tucks it around the corner. It should be cut off, and they'll just take a single.
Yeah, we're expecting 26 today, actually. Current temperature is around about 20. But, I mean, yesterday was great. May Day, it's Labor Day, but it's basically the Czech version of Valentine's Day as well. It's
you go and kiss somebody on Petrin Hill under the cherry tree?
Yeah, you have to go and find a cherry tree. Not so easy to find.
Well,
I actually didn't really know what a cherry tree looked like.
It's obvious. It's obvious when they have cherries on them. That's when it's pretty obvious. It's not a bad ball. Sorry.
Weird white flower to them.
Yeah. So where my dogs normally stay, they have 2 cherry trees, and there are a lot of flowers that are just starting to come off, and you can see where the cherries are going to grow. So once a year I go there, they give me boxes of cherries that I help to pick. That's a nice shot on the leg side. There's a fielder out there. Just be a single. So I get apricots when they haven't been destroyed by frost. I also get white currants and red currants from them. Just boxes of them. They just keep on giving me boxes of them, so I have to give boxes to somebody else. But that's kind of what it is here in the Czech Republic. There's a lot of fruit trees just growing around randomly, which is nice.
It is pretty cool. I mean, I was at a rosé wine festival yesterday.
That sounds lovely.
Luckily, I think I bailed out just in time. I'm in good shape this morning.
It's a good ball from Erika.
It's gone well here, actually.
She's still, again, very, very young, is Erika. And but I noticed her bowling last year. I thought it was very consistent, very good. And they're stiff in this bowling attack as well. Sharka's bowling better, and with Rachel there. This is in the air, just wide of the fielder. Chases on, can't get there. That's another 4 runs to Chaturani. Moves on to 17. 41 the score after 5.
Yeah, so 5 overs down. Kuchma ends up going for 10 in the over, so Cyprus listed 156 expected at this stage, which would be quite a lot of runs. But, Czechia still searching for the first win in T20IW cricket. I think they've played 7 matches now. They played Austria last year. They actually played the first T20Is only last year. And then they also played in the CE Cup, Central Europe Cup, which included Croatia and Gibraltar last year. And this is where we are. How about this, Danny? That's what's happening today. 3 locations at once. And the other thing is, you and I will both be in Jersey. I'm actually travelling Sunday, so you're going to cover Game 5 on your own here. Then you'll travel day 1 to meet me in Jersey for day 2 on Tuesday. And also we'll have an ECSW there. And then we've got Greece. So that's end of next week.
I'm looking forward to it.
Here's the Terminator. Yana Kaminkova is coming on to bowl. One of my personal favourites. Talked about her a little bit earlier. Her first action ever in cricket was a catch, an international match catch, which she took.
She won the hearts of a lot of viewers as well, Yana. Czechia's favourite cricketing mum. It's a bit short, straight to the fielder, drops it. Well, it didn't cost any runs, but it did cost a wicket.
Yeah, I mean, it was belted, I will say that. I think that's Hamzikova, who's at mid-on. And it was hit hard, almost got the second bite of the cherry. We're just talking about cherries, but it just popped out.
It was an awkward height as well.
Yeah, and it came flat and fast. So that's 2 catches we've seen go down. And as we saw last year in the CE Cup, involving Czechia and Croatia, probably a good example as well, that if you can pick up that wicket, that key batter, an innings can change. There's plenty of time for an innings to change.
It's quite a nice shot. Past point.
Right now, Cyprus are dominating. But, just 1 or 2 wickets, suddenly you might be able to get a run on. Maybe you can keep it to something reasonable.
I don't know about dominating. I think Chaturani is batting well, 17 off 8. But Durana Halage is 7 off 21. I mean, of course, it's a T20 game, so if she bats through the innings, that's a different story.
8 and over through the innings gets you 160.
True.
Just seems a lot of runs.
True, I agree, but all it takes is 1 wicket, as you said. And this has got past the fielder, and they'll just take a single.
Yeah, so good chase down there by Teresa. And Turka actually, I think right now, doesn't have the captaincy responsibilities. I still think it's the right move for her, just to be able to play. I think Katka's played enough cricket now, and she's just a little bit older. Not too old, but she just, I think, probably suits the role a bit more for the right now.
One thing that'll change with the Czech team later in the year is I'm not sure what's happened there. The batter, maybe a fly or something, bit of dirt in the eye. They'll have a very good player coming in that'll be eligible towards the end of the year in Afawa Baba, who is going to really stiffen the batting in the team mainly, which is what they need. They the bowling. I mean, this is a little bit wide there from Kaminkova, but the bowling is starting to get there with Rachel coming in as a bowler. But really, with the batting, it's pretty brittle after the first few, and it used to be a lot more brittle when Katka would be out. She'd be the mainstay of the innings quite often. She's a hard-hitting batter, and then there's Teresa Koltsunova, who's again, she's very young still, but a good batter. But that'll, I think, stiffen up this team.
Yeah, see, that's the end of the 6th over, 45 for 1, and not a bad over in the end from the Terminator, Yana Kaminkova.
That Terminator.
Just the glasses. That's, I call it the Terminator. And also, you're right, that shot off Vukusic. It might be the best shot she ever plays. I'm such a good bowler. Yeah, it was certainly one of my highlights. In fact, it's not often you remember just a certain shot.
Yeah.
We do so much cricket, but it's that shot. I'll never forget it. It was amazing. So, looks like we've got Erica bowling over number 7. Chaturani on a bit of a heater. This is going to be a single. She just glances away.
So you sent me this link. I've got the chat, which I can get anyway, right? But I can't. It doesn't let me separate it. So I've got the chat, which is good. Good to see Lon's out there. Kroom is in the chat. I saw you right early as well. So good to see you, Kroom, and Arjun as well, who joined us in France for quite a few of the games. So
the internet's been a bit spotty for us here to be able to keep up to date with everyone, to say the least. Doing our best.
Anyway, I do like my new tablet. I much prefer laptops. Rest in peace, laptop.
Well, I know we asked HQ to get you another one, so we're working on it.
I'll wait for it. I do need it for other things as well. I've got, I do quizzes, as you know, and I had to use an older laptop on Wednesday, which nothing on it works really. Like the audio jack doesn't work, so I've got a little external sound card, and then I tried to load the photos onto it, and that doesn't work. And the keyboard sticks for different things, so you press a key and it double. Anyway, that's the reason I got a new laptop. So yesterday for the quiz, that's called a wide, I did use a different laptop, which was actually last time I used it, that got smashed at the Down Under while the ECN crew was there.
How did it get smashed in the...
Yeah, I did get my feet caught up in a cable, trying to rush to somewhere, and that fell on the ground, and the amplifier fell as well. And yeah, but honestly, I don't normally break things usually.
Something like a proper kind of Three Stooges sketch.
That was a few years ago, to be fair, and it lay there with a broken screen for years, and then a friend of mine replaced the screen, and so I used it as a backup, which is good because I need a backup now. Might bring it tomorrow.
It's well bold. Yeah, Kuchera liked what she's delivered so far. In the end, that's the end of the 7th over. So, Czechia fighting back, restricting a little bit better in the last couple of overs. 49 for 1. Well, Des has said apparently that Jana has evolved from the Terminator to the Cominator.
The Cominator, I like
going
that.
in with her last name. But, I mean, you can see they're technically the Cyprus batters, they've made reasonably good decisions, I think, these two. Just which balls to keep out and which balls to go after. I think, with this Czech bowling attack's rare, you get 6 balls in a row that are all going to be where they want them. So, you can kind of sweat on that bad ball, maybe the full toss. If it's on the stumps, pretty basic strategy, but it's on the stumps, play it with a straight back, keep it out. If it's wide of the stumps, you can go after it. Jana gets another over here in over 8.
Starts with a wide.
That is Charles Croucher, by the way. You can see out there in this one. Chris Tebb doing the job as well. So 2 very experienced umpires as the 50 comes up for Cyprus.
There is, as I mentioned, an umpire from Cyprus as well, who's here, acting as 3rd umpire in this game.
Yeah, I think that's great as well.
Yeah.
To have the travelling umpire. So Wahidu Rahman.
It's going to be, is that out? I think it's an edge.
Wow.
It looked like a
Not
deflection
out.
from here. I mean, we are quite far away, but there was an appeal, maybe coming off the arm.
Yeah, wouldn't mind another look at that.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Might be able to get one in a second.
So down leg side, swept away, nice shot past the fielder, and that is 4 runs. Lovely shot there. And Chartarani looks like a very, very accomplished batter. Let's have a look at this one.
Yeah, it's a beautiful sweep shot. Goes high to low, slaps down in it. And again, this outfield's only going to get quicker, I think, as the day goes on as well.
The one before was a weird one because from where I'm looking, it looked like an obvious deflection. Obviously, the umpire is the one who decided that it's not out, but it looked like it might have caught a glove or the back of the bat or something.
Well, Charles was pretty quick to say it wasn't out, so he had a better look than us. Again,
so it's not out.
Yeah, we get the view from behind, obviously. T20's changing ends. It's always a bit weird on ECN when we see that. But Chaturani's a good player. I mean, she averages 48 in T20Is. She scored a high of 68 not out And she's very experienced as well. She's played 14 games. And I mentioned Czechia just breaking into T20I cricket, but Cyprus are more experienced. I think they even cracked the top 30 recently.
Okay.
I think they've just drifted out a little bit recently, but yeah, they're a pretty good side.
I mean, it's a development with women's cricket in Europe, and because we're covering these games, which is, I think, fantastic, you can see the development live as you see it year on year. And we saw a very good Croatian side with Aaron Vukusic is a top player, very quick bowler and a very good bat as well. And when you can base your team around someone like her, as this is hit to the covers, no run, then you'll be developing a lot more quickly. In Greece as well, all the it's again a very young team, all from Corfu.
Yeah.
And again, really nice to see. They had a tough time. This is a nice shot, very well fielded there at square leg. They had a tough time against Spain, who again have got some fantastic young players who come in, who were Spanish-born, but a lot of them play good level cricket in England. This is nicely hit on the leg side, going towards the boundary. They've got, couldn't really see it, as I see two Cypriot fielders in front of me.
Yeah, if that throw had been slightly close to the stumps, might have been a run-out chance as well. But yeah, nice bit of fielding here. Just dives and does very well. Kuncheva out there. And then have a look at this. When the throw comes back in, actually, it's pretty close to the mark. Anyway, it will be the end of the over. So the score will be 57 for 1 after 8. It looks like this is Teresa Kolchinova who is getting ready to bowl. And I think now she's 17. I think she turns 18 during the summer. So there's a big summer of cricket for her coming up. I know Michael Lonsborough's been pretty crucial in the development of the Kolchinova sisters. They started playing because Michael was their neighbour, and they just he played with his young ones, and they joined in. So yeah, I do think just not having to worry about the captaincy and all that extra stuff that goes with it, who's going to bowl, where you're going to put the fielders. Just you can just concentrate on her bowling and her batting, and obviously her fielding as well. So she's going to get bowled for the first time in the series.
She is very important to this side. Is Terka. Comes in and bit of a full toss and gets away with it. That should have been put away, but it is. It's Dirana Halagi who's facing. I think Chaturani would have put that towards the boundary. She's 26 of 18.
Yeah, she'd be a bit annoyed that she missed out on that. It was kind of asking to be hit, wasn't it? But just dropped on her and she's misjudged it slightly.
I think Chaturani's definitely had a chat to her batting partner and said, look, give me the strike. So might be a quick single on here. Not that they've taken too many quick singles, to be fair. That's a nice shot. Where did that come from? Beautiful shot. It was a bit of a gimme hit me ball.
Yeah, just slightly too full and brutal, really, from Dirana Halagi. Timed that one perfectly. And you hit me, I hit you back. And that was almost a 6. It really wasn't too far away.
Yeah, lovely shot. I said not the greatest delivery, but had to play the shot.
I've got to say thank you to Mohammed for Cyprus as well. I can give you a bit of a read of this as well. This is the Cyprus Cricket Magazine, and they're celebrating the Cyprus women reaching the top 30 in the world, and saying 2024 was an extraordinary year. So the Cyprus women on the cover, lovely to see. So hello to all of our viewers in Cyprus who'll be tuning in. And we always love to get over there to play, to see some cricket as well. Another full toss, just struggling with the length at the moment. The actual kind of line's okay. There's the sis doing the fielder, Shark doing the fielding, Sharka. But yeah, Teresa Kolchinova, she's got a lot of talent. She has a lot of pride pulling on the blue shirt, as I know all of the Czech team do. And Cyprus, I've got to say, I really like their colour scheme. Slightly unusual, kind of the orange and green.
If I would have chosen, I mean, like a colour for Cyprus, the flag is sort of got this sort of tangerine type colour to it. It's
well fielded,
very well fielded. This is the colour that I think that is them, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
I mean, it's logical with the Czechs that it's red, white, and blue. Mainly the blue and red top, the little splash of white. but Cyprus definitely, I think, has these colours.
Yeah, it's interesting. Most countries probably do use their colours of their flag for sporting colours, but not always.
Italy is a good one. It's another full toss. She just can't quite get a length right at the moment. It's only be a single.
I got the protection there at least. Italy's one. I mean, Australia's one, obviously.
Yeah.
Green and gold. New Zealand is another one.
Yeah.
I think the red, white, and blue are very common colours for
True.
flags.
Very
So
true.
sometimes you need to forge a slightly different identity. Yeah, New Zealand's a famous one. Maybe give us your others in the chat.
Yeah.
I think the Azuri blue is a very famous one, of course.
Yes. It's another full toss. And hit her that time. It's called a no ball.
Yes, yeah, this one does hit her. And
She just she's playing baseball at the moment, Vinny.
yeah, I think so. Again, this is an interesting one because where it hits her, does it hit her in the trousers? Pretty hard. Oh no, maybe on the shirt, which would be a no ball. Free hit coming up then. Duran Halagi can really launch at it.
Comes in again and finds the pitch, but it's wide. So it'll be re-bowled. Still a free hit.
So Cyprus, the rankings that I'm looking at, they're 30, and they're one ahead of Jersey, who are ranked 31. They're ahead of Canada,
Okay.
who are ranked 33. Yeah, some good sides below them, good cricketing countries below them.
And it'll be a dot ball.
It's a free hit, remember, couldn't have been out even
Yep.
if it was caught. That's Pratibha Chowdhury, who does the fielding. So not a bad over in the end, maybe a little bit on the full side, but only goes for 8 on the scoreboard. And Cyprus, after 9, are 65 for 1.
Yeah, it's pretty good going from Cyprus. As you can see, the over rates, the last few have slowed down a little bit. There was a 10, a 12, and a 10 there. But it's there's been too many full tosses, I think, bowled by the Czech bowlers at this stage. Of course, it is the first game of this series. I'm sure Venky, the coach, will have a bit of a chat to them and then see what they can adjust. But they are playing a lot more cricket, the women here. There's the domestic competition, which is just about to start here at Vinoj. It's a good ball there from Kominkova.
There's a rare loose shot, really, from Chaturani, who's been pretty selective so far. And she's had a few balls that, in her zone. But that's one that she kind of charges wildly. Maybe it's a sign that they want to up the ante here, start creating a few scoring opportunities, not just waiting for the bad ball.
Well,
Ball by Yana.
definitely slowed down her run rate. Let's have a look at this one. A little bit short, tucked away, player back there, and knocks it down. They'll come back for 2.
Found a way to get something on it, which stopped it going to the boundary.
So it's almost to the halfway mark of this innings. Of course, it's a T20. So good teamwork from the two fielders.
50 partnership up now between these two. That's a good ball. Sometimes it's a numbers game. At this level, probably of development, probably not going to get 6 out of 6. But if you can get 4 out of 6,
Yeah.
it's not bad. That was a good ball from Kominkova.
So the Vinorati have a brand new team, and the name I think is
I know what they're
fantastic.
called.
Yeah. So Vinorati means is the royal vineyard, or the castle vineyard in
Is the
Czech.
area where you live as well?
It is. Yeah. It's a lovely
Oh,
area.
pretty close.
Yeah. You live across the road, so it is a lovely area, and it's very leafy, just very nice. Anyway, that's where Vinorati is from. The Down Unders in Vinorati as well, which is the
So
home
their
of
top
Vinorati.
team's the Rossos.
Yes.
Right? That red wine.
Yep.
Second team's the Biancos.
Biancos. And Shobit's there, who's loving it.
Captain of the Biancos, am I
Yeah,
right?
I think so. I think he's still captain of the
And
Biancos.
now, I know they have a third team this year.
They do.
And by the way, you should mention the women's team, who are the...
That's what we're getting to.
I don't want to spoil it. Why don't you
it's
tell
fine.
everyone?
No, it's fine. You drank plenty of it yesterday,
Yeah,
apparently.
the women's team are the Rosés. I love it.
That's a
Absolutely
great
love
name.
it.
And the Portos are the third. That's a nice shot. And it'll go to the boundary. Well,
shown that power, hasn't she, at times? You know, I know she maybe hasn't scored as quickly as she would have liked, but Aisha launched at that and beat the fielder.
It's a longer form game, the 20 over game. It doesn't. It's hard to say, but it is a longer form game than the 10 overs we're used to covering.
Yeah, well, that's 10 overs now. So
yeah.
73 for 1 after 10. And a quick break, quick drinks break. Very, very quick drinks break to refresh as we're halfway through the innings. Yeah, so, and then the other one, the thirds team they've got this year are the Vinarati Portos.
Portos, yeah.
I love it. Absolutely love it. And actually, credit to Prague and the competition here, because even like PCC has cool names as well. With their names are all based on chess pieces.
Yeah.
So they've had the Kings, who are their top team, but then they've also had the Rooks, the Knights, and there's the PCC Queens now that are playing.
Yeah, perfect. No, it's good. It's and you can see how cricket has grown a lot. When I first came here, 16, 17 years ago, there were basically 4 clubs. Brno was sort of in and out of the competition. They're very much a part of it. And as you see here, this is the scorecard, or the summary at the moment, mid-match summary.
Yeah, so 73 for 1 after 10 with Chaturani there on 30 not out, and Aisha Durana-Halagi on 17. The only wicket to fall so far was Samanthi Duna-Kedania, who was out for 4. Got bowled by Pavlichkova, but we have seen a couple of catches go down.
Yeah.
One easy one hard one.
Yep.
Probably is what I'd say so far. We had a fairly confident appeal for caught behind as well, turned down. But Cyprus, I mean, from here, I think they can probably start upping the ante a bit when they're running between the wickets and taking a few more calculated risks there. I mean, they'd be hoping to be able to go 10 and over from here. I think that would be their target, minimum. And then you're looking at kind of 173. I think it's hard to imagine here Czechia keeping it to something that they would feel confident chasing. But as it is, you just play each ball as it comes, play each over as it comes, and maybe the host side can work their way back into the game. They're about to start the 11th over, and I want to give a warm welcome to everyone that's tuning in. You might be watching on Fancode in the subcontinent, or you might be watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. We have talked about the fact we have a lot of cricket happening today. 3 different locations for the first time in the year, and it actually will be 3 locations for pretty much the next 10 days, I think, actually until the next Sunday. There's only one day, I think, where there's no T20 cricket in the next 10 days, and that's probably Thursday, in between the Malta T20s and the Greek T20s. Is Turka Kolchunova.
Another full toss. This one's a low full toss and not put away. Chaturani has slowed down a little bit, but it's Durana-Halagi who's starting to pick up her run rate. But they need a wicket here, the Czechs. Kolchunova, Tetka has 9 so far for her over and a bit. It's a better delivery. Nice shot though, played off the back foot. Going towards the boundary. The chase is on, should cut it off, and they'll come back for 2.
It's a good shot. I'm happy to see some good offside play here, because that's where it needed to go. Absolutely pumped into the gap. But obviously, hitting on the offside is not as easy to get the same kind of power you get with that natural pull shot. That I suppose is a bit more bottom hand dominated. But still, I mean, if I'm a bowler here, I don't mind getting hit for offside runs. At least it shows the ball was on a good line in the first place.
So there's a bit low full toss. Looks like it's a bit of a misfield out there, but again the batter's not aware. It's going to go for 4.
Yeah, that's disappointing. I mean, Sharka, normally a pretty good field. Okay, it wasn't the best ball, but you see she gets there, but just didn't quite get down in time. And in the end, that fast outfield takes it over the rope.
There'll be words later between the sisters, I reckon.
Yeah, maybe a bit of payback. But anyway, these things happen. I think Czechia probably would be a bit disappointed, and they've worked hard on their fielding. Just not able to break this partnership as yet.
So again, a full toss. And this one, Sharka will get down to it.
Yeah, well done. So it's always a tough one when you get another one hit at you straight away. That time she made really good position. Actually got the whole body behind it. Had a bit of a Tortuga bounce that she had to deal with, but that was well done.
Tekke is still over pitching though. It's another full toss. Low full tosses. but still, it's she needs to find that pitch.
Yeah, it's a funny one, isn't it? I don't know if maybe she could even bowl from half a yard further back. I don't know, but it just seems to be it's a bit too full most of the time today. That's better. Yeah, that's exactly the adjustment she needed to make. And again, Chaturani, good decision. Just, okay, I'm going to keep this one out. I'm going to wait for one that I think I can go after. She'll be hoping to bring up a second ever T20I half century here. The Cyprus captain.
So another good delivery. Was pushed out onto the offside. No run.
That's one thing as well as we get to the end of the over. It's 81 for 1 after 11. When you have 4 overs to bowl potentially, compared to the T10 game, you've got a bit more time to get into a rhythm. I know it's not quite the 10 overs you might bowl in a 50-over game. Yep. We don't see a lot of 50-over cricket across Europe in general. But you can see here, Turka, I think she'll be happy with how she finished that over, but still Cyprus, they're kind of cruising at that 7s-ish run rate, which would put them somewhere between 140 and 160 if they were to sustain it. But I think they want a few more than that.
Yeah, well, I mean, they've still got a lot of wickets left in hand. They've only lost the 1 so far. But we'll see. Tell us, Vinny, what is Cyprus like as a bowling unit?
Yeah, I think that they're, again, it's a bit variable. but I mean, they got the job done against Estonia last year. So, I think they'll just have a bit more experience than the Czechs. But, again, new conditions for them. Their first trip here, different pitch. But, yeah, I suppose time will tell. 5-match series for this to play out. Kuncheva comes from the bottom end, and it's going to start with a very high full toss that's going to be pulled away to the boundary. Don't know if they're going to call this a no ball or not. I think they're just deciding it was okay. I'll say maybe. Well, for me, that was a no ball, but they decided it wasn't above the waist, which is a tough.
She's about 3.5 meters tall.
It's a tough case to make since we've seen the replay. But anyway, got what it deserved anyway, that ball. And the next one blocked out.
Yeah, there's been, I think when they're pitching it, I think the bowling has actually been respected and is quite difficult to get away. It's the full tosses that are costing the Czechs a lot of runs. That's a better ball, and again defended.
Yeah, I mean, it's a simple strategy. Keep out the good one, go after the bad one. Erica's really impressed me with her bowling here today, with the improvement that I've seen since I last saw her.
Yeah, she's got a good action, a little bit of swing there. This one's down the ground, just be a single. Not a single.
Yeah, just misjudged that slightly. It's Rachel Pavlichkova down there. Lets it get past her. Again, nice shot in the first place. I mean, see, she just got a bit of a Tortuga, overran it in the end. And that'll be 4 runs. And it's a bit of a local crew. I saw Shub Chowdhury and Shobit with their camera equipment. Making a bit of, is it a documentary that they're making?
Yes, apparently there's going to be a documentary series about Czech cricket, or cricket in the Czech Republic, but it'll go through a bit of the history of it and a little bit, just a little bit of the history of Czech cricket, but also what's happening currently. Interesting characters, we've had a few over the years, so I'm sure there'll be interviews there and people reminiscing about others who have come and gone. So that'll be, I think it'll be fun. I think I'll probably have a little interview along the way somewhere. But it's been in the planning for a while. They're starting to film things, so I'm looking forward to it. I think it'll be very interesting.
Yeah, definitely. So that's the end of the over, and after 12, Cyprus 90 for 1. So quick hello to everyone in the chat once again. Good to have you with us as we have a little peek at the scorecard. Tirana Halagi's got a little bit of a move on, up into the 30s now. It's actually overtaken Irisha Chaturani. De Silva, the keeper, listed coming next. Then Alexandra Taylor listed at 5.
Yeah, 7.5 and over, so it's gone up a little bit. Terka Koltsunova will continue.
She finished her last over well. Let's see if she can stop over pitching.
That swung in a little bit as well.
Yeah. That's the thing, because obviously she uses that natural kind of drop quite well. But early on she was kind of overdoing it.
I don't think they've had too much outdoor cricket recently either. I know they've been playing the nets, and they've been training with the men's teams. Lovely delivery there.
Yeah, settled in well now. Still got 2 overs to go.
But outdoor cricket has been pretty sparse here. It really hasn't started much in the Czech Republic yet. It's only May, which is, well, I mean, apart from this weather.
Weather like this?
Yeah. But it was different last week. Different last week.
Fair enough.
Oop. Called a wide. Got away with that one a little bit. That was looking like it was going to be hit into the car park. But no, it's good signs, and they'll settle into this series, I think. And also Cyprus will get used to this pitch. This pitch plays a little bit differently to other pitches, as we mentioned. But
yeah, it's got a little bit of natural variation. This pitch, I quite like it.
Yeah, it's nice. It's got a bit more bounce than what it did as well. And this is hit down the ground. Players there, just get a single.
Again, that's well fielded. As Pavlichkova had a bit of the misfield last over, but he was able to take the next one. Again, sometimes that's a good thing to get another one straight away that you do field cleanly.
Yeah, she's going from long off to long off, Vinny. That's a rough one.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that sort of tactic for a while.
Getting the steps in.
Yeah. I have. Oh, it says pulled away. I have got myself a little smartwatch that I bought off a dodgy Chinese company.
Okay.
And it does tell me my steps, so I've only done 2,000 so far. And well, I didn't do too many last week, to be fair, apart from when I was walking around Paris, where I was doing I did 16,000, I think, in one day. Apart from that, commentating doesn't really get your steps in.
That's true. I mean, Rico does, I think, because he does tend to go foot to foot. I don't think the watch counts it, though. But he's constantly bouncing from one foot to the other all day.
I think that there was a lovely little clubhouse in Dreux. It's called a White again. So a lot of my steps were to get a coffee and to come back, or to get lunch and come back. But apart from that, I didn't wander into the haunted forest. That would have been well, not the best thing to do. I think, seeing all the signs of danger of death and the skull and crossbones on it. This is too full again, and it's going to get to the fielder.
Again, umpire had that dropping below the waist, so the calls are going to make live.
As long as it's consistent, but there's been a couple I think have been too high.
Yeah, it's been a couple. I don't mind that at this pace they shouldn't be too hard to deal with, those balls anyway. Yeah, you shouldn't be missing them.
True. Well, the rules have changed, to be fair. This is another full toss, hit nicely again, and it's Katka will pick it up, and she's characteristically throws off her knees.
Loves to throw from the knees.
Yeah.
But she's still quite tall.
Oh, yeah.
Even when she's on her knees. It's the end of the over. And after 13 overs, Cyprus still tracking one down. It's 96 for 1.
Yeah, it's been a good innings, and they've kept that run rate at pretty much about 7.5 and over, as you can see here. The bowling figures, Sharka, I'm sure, will come back. She's got 2 more to go. What are they going to use for their 5th? They should start considering that pretty shortly, because there's 2 left for Sharka, 2 left also for, I think, Erica. No, Erica, I think. Rachel. So let's have a look. And is Jana Kaminkova to continue? It's a good ball. Outside off.
Yeah, it's a good ball first up. You mentioned Jana creating a mum's team. I think that's great. She got into cricket through her son.
Yeah.
And has been an interesting backyard test match, wouldn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Mum and son.
Talking about test matches, Vinarati had a test match again. This is nicely hit towards the boundary. 4 runs, good shot. So, yeah, Vinarati has a yearly. I think they're going to make it twice a year now. They have a test match here in Vinoge. And so they get, it's an internal test match. They have 2 teams and they play over 2 days, over 2 innings, which is rare for this part of the world.
That's so cool, though.
Yeah.
They really get into it.
It's a highlight of the year for Vinarati Cricket Club as well. So I think the Knowles 11 won this year, but I'd have to confirm that. with someone who was actually here. I was busy that weekend, unfortunately. Otherwise, I would love to have brought the dogs out. Well, it's again a nice shot. The fielder has the skipper's moved the fielder around. It's a good move. I think it's a run-saving area.
Yeah, you've got to protect that backward square leg region, I think. Remember in women's T20Is, you're only allowed 4 outfielders outside the power play rather than the 5 you see in the men's game. So you do have to be a little bit selective where they go.
Oh, it's going to be called a wide.
Yeah, I suppose it's far enough down leg side to be called. Some discretion is involved calling the wides, as you mentioned earlier. Just looking at the Malta eliminator, chasing 176 to win. They've got half a chance going to last over. They need 29, but still 147 off 9. So pretty good effort. They've got down to 23 off 4, so they're just trying to stay alive.
Free hit here with a no ball, bounced twice. Pretty good ball. And Dot gets away with it. That's a good ball. So yeah, if the ball bounces twice, that's the Trevor Chappell rule.
Yeah. Twice before the line.
Yeah.
Twice before the popping crease. I got to say, I don't know, get into a whole thing.
It's a nice shot. Got past the fielder. Should be cut off. Should just be a single.
But it wasn't the underarm wasn't the reason they couldn't hit a 6. The reason was it rolled along the ground.
Yeah.
So I actually don't mind at certain levels of cricket if you haven't developed the ability to bowl overarm consistently yet. I actually don't mind underarm because it's in the tradition of the game because it was actually underarm for like 100 years.
Until some genius thought, I might be able to hit batsmen if I bowl over.
No, so I'm not. No, maybe other people have different thoughts, but even for juniors and stuff to get into the game, underarm's a lot easier. At least you're involved, and then you can develop your overarm bowling in your own time. Anyway, in the 14th over, it is 105 for 1. Yeah, but the thing is, you can't have a ball rolling along the ground.
You know that we had a discussion with this with Rico in France, and do you know that Dougie Walters proved that he could actually do it?
Yeah.
By flicking the ball up and smashing it over the boundary. But Dougie Walters is a pretty special batsman, to be fair.
But then also, I don't hate to be technical, but that would be out if you did that because it hit the ball twice. If you were to deliberately have 2 motions, so you can't hit the ball twice. That's mode of dismissal. So if that includes like getting hit with the ball counts as a hit.
Well, I don't know. Could it be done in the same action? Nice delivery.
You'd have to
you'd
have to sell it as not on purpose.
Yeah.
If you were to do it deliberately, then
so you could roll it on the outside of the Anyway, and just another side note on that as we come back to it. And again, a good ball. And there's Shaka to come back on. Again, are my maths deceiving me? They've used 4 bowlers, they need an extra one, right?
Yeah, they will.
I hope they don't use the same bowler for the last 4 overs because that's not very. That won't work. And good bowling by Shaka. It's a good over so far.
Yeah, I could see hitting her spots.
So it was Greg Chappell who instructed Trevor Chappell to bowl the underarm.
Yeah.
And instantly caused an international incident between Australia and New Zealand.
That's still going.
They will never forget.
It's still going.
I mean, it's the same with Bodyline and Harold Larwood, mainly Douglas Jardine. Harold Larwood actually ended up living in Australia.
True.
And was well liked because he was just a working class guy from Yorkshire, I think. Whereas Jardine was not very well liked. Greg Chappell, not long after that, had a period of 7 consecutive ducks.
Yeah, true.
And so I don't know if the Kiwis put a curse on him, but it's probably likely. Nice shot down the ground. That'll be cut off. And again, whoa, that's right into the shin, right into the knee. She's walking it off. She's not rubbing it. She is now.
West in the wars, Shaka. She loves her cricket though, even though she's had a few knocks. I mentioned that finger injury she sustained trying to take an outfield catch in Khartoum.
She'll still only be, I think, 16.
Yeah, I think she's
Shaka.
might still be 15 actually.
Yeah, maybe.
I think she's got a birthday coming up actually. It's my spidey senses are up. 15 overs, 171. My guess is her birthday is the 8th of May. And the reason I know that is because I think she told me. Let me see, I'm going to look up her player profile. And she is born on the... waiting for it to load.
I've given up with the tablet, by the way.
May 5. I was close. So
that's
actually,
right.
she's got a birthday coming up on Monday. Happy birthday in advance then, Shaka. She will be 16.
Cool.
So, sweet 16. And I think, Terica turns 18 during the summer as well. This is a quick look at what's happening in Malta right now. Sweet United have defended that 175, although it was a good effort from the Warriors who won the ECS there back in November. But yeah, Sweet United, who won the series in February, they are through to the top 3 over there. And so qualifier 1 will be coming up. And maybe if you're watching this one, you might be multi-screening, or in the break, you could switch over. Tina and Rico over there. So yeah, juggling the bowlers is going to be interesting here. They have used 5 bowlers actually.
Have they?
Yeah, they have used 5. So
I only saw 4 on
only Kaminkova's bowled out.
Okay.
I'll run through them in a second.
Yeah, there's Rachel. Oh yeah, you're right. There's the Kolsunova sisters.
Yeah, you're counting them as one.
But there were 4 on the screen. I'm going nuts. There were 4 on the screen. Maybe it's a top 4.
I think there were 5.
Oh.
I think you might be seeing things.
Maybe. Yeah. The coffee hasn't hit yet.
No, both Kolchunovas, and you've got Erika Kuntrova bowling here.
Yep.
And then they've had Rachel, don't forget, who opened the bowling, took that wicket. Still has 2 overs to bowl, Rachel.
Yeah.
And then the Terminator, Yana Kaminkova. How do they say then? The Culminator.
The Culminator.
Culminator. Chaturani, though, has moved to 40. Slowed down a bit, though.
It's a full toss. Possibly getting close. The umpires are chatting.
I think this one is okay. Normally, if you see a drive down the ground, it's a sign it's probably not that high.
That's a good point.
Often, if you're seeing hooks or kind of pulls behind square, that's a sign it's over the
Even
waist.
tennis shots. I've seen smashes as well.
Yeah, true. Not always with Skyde.
Not a bad ball down leg side, that. Okay, she's coming around the wicket to the right-hander. I guess trying to angle it. But I think she's... Actually, she's... I think the 3rd bowler we've seen bowling with a cap.
Yeah. Sometimes with the long hair.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's a reason that you see some of the female players bowling the cap a bit more.
Yeah, it's wide of the field. Just bisects them, actually. That's 4 runs.
Took a friendly bounce, actually, when it landed. I thought it might hold up, but this field at the moment is looking in very good shape. Just have a look. Just skips on and perfectly went between the 2 outfielders patrolling that area of the ground. So,
yeah,
nice shot.
I know there's a couple of things with this field. Firstly, there's no irrigation on the field at all, which is something, again, that I know that the ChamKS, the governing board, have been wanting to do, is to get the field irrigated. Oh, bowler goes down.
Love that. Love that effort from Kontrikova there.
That, and there's no electricity, even though in these little cabins there's a light switch. So, and there's a power box in the corner, but it's ready for electricity, and that's the just what's going to be happening hopefully soon, because it would solve a lot of issues here. But water and electricity, so there's no irrigation for the ground, and there are, all the mowers that have ever been bought for this place have just been destroyed.
Yeah.
So the golf club are helping out quite a bit with taking care of the field. Doesn't really, I mean, it's only small compared to what they have to do, and so it's a good team effort.
Just quickly, that's the end of the over. 116 for 1, but 100 partnerships come up between these two now, and they're tracking nicely. But we'll say I think Czechia have brought it back a little bit in the last few overs. Sometimes in these 20 over games, I break it into quarters to see how they're going, kind of 5 over quarters. So there were 41 in the first quarter, and then it was 32 in the second, and then that one was 43. So just tending to get that one boundary and over that's keeping them around that 7 or 8 and over in total. Here's Rachel's switching ends. She bowled quite well before, has the only wicket to fall. She was able to disturb the furniture.
It was a left-hander as well, so that was, I'm sure they would have loved to see they saw the back of the left-hander. It was causing problems with the line of some of the bowlers, but these two are causing problems with the score they've mounted up, and it's just pushed out to point. Good fielding.
Got away with that because that probably would have been a wide if it hadn't been hit. Yeah, Czechia currently ranked 77 in the world because they haven't picked up a win as yet. So you've got to realise still a bit of a gulf between these two teams. Cyprus ranked 30.
If they do win a game in this series, though, the Czechs, which is possible,
yeah,
right, especially if they get early wickets, that ranking will go up very, very quickly.
They'll fly up.
It's a nice shot, just tucked around the corner. Nice little glance. Just get a single though.
So yeah, I mean, it's tough in this format of the game compared to T10 because the chances don't come as thick and fast as they will in a T10, where batters are taking more risks and they're taking risks pretty much all the way through the innings. So yeah, that Czechia-Cyprus drop catch earlier on is looking quite costly at the moment. But
also a lot of the runs have come through full tosses, and so if they can correct that, because they're not, I don't think the Cyprus team are taking risks with their batting. They're being said like this. It's a good ball. They've played it on its. They've played the ball on its merit.
I think now it's time to shift gears a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think now you got 3.5 overs to go. That's the kind of ball. Even if it is on this time, I think at least pay a bit more of an intent punch, a punch with intent.
But if in the next game, like looking at the game and looking at what's happened in the game with the bowling, I mean, there's still the second innings of this to come. It's a nice shot, just a little bit short. It will be cut off. No, it won't. Again, there's a few things that Venki, Magashaim, the coach, will have a chat to him about, and it's small things. The fielding, that's the third one that's got through fielders.
Yeah,
it should have been stopped.
Too many cooks situation there, wasn't it?
But eliminating those full tosses, I mean, the wides, they're going to be wide bowled, but eliminating the full tosses, I think, will save them here. I think probably at least 20, if not 30 runs. So that's a nice shot, and not well run. So I thought they'd take that single, but I don't think it was on. But again, bowling's on line. They haven't taken any risks. So I think it's something that Venki will have a chat about to the team after this game when we have lunch. Looking forward to lunch, actually.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Yeah, no pies this this tournament.
Yeah, I think everyone's getting fed from the food truck.
Yes,
I think so. Yeah, 3 overs to go. The score is 121 for 1. Although I will say tonight we have a couple of new crew members here. We've got Priya, who actually plays for the Austrian women's national team.
Yep.
Who's on deck with us. I know that Shobit might be helping out a little bit as well over the weekend with the scoring.
Yep.
But I thought it's a nice opportunity to get over to Beer Geek tonight, and I'm the JZP wings are calling me.
Yeah, I like the career wings. The beers on tap. This is called a white. I was there on Tuesday night with a good friend of mine, Jerry, who and we had a few beers, and the tap list was. I like sour beers, and there weren't too many sours on tap. This is the perfect weather for sours.
Week to week it changes. I will say that, and yeah. Like, so you never know what you're going to get.
There are 30 different types of beer on tap, plus whatever's in the fridge. Yeah, so, and the wings are really good.
Shark are bowling out here in over 18. Both these batters will be hoping for half centuries. I suppose that's one reason that you will still want to keep out the good ball here. You worked really hard to get into the 40s. Is there time for both of them to make it? Let's find out.
I think so. I mean, it's only... Tatarani is on 42. There's still 3 overs left, pretty much. 2.5. I think they can both make it. They both deserve it.
No ball called there. I wonder if this was actually for too many outfielders.
Maybe.
It must have been. Maybe they had a 5th outfielder.
Yeah, there we go.
So, as I was wondering why, stuck on 17 overs, but now we know why. So, this will be a free hit and a golden opportunity for Aisha to bring up her half century.
He definitely deserves it. Has a swing at it. It's gone down the ground. Just be a single though. Got her angles right there in the skipper with the fielders. So as I said, it's little things that could just make it put a bit more pressure on these Cyprus batters, reducing full tosses, and also just making sure that you get behind the ball when you're fielding, just to stop a couple of those boundaries. There's been 12 runs in those, probably 9 runs it's cost them. So if you take away that's 114.
Yeah.
And then maybe 5 boundaries that have come from full tosses.
Yeah, true.
And you're reducing the pressure on the batters by giving you full tosses.
Yeah, I think Cyprus have played pretty sensibly. It's almost like they've just played what's been bowled at them.
Yep.
They haven't taken too many unnecessary risks.
Nice shot, just tucked around the corner.
Chaturani moved to 44 there, but Duran Halagi, she's gone past her top score in T20Is. Previously it was 29 against Denmark. That wasn't too long ago actually. Cyprus playing recently against Denmark, Isle of Man, Jersey.
Some good teams there.
Yeah.
So it's a good experience for them. But again, it's a development thing with all the women's cricket throughout Europe. I mean, to men's cricket to a point, but that I think it's gone to a different level. We're seeing some of the top teams importing good level cricketers into their national squad. I think the women's game is evolving as well. Some teams are doing that, like for instance Spain, but they're bringing in a lot of younger players who'll be there for a long time. They're well captained, and it's a very interesting team. But you look at it, there are a lot of native-born players playing for a lot of the teams around Europe as well. Look at the Czechs and the Greeks.
Very different composition, this Czech side to the Cyprus side that you see there, as far as growing up with cricket from birth. Nice bit of bowling from Sharka to finish, though she will go wicketless in this one. End of the 18th over, 127 for 1. Yes, I will say, having said that, a lot of these, the Czech team here, Kolchunov's sisters, have been playing since they were, I'm going to say, 9 or 10, something like that. So probably about the age a lot of kids pick it up. So I just think every time we see them improving. Yeah, Cyprus, they're coming off a quadrangular series, which was only a couple of weeks ago over there. And so I think that ranking of 30, I'm not so sure they'll hold on to it because it was a bit of a tough series for them results-wise. But then again, playing good sides. They played against Jersey, they played against Denmark and Isle of Man.
Yeah,
that rubs off, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
And we always see that. The way you get better is you've got to play better opponents.
Sure.
And credit to Czechia, who they obviously had a tough time in the ECCW, but at least they know where they want to get to.
Venki and Shubs are standing right in front of where the batter is. I can kind of see the batter. I'll look at the screen. I think that's probably easier. And another full toss.
Well, it was a golden opportunity to bring up her 50 if it was a little bit closer to her, but I think this is going to be called a no ball. No, it's going to be called a wide. Must have just bounced on the pitch, and obviously just dipping below the waist.
Well, should I get Venki and Shub to move? They're literally in front of me. I mean, I don't know if they realise. I'll ask Shobit. Oh, there we go. Thanks, Shobit.
All right, well, it's a race to 50 then between these two. Chaturani on 44. And now she's going to get a free hit. Be a good time to bring up the first Maximo of the series. If she was able to do that, she'd go to her 50.
Yeah, if any batter's going to do that, I think Chaturani's the one most likely. She has slowed down a lot, but at the same time, she's got very good power in her strokes. And, well, it's a dot ball. Good result for the Czechs. Get another full toss from Dadka. That's the first legal delivery of the 18th. Come in again. And a full toss, low one. And it's got past the field. That'll be 4. Again, that's another one that's avoidable. Just that full toss, and it's just a comfortable hit on the leg side.
It's an excellent bit of timing though, and with that, actually, she will join her partner on 48. So now in a really good position to bring up the 50. Chaturani does have a T20I 50, top score of 68 in the format.
Comes Koltsunova again. And again, another full toss. And hit towards, wow, this, again, it's another mistake that should be stopped. And that's her 50. She moves on to 52 of 51 balls. So it's good going from Chaturani. But again, it's something as the players give each other a hug. It's good to see.
Yeah, look, she's batted really well. I think she's had that important number 3 position again. It comes as a result of a misfield. I suppose she brings up the 50 the way she started, and she started very well. Have a look at that where she scored though. It just shows she's been willing to keep the balls out. They have been straight. Only 3 singles on the offside.
Yeah.
49 runs on the leg side. And again, it says a lot about, I suppose, how the Czechs are bowled and when they've got it wrong, how they've got it wrong.
As I said, I think they'll improve on the weekend. That's again a better delivery. Well, I don't know what's that's. Is that a random appeal? No one really appealed.
She hits it a second time, but you're allowed to do this. We'll show this on the replay because she's protecting her stumps.
Yeah.
You see, so she plays at it, and then it's rolling back towards the stumps.
It's a good ball.
And then she hits it again. But you're allowed to do that as long as you're protecting your wicket. See, it hits her, that counts as a hit, and then see it's going back, and then she.
Yeah, that's fine.
She hits it again.
Yeah. She wasn't attempting a run.
No.
So that's fine.
And even if you are attempting a run, actually, you're not out then. What they'll do, it's the same. This never happens, but it's the same as if you don't play a shot and you try and run a leg by. After one run, they'll go, hold on.
But hold on. If you hit the ball and then you hit it again and you run, that should be out.
That's what I thought until I looked it up. I've actually seen that happen as well.
Oh, really?
But the actual law says that you treat it the same as if you don't offer a shot and you try and run a leg by. So after one run, they're like, well, no, it's dead ball.
That's okay.
So
you're hitting the ball twice.
You're only allowed to hit the ball twice legally to protect your wicket.
Okay, okay.
So, but in that case where you did do it legally, then that's how it would work. Anyway, guess what? It's going to be another 50. This time it's Durrana Halagi who brings up her first ever T20IW 50. And she does it in style, cracking that ball to the boundary. It's the end of the 19th over. And Cyprus have had this second wicket partnership take the game away, 143 for 1 with an over remaining. But what a good innings from Aisha.
Yeah, very good. And again, a slow start, but she's really built into this in this innings. Really.
Have a look at this. This is what's coming in around about 5 minutes. Yeah. 2 undefeated teams, the Crusaders and Strikers. I'll let you have a go at who's coming in for the Strikers list at number 7.
Oh,
it's his first game.
Nope.
Kutiyamara Karakath. Even for me, that's a mouthful. But,
wow.
So coming in, Southern Crusaders have actually made 5 changes as well there. But it's hard to say who's favourites there because you've got 2 very, very good teams. Just looking for Pushparajan in that Royal Strikers lineup, but don't see it. So anyway, guess we'll wait and see.
In France, there were a couple of tricky Sri Lankan names, but there were lots and lots of Amitsais and different. There were 3 Mongals. There was another Mongol for another team. So we did a lot of repeated names. There's a nice shot on the leg side, and that'll go for 4 as well. That's a nice shot. It's Rachel Pavlichkova, who is coming from that bottom end again, the chateau end.
Yeah, well hit. So yeah, they've tracked at this kind of score the whole time, haven't they? We predicted kind of between 140 and 160. It's kind of how it's shaping up. The Czechs sending in Cyprus, but only the 1 wicket.
That's cost them. There's 2 drop catches. Again, and what I mentioned before with the full tosses, it's a bit, it's called a wide. So the wides have been an issue as well. I'm sure that the extras are going to be something that Venki will have a chat about. But it's the full tosses and the misfields that have cost them a lot of runs. If you take 30 runs away, 118 is still a decent total, but not 148. So it's a pretty good ball. Again, just a bit of fancy foot fielding there.
Probably not particularly necessary, but Yana decides to go with the boot.
If it works for her, again, it's a learning curve. And she's the culminator, so she can do whatever she wants.
I suppose so. Can they get the 150 here? Cyprus.
It's a good ball. And a random stopping opportunity for no reason.
Yeah, it's a nice bit of work in the first place. Just taking the bails in case the foot was to come up, but I think it was always safely down.
Not a bad over here, actually. Relatively tight. So, it's interesting. Rachel has come up as a bowler for this team. This is a little bit short, and Jana again fails with the footwork this time. Just be a single.
Kind of thing. I mean, Jana, I know she's still relatively new to the game, but I think
Yeah.
she's been playing long enough now to be able to get down and try and field that with her hands.
Yeah, I agree.
She almost booted that into the car park if she'd hit it the way that she wanted to with the foot.
One of the old timers from the Venerati Portos was trying to convince me down at the Down Under one day to come and play for the Portos, and I just said no.
Happily retired?
Yeah, I think so. I got asked the question actually. What was the main thing that main negative thing about me when I played cricket, or my cricket career, I guess. And it's the fact that I realised at one stage that I'm not going to be bowling like I used to and playing like I used to, and just admitting to myself that I'm not going to play cricket anymore. And that was kind of tough, but at the same time it was pretty easy.
Well, this would have been the last ball, but it's going to be a wide, so they'll have to bowl one more. Cyprus 151. Margins don't matter too much in a T20I series. The win-loss, I suppose, is the main thing, and they'll feel they've got enough runs on the board to do that. Still for pride, I think. Czechia, they'd want to get as close to this as possible. Maybe they can get a big partnership and do something similar. Last ball coming up.
Yes, it was. Umpire looks at it and calls it fair.
Yeah, probably says, okay, I think you had enough time to get across and make a play on that ball. So it's going to finish 151 for 1. And Cyprus, that big second wicket partnership, carrying them to that score. They put on 135 for the second wicket. And both of those players, Aisha Duranahilagi and Irisha Chaturani, bringing up personal half centuries, the first one ever for Aisha, so a big moment for her. And Chaturani, the captain, also very, very good in bringing up her second ever. And they hit 17 fours, so pretty much that 1 4 and over.
Yeah.
That kind of kept them on that 7 to 8 and over kind of rate. They've certainly earned a bit of a drink, those two, haven't they? Carrying Cyprus up above the 150, and they'll be hoping to defend that handsomely. But yeah, you can see there, Cyprus, their first time at this ground. Beautiful weather for them. Czechs, yeah, wasn't their worst performance, but also I think wasn't their best either. I think they had another kind of gear they could have gone to. And again, they'll be disappointed with those couple of drop catches and with some of that ground fielding, I think, which probably leaked 20 to 25 runs in the wash-up.
I think they'll improve as the weekend goes on. As I said, Venky's going to have a chat to them. He's pretty clued up on and experienced, and he'll have a chat and say this is what we can improve. Anyway, here are some of the highlights of the first innings.
Yeah, we'll have a look, and I've got to say that this was the only wicket to fall, so probably the highlight for the Czechs, as Rachel Pavlichkova was able to get that absolutely on target, and then a bit of a wild shot there.
I'm not sure where the batter was just standing there, because it was bowled. I thought that's why I thought it might have been an LBW decision.
It just flicked the stumps. Actually, the umpire gave it out as well at the bowler's end, which is a sign that maybe they were going up for something else. But bowled was the confirmed method of dismissal. But then you can see a lot of leg side boundaries here, either underpitched or overpitched, were hit pretty well. I think the decision making was good. I think from the number 1 and the number 3 here for Cyprus. But yeah, the Czechs, I think they would be frustrated with some of this ground fielding. Some of these shouldn't have been 4, but still got across the rope.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, that's another thing. You just saw it in two highlights. In one highlight. A full toss and then misfielded and let through the boundary. And they're two things that definitely could improve with the Czechs. But we'll see how they bat. Cyprus still have to bowl and have to defend this total. 151, 36 extras, Vinny.
Realistic target, maybe give one away and over.
Yeah.
But they're kind of more towards the 2 and over, aren't they? With all 36 low extras being no balls and wide. So essentially that's basically bowling another 6 overs, which you don't really want to do at this level. But twin half centuries there for Chaturani, and as well with Aisha Diranahalagi bring up her first ever T20IW 50 bowling wise. Well, I'd have to say Pavlichkova probably takes the cake for me as the pick of the bowlers. 1 for 25. They all had their moments. I think Erika Kucheva has improved a lot with the ball, but then again, no one going for huge runs, kind of not even 10 and over plus, but also just weren't able to get that crucial breakthrough. We'll take a break then. We'll be back in around about 10 minutes time to take you through the second innings. If you want to turn over, I know that the qualifier 1 has just started in Malta as well. Royal Strikers batting first, and a couple of key players out over there. Tina and Rico are over there. We're here. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, and Danny Hootencheck. We'll take a break and see the other side of it for the chase here in the first 20I in this Czechia-Cyprus series.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to Prague on a beautiful sunny spring day. This is the first of 5 T20Is that we are watching between Czechia and Cyprus. The story so far is that Czechia won the toss and elected to field, so Cyprus have batted and they have scored 151 off their 10 overs, thanks to twin half centuries for Aisha Duranhalagi and Irisha Chatharani, the captain. So Czechia going out to chase 152 for victory. Now it sounds like a lot of runs, but if you break it down, it's only about 7.5 an over that they would need. And of course, it's the first chance to see Cyprus in the field and with the ball in this series. Pretty as a picture, this Vinoš cricket ground, around about, I think, 17, 18 kilometres outside of the beautiful historic centre of Prague. And someone that's part of the furniture here is Danny Hudacek, who joins me back in the commentary box for the second innings. Welcome back, Danny.
Oh, thanks, Vinny. And so the two batters going out for Czechia. It is a big total. Interesting to see who they're opening with. They're opening with Erika Kuncová and also Rachel Pavličková. And well, probably the two recognised batters in this side, Katarzyna Tesazikova, the skipper, and also Teresa Kutsonova, being held back a little bit.
Yeah, interesting one. I mean, I think Katka, she's always the biggest hitter. I think she's got that power, which no one really can match in the lineup. But also, I know she has had a bit of a run at times, opening and not really firing. So I suppose I don't mind it, but they need to be quite busy from the get-go here. Like I said, 150 sounds like a lot of runs, and it probably is, but it's only 7.5 and over.
Yep.
So if you can reduce the dot balls, maybe be quite proactive with your running between the wickets, maybe you can take this to a finish. Anyway, almost ready to get going here. It's the Sheriff, Charles Croucher, who is just maybe waiting for the clock to tick over. You can see there, Tamara De Silva didn't get a bat, but she's behind the stumps for Cyprus. Kororalagi will be the bowler. Tanelka ready to deliver the first ball of the second innings. The hosts need 152 to win.
Ball and, well, it's down leg side. They'll come back. They'll get a single. They might get a second one. And they really should, and they have. And that's, again, that's very well run. 3 off the first ball. They looked at it a little bit to see whether they'd come for it. But that's where I think Cyprus could have got more runs. This one went down leg side.
It was a tough one for the keeper. Look, if I had to say in a word what the Czech needs to do, they need to be busy. Busy, busy, busy. You know, you have to scramble. Treat every over almost like it's the last and you need 7 or 8.
Yeah.
and actually take those calculated risks all the way through. Especially with these two, you know, there's not that much pressure on them to score big scores, but they just need to kind of contribute at the rate. That's a better ball from Lalage, who is a natural in-swing bowler. You can see that first one just swung a little bit too far, went down the leg side. The next one was right on target.
Seriously, they've just set up the bench just in front of us, and it's Yana Kominkova who's just in front of us. So
that's in the air. It's going to drop just away from the fielder. So first run off the bat. Pavlishka's emerged as quite a key player, hasn't she?
Absolutely.
Now opening the batting and the bowling for Czechia.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, again, it's a learning curve. They're still getting used to things. They've been playing in the Bundesliga in Germany as well. So it's a good division to be there and playing. Look for one. A direct hit would have been out, but it ended up well wide.
But you know what? I can really see the influence to the amount of T10 cricket that they've played. Because look at the way that she's backing up there. And okay, it would have been out, but it would have forced a direct hit.
It's definitely worth the chance, even early in the in this innings. They've got 6 so far of this over of 2 balls.
You just don't want to see that required rate get kind of up into the 8s, 9s, 10s, and the beyond. So far, I've liked what I've seen.
Right, without really playing any shots. They've got the run rate almost.
Yeah. And Cyprus, I mean, maybe a bit of a settling time for them. I will say they have played some cricket and played some cricket recently. You know, obviously they had that quadrangular series on home turf not too long ago, only a couple of weeks ago. So they should be be in full swing. And you imagine the bowlers would be feeling a bit more prepared than maybe some of the Czech bowlers in the first innings.
Just looking at the bench for the Czechs, and well, we could see that Katka Tesasikova is the captain, has got the helmet on as well as the pads, but also Zuzana Franova is who hits the ball nicely, has got the pads on as well. And then next two that will probably take up the batting. Nice shot on the leg on the offside. Oh, that's out. Well, that's a bit of a silly one. Just ran on the shot, and that's not the greatest start.
To be honest, that was on Rachel, who just went with the hit, and it was never there. You know, Kuncheva tried to send her back in the end. She'll fall on her sword. Got a feel for her there. And never faced a legal delivery, did Erika Kuncheva. But look, run-outs are the price of doing business, I suppose, when you're trying to be proactive. But that was just a classic case of hitting the ball well and feeling like there was a run there. But it was hit so well, straight to the fielder. And you got a feel for Erika, because that really wasn't her fault. And she gets a pat in the back from Venki. But that's the first wicket, 7 for 1. Hey, who knows? Maybe it's a blessing in disguise. Maybe whoever comes out next can have a big innings. But you can see Erika's doing everything right there. She was backing up and she was ready to run if there was a run there. Just the plain fact was that there wasn't a run there. And well done from Cyprus as well to execute the run out.
Yeah, it was a great throw back to the keeper, right over the stumps.
Here's Katka coming out at number 3.
She put the big hand up.
Yeah. Again, shot selection's important as well. I mean, you don't have to go after everything. I think similar strategy to Cyprus is probably what I'd be looking for. Keep it out if it's on the stumps. If it's off the stumps, then you can go for it. If it's erring in length, full or short, then go for it.
Kakka's a very naturally aggressive batter, though. As you can see, a nice shot. And got knocked down by the cover field. A good piece of fielding and comfortable signal then.
Yeah, I like this field as well. it's a little bit of a claustrophobic effect. But that will be the first over down. Look, they get what they need off the first over runs-wise, at least 8 for 1 after 1 over.
I think also with the skipper coming in, if Rachel has any doubts or any other little episodes where she goes for a risky single like she just did, I think Katka's got the experience in this team to be able to say, like, settle down, we don't need this. So I think even though Erica did go, it was unfortunate. I think Katka's the right person to be bringing in this at this time. All right. I tell you what, one thing with the Cyprus shirts, it's very hard to read the numbers.
White on the burnt orange.
Yeah.
But you get used to it. On the TV, you can see a little bit easier, actually, probably with it without the glare. It's just Samanthi Dunakadania, who's going to bowl over number 2. Czech captain on strike.
And call it wide.
Yeah, we'll say that run out, I mean, it looked easy. It was because it was made to look easy, I suppose, with Chaturani picking the ball up. Not a fielder you really want to take on.
No.
And firing it to the keeper.
Yeah, it was a very nice throw. And it could have gone wide, but it was literally over the stump, so very nice piece of fielding.
Haven't really bowled a short ball yet, have they, Cyprus? They've been pretty good getting it full.
This is in the air and gone. Big wicket. That's a good piece of bowling. And Tshezikova goes for 1. So not what they needed. She's always pretty aggressive. Just sliced across it, got a top edge, and went to that slip fielder.
But it's good bowling. I mean, this is what I think most bowlers are trying to do. They're trying to lure the batter forward, but have the ball bounce.
Yeah.
So it's a very hard shot to control. You could see that it just ballooned away. You see here, it kind of draws her forward,
Yep.
and it's her natural kind of hitting zone. She does have a softball background, so she likes to hit in front of the wicket. But in the end, I think it was a clever bit of bowling. Aisha Duran-Halagi's been in the action as well with the bat now. She takes a good catch. So Czechia, a couple of early wickets here, 9 for 2.
Yeah, it was good all round from Cyprus, and a pretty good start, 1 for 1. So 3%, the supercomputer. Not much faith in the Czech batting.
Yeah, I mean, it probably hurts that their biggest hit has just been dismissed for just 1. But Susanna Frunova gets the nod at number 4, ahead of Turka Kolchinova, who's someone might have thought we'd see. This one's going to be called a wide down the leg side. So, yeah, look, still got to get on with it. Nothing to lose here for Czechia at all. Just still be busy with the running. Obviously, it's their first games in quite a while of international T20, first games of the year. It takes a little bit of time to get into it, perhaps, but yeah, take those wides down the leg side, see if you can creep up.
I like that Frana was just standing there, just not even acknowledging.
They basically have profile wides, essentially, which is in your stance. If it's outside your legs, it's a wide.
Yeah.
Perfect when you don't actually move from your stance.
Yeah.
It's very easy to judge.
Yeah.
Anyway, like I said, you can see the Czech team are more experienced than they were last year, just with the way they're approaching this and the way they're trying to run between the wickets aggressively.
It's a good delivery. A little bit of in swing, late as well. That's always dangerous. So 11 for 2 at the moment. Still in the second. Target is 152. Oh, gone. There's another one down. Good piece of bowling. That was nicely pitched up. Let's have a look at this on the replay.
Beautiful bowling, really. I mean, it's pitched up again. It's drawing the batter into a front foot shot, but it's no full toss. It is cracking halfway up off stump. And Cyprus, they are really dominating early. And yeah, sometimes you get a good one. I think obviously maybe getting a little bit across the way she was trying to hit that, you could say, but I think you also got to tip your hat to the bowler who now has 2 wickets in the over, and Czechia 11 for 3.
Yeah, very good piece of bowling. Have another look at it here. It was beautifully pitched up, angled slightly in, didn't really move much in the air. It was just that angle, and very, very good piece of bowling.
Here is Turka Kulchunova, who gets an opportunity, and she won the batting award actually in the CE Cup last year, if you remember.
She hit a 50. She's very leg side. She's got a lot of power going through the leg side. So hopefully she won't try to hit across the line, because the ball at the moment is getting it spot on. It's tucked around the corner. Nice shot. They should come back for 2. And they do. Well run.
Well, they're actually going to go for 4. It rolls down the hill, and it's a perfect start for Kulchunova with 4 runs. This is right in her zone. I think. I know she likes going leg side. I think it's just about being selective. You keep the ball out if it's on the stumps. If it is down the leg side, then she can play that natural shot.
She didn't overhit it as well, Vinny, which is nice to see, because that often happens, is trying to hit the ball as hard as you can. And it was just nicely tucked around the corner. Good shot.
Yeah, scored 52, as you mentioned, against Croatia in the CE Cup last year.
And a good bowling lineup for Croatia as well. Down leg, and they look for one. Well, good awareness. That's one thing that I think the Czechs are doing better than, even though there was the run out, are doing better than what Cyprus are doing, is the awareness, looking for any run they can get. So that's a positive if you compare the two sides.
Yeah, and I agree. I often think in the short formats, the run-outs, if you're not having any run-outs, it's probably a sign you haven't tried enough runs, especially in the women's game, and especially in the T10 format. It was a bit of it's just a bad judgment on the run-out. But apart from that, I mean, I like the backing up, shortening the distance you have to run in the first place.
Yep, and it's something that's good ball. It's something that's very coachable. It's for players who might not have grown up with the game. For instance, Yana Kominkova has only just started playing a year ago, or less than a year ago. So the awareness of just the nuances of the sport might not be there yet. But it's something that definitely can be coached.
I agree, 100%. That'll be the end of the over. Pretty good one from Duna Kadania, who takes 2 for 9 in it. It is 17 for 3 after 2. But yeah, sometimes I say some things in cricket are hard, but some aren't. And learning to run well, it's logic and practice. It's not. It is technical in a way, but it's not technical the way trying to get your bat coming through is, or trying to play a particular shot. It's just awareness and a little bit of logic, and there's certain things you can do. Having your bat in the correct hand, watching the bowler, backing up a certain amount, and then once you are batting with someone, maintaining eye contact and calling well. So obviously, I played indoor cricket at a very high level, and the running in that is crucial. Yeah, really, really crucial to have a good understanding. And so, it's certainly one of those skills that translates pretty well. I remember back when I was growing up, we sometimes had coaching, a whole training session on just running between the wickets. Which is something, depending on the background of the players.
There's almost no in indoor cricket. You've got to judge it, and you've got to back up, and then just good effort there by the fielder. Got down well. Great effort for the catch. Just couldn't hold on to it.
Just lurking for the chance. Let's have a look. Does it carry? Yes, it does. So that's a fortunate one for the host side. Not too far from where the Czechs put down a catch in the first innings.
It was a tougher one though, I think. Ball comes in again. Left outside off. Called a wide.
Yeah. So again, as far as the run rate, they're on the money. I would much rather see them losing wickets but staying up with the rate than just kind of being none down and watching that rate balloon out to 10 plus and over or something like that.
Talking about Yana Kominkova, I think she hit 25-ish last week in the game she was playing. So she's finding a little bit of form, which is important for this Czech side. Because they were very reliant last year on Terka Kulchunova to get runs, and that's the bulk of the runs that came from her. So just to have that more experience, the depth coming in a little bit is very important for this Czech side.
They've been playing some sort of cricket at least, whether it's been indoor cricket or whatever.
Well, it's a lot more than it was last year at least.
Yeah,
as well. That's.
That's good. That's the kind of run they probably weren't taking before. When we first saw this Czech team playing.
Yep.
And especially if you're not going to be hitting a lot of boundaries, then the running becomes really, really crucial. So, no hesitation. Turka, she backs up well. She runs well. to get the strike back. Pretty good bowling though from Korolalagi so far. Been one side of the wicket this over.
Oh, good ball. Very good ball. Too good for the batter.
Yeah, and Cyprus, really, their fate's in their own hands as well. I think if they get it right with the ball, I don't think Czechs have what it takes to get anywhere near this. But if they do get it wrong, we've already seen them occasionally giving away extras and bowling down the leg side, well then the Czechs will have a chance to score a bit more heavily.
Well, this is hit nicely, but it's going to be caught. Well, it's a big wicket. And it's Terka Kolsunova who just hits one back to the bowler. I thought she got more of it, but unfortunately, that's another wicket down for the Czechs.
Chased what she should have left alone. It was going to be a huge wide. I'm surprised she could even reach it. It's right off the end of the bat. And Danelka says, thank you very much. Takes a good catch. Cyprus, plenty of hugs going around there. They're liking how they're travelling at the moment. Terka, again, she doesn't quite have that hit through point. If you are going to hit that, probably trying to hit it straight back isn't the play. In the end, she gets caught and bowled for 5.
I thought she'd actually gone between the cover, but there were fielders out there. It's not a very high percentage shot, I think, to reach out like that, and she's very much an onside player.
I think at least she knows what she needs to work on, though. That kind of ball, okay, that's too wide to try and hit. I think she knows that. But if, say it is not quite a wide, working on cutting, and it is actually a shot that can come a bit more easily than a proper front foot drive, maybe. Just, being able to release the wrists and stay side on to hit through point or behind point, using the pace a bit against good bowlers. It's one way to score. Here's the Terminator. Said she's in good form. Not a bad shot first up.
Yeah, pretty well hit.
End of the over, so it's 20 for 4 after 3. Yeah, so she played that cover drive. I know we keep going on about it. Coming cover last year, which is a brilliant
I
shot.
can still see it.
Oh, yeah, me too. Off Aaron Vukasic. He's a very good bowler, actually. Playing a good level of cricket in England, I noticed already this year. We will see the Croatian team, by the way, in action tomorrow. They are playing in Malta, where they will be playing ECIs, T10s Saturday, Sunday, and they'll play 2 T20s on Monday against Malta.
Cool.
There's also the Estonian men's team playing the ECIs against Malta over the weekend, and then they play 3 T20Is. They play 2 on Tuesday, 1 on Wednesday. So plenty of international cricket coming up tomorrow. We'll have international cricket from here. We'll also have international cricket from Malta. And, of course, we haven't even talked about it yet, but Phil G's doing the night series as well.
He is.
And, by the way, it's starting really early there. We did last night. They had 3 games. That's gone. That's flicked the off stump. And so it's another wicket. They've been right more often than not, haven't they, with the ball? Cyprus, as the Czechs have lost a 5th wicket now, 20 for 5. Nice bit of bowling, a little bit of inseam there, and it just kissed the top of the off stump.
Yeah, very nice piece of bowling. And when they're on line, these Cypriot bowlers, they're very, very good. The length has been really good as well. That's the big difference between the two. They've bowled a few wides, but the length has been excellent so far from this the Cyprus bowling unit. Probably
the difference here is just the Czechs' ability to keep balls out that are on the stump so far. It's something that obviously the Cyprus players were able to do, that built that partnership. But that's one you don't really need to play an expansive shot to that, but even just to play it with a straight bat, keep it out, at least you survive another ball. Pratibha Chaudhary, batting a bit earlier than she probably expected, comes out at number 7. And now that's Dunu with a 3rd wicket. Could be eyeing off a bag here. Already has a mini bag.
So they'll look for one. It's going to be tight. Kaminkova gets there. It's again good backing up by the Cyprus team.
I mean, I'm just going out. I'm drawing a long bow here, but with 3 wickets and with first 8 balls, she can get an 8 for potentially.
Yeah, true.
if she can keep delivering what's worked for her so far.
Well, who do you give? I mean, this is a long way away, but she gets a couple more wickets here. So she comes in, and Kaminkova hits up pretty firmly, and they'll take a single. Yeah, that's good running. Kaminkova went off for the run, and then hesitated when I got to the fielder. She was easily be able to get back, but then when she saw the misfield, she went for the run. That's good running.
I just noticed something which I think is a new ECN record, by the way. And I'm saying for longest hair.
Yeah?
Yeah, unless my eyes are deceiving me.
Okay, I'll have a look in a minute.
It's a good shot.
So it's risky as Shub is in the way again. Shub.
We need to put the the protected area here. But yeah, have a look at this, Danny. Look at this.
Wow.
Anusha Hawage. That's definitely the longest hair we've ever had on ECN.
Yes.
That is magnificent.
Oh, nice shot from Yana again.
She does seem in good form, doesn't she?
She does.
Yana, that is the best hair I've seen on any cricketer ever. There's a few runners up. One was Rambo, we called him in Dresden.
Oh,
yeah,
of course.
Rambo?
Oh, yeah, of course I remember Rambo. Yeah. He was great. That was great hair as well. Then he injured himself by, that's out. Good ball. And that's fourfer.
Wow, she's flying at the moment. Tuna Ketanuya is going to get a fourth, and she's still got 2 overs to bowl. If there's no wickets burgled at the other end, she could be on for some all-time best figures. That one crashes into middle and leg. And Chowdhury did play a nice-looking kind of cover drive earlier in the over, but she did try and hit across that one and paid the price. So Czechia, at the moment, I think it'll be a struggle even to get anywhere near batting out 20 overs. They are 24 for 6 after 4.
Yeah, look, it's going to be a tough ask. Most of the recognised batters are not there. Yana's still out there. This is it's good to see. New batter is going to be Divya Mitani. She's jogging out there. Very keen. I know that there is a time limit in the T10s. I don't think they're as strict with the T20s though. As you see here, after 4 overs, 24 for 6. It'll be Yana Kominkova who'll be facing. It's the end of the over. So bowler coming in, and nice shot by Yana. Take on the field, a bit of a misfield, comfortable single in the end.
What's the thing with Yana?
Pressure.
She'll be the first to admit she's not the quickest between the wickets.
No.
But she still needs to try. She's hitting the ball very well, we'll say that. We're still in the power play. It'll be interesting to see if Cyprus make too many adjustments to the field at the end of 6.
Nothing's really got past the infield, so I'd say no.
Yeah, you wouldn't think so. As Metani gets her opportunity with the bat here.
It's a good delivery again.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen Divya Metani before, so it'll be interesting to see how she handles this situation.
There's a couple of new names. Klara Kisova, I don't remember from last year.
Yeah. Well, it's always nice to see new players coming through. I know that Chris is tuning in, I think, from the academy.
Yeah.
He's keeping a keen eye on things like Chris. Hopefully you will.
Yeah, he's coached a lot of these players, so I would have been surprised if he wasn't watching. Him and Renata and their lovely daughter.
Yeah, no Josephine Sucheka either.
Yeah, Mimi's not here. I don't know. I mean, she's still, again, very young. As Shobit gets in the way now.
Oh, jeez. That's pretty close. Did this hit the pad or did it just miss everything?
Have a look.
Let's have a look.
And,
gee. I thought it might have even hit the base of the stumps, but it hasn't dislodged the bail. It was that close.
Can't believe that has not hit something.
I think, obviously, we're on for a big 8 for at the other end. So, if you love records, you probably don't want to see it right now. This could be one, and it will be. Did she have the ball?
I don't know.
Let's have a look at this.
I mean, I'm not sure if she's been given. I think they're having a chat.
Yeah, this is the thing. She drops the ball. Did she drop the ball onto the stumps? Let's just try and go really slow around here. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think she did. I'm not sure if she took a bail off.
Thing is, there's no replays that they can use. So I think maybe there's doubt. I think we see here to me, it looks out.
Yeah.
But I think they've said it's not out. They've benefited the doubt because I could see in real time you wouldn't be sure if she had the ball there or not. So it's a bit of a lucky break.
It is.
Matani gets a run instead of a duck.
A kind of a good decision, even though you look at the replay and you know that it's incorrect. But a good decision in the context of the game.
Yeah, you have to umpire this as you would, I was going to say an amateur game. We don't know. No, it's not. But you don't use the technology because you don't have the full setup, which I still think needs to be looked at. I mean, if you have technology there, and obviously on ECN, we're used to getting a lot of these decisions right using technology, but the ICC doesn't allow replays to be used. I still think, more good decisions or more correct decisions is better. They don't have to be 100%, but you're certainly better than human judgment.
I agree with you. As I see here, this is happening tonight with Phil. Only 2 games tonight, Phil. You're lucky.
Phil was meant to be doing this with us. We were going to split it. But of course, he's been called in action. He's kind of become the night series specialist over there.
He has.
I
think he likes it.
Stays in bed all day and then comes and does a couple of games. So, stay tuned for that one tonight.
Never has breakfast.
Geez, that could be out. It is out. Yeah, it's full. And would you believe it? It's a 5-wicket haul for Samanthi. This is plum. There was only half an appeal. But have a look at this tail end and gets her right in front. That is going to crash into the stumps. So excellent bowling. And I love this appeal.
Yeah.
Have a look at the appeal. She turns around and goes, how about it?
Yeah.
And Chris says, yeah, that's out.
That is out.
So that's going to be a 7th wicket down now. And that will be a 5-wicket haul. So Samanthi will go onto the ECN Hall of Fame.
Well, here's something for you. You got 2 batters with a 100 and something run partnership, right? Almost 150 run partnership. Right, both hitting 50s, but you've got a bowler who's got 5 for 12. Who's the player of the match so far?
Bowler.
Oh yeah,
easily.
Yeah.
And the other thing was the 50s. They weren't off like 30 balls or anything like that.
Yeah.
She. By the way, she has a chance of going kind of.
What's the
world record? Let me look up the world record figures.
No, there's someone got 7 for none.
But she could get 8.
She could, nice
she
shot.
Almost did. I got 6 there.
Yeah.
Sharka getting an opportunity with the bat here at number 9.
Yeah. So, she could get 8. The way she's bowling, it's the way that it's the length that she's bowling, and her accuracy is really improved as well after a few wides early on. But she's bowling very, very well. Comes in again, and that's been moved away. Good bowling.
You'll love this. So there's 3 times there's been 7-wicket hauls in women's T20Is. But it's going to be tough.
7 for none was the record.
7 for none.
We spoke about that. Indonesia against Mongolia.
Correct.
Oh, there's 6.
Wow, there you go. It is 6. So it's got 2 balls left in the over too. So Sharka gets a good ball on the stumps as well. Oh, she kisses the turf. And why not? It's been very kind to her, Samanthi, with a 6-wicket haul and with 2 wickets left in hand. And she's still got it over and over to bowl. Who knows? We could be looking at a record here. You got to feel for Sharka, but she got a good one. Cyprus have been dead on target, in particular Samanthi. And the score, 26 for 8.
She's angling the ball in and swinging slightly sometimes, but it's coming from. Have a look at this. So it's drifting in, and then it's straightening. It's very hard to play that ball without playing just a standard defensive shot. And it might be something that Venki will have a chat to him about in the before the next game. Just keep her out, because at the moment most of the wickets have been bowled. I think there's been the LBW. And I think the rest have been bowled, haven't they, Vinny?
Well, we had the run out. We had 1 catch.
No,
we had a catch and a caught ball. Oh, for her?
Yeah.
Yeah. Bowled, LBW, bowled. There was Katka who got caught. Yeah, you're right.
Yep.
All right. So Hamjikova gets a chance. Kenania could go 7-wicket haul here. That one's kept out pretty well. This is where I know you don't wish your teammates not to be successful, but surely Samantha's hoping there's no other wickets so that she can come back and have a crack at being the first ever 8-wicket haul holder in T20I cricket.
Well, I'm sure the skipper will... Oh, how's that missed?
Jeez, and she goes out of her crease for quite a long time there as well.
So another excellent over. And the Czechs in all sorts of trouble. 26 for 8.
Just looking at in men's T20s, I'm not sure if there has been a 7 for. I know there has been in kind of high level T20 men's.
Yeah.
But I'm looking up the best bowling in for men's, and I don't think. I know it has happened once. 7 for 8. That was Sayazrul Idris for Malaysia versus China.
Okay. I love this. I mean,
I love these. Record coming everywhere. Now look, nothing against Danelka, but I'm hoping that he doesn't get a wicket here.
Jana's going to smash this. I'm actually going to leave it. So, but well, Kaminkova, when she's faced, has looked actually relatively threatening. She's picking the good balls to have a go at, hitting the ball with a bit of power.
Hello to Phil G, by the way, just popped into the chat.
Okay,
Hey,
Phil.
also...
He's up.
Yeah, he's up. Phil, well done in the night series, by the way, doing a great job over there. Belgium ball. It's always exciting.
Yeah.
Belgium ball.
Who was it that quoted that?
It became a thing. All the way back in, it was the 2021 ECC where Belgium made the final.
Yeah.
And ended up losing to England. But they put 148 on board, which in those days was a big score.
We were talking about it, and I think it might have been Meyer from Germany that might have quoted that, but I think it was a woman.
Yeah, no, it was. It might have been Lily Panda. Even.
Oh, could have been. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I think you're right.
Yeah, because we were calling it something else, but then Belgian ball just stuck. And it's the style. You don't have to be from Belgium to play Belgian ball anymore either. Wow, okay. 28 for 8. Looks like this could be running a little bit ahead of time the way things
There's
are going.
lunch here.
No, we ran overtime in the first innings due to some of the extra deliveries that were bowled.
Again, pretty nicely hit, but no run. So we're out of the power play. It's only 5 over power play, isn't it, Vinny?
It's a 6 over power
6
play.
over play. So we're out of the power play, but they really haven't.
You wouldn't change the field.
No.
Yeah.
No, you got too much pressure on.
Yeah, I know. Hitting the ball pretty well.
It's another nice shot. They got a single out of it.
I suppose that helps a little bit as far as maybe Jana can take on Samanthi at the other end. But, I mean, first, Namjikova's going to have to deal with Korolalagi. Has the only other wicket to fall to a bowler in this innings.
Comes in. It's a full toss. First one we've seen, really.
No ball called. They still be run out of a no ball, and they almost are run out. Stumps get knocked over with the hand. So, well done to Olga, who has her first run.
Yeah, it's always pleasing to see on international debut with Olga.
First 6-wicket haul we've seen on a T20I on ECN since it was Yasser Ali did it for Spain in Croatia last year. I was in Croatia.
So, be a free hit. The right batter on strike as well. It's the Combinator. And gets a little full toss. They'll should take a single. Have to run it hard. Gets there.
Get there in the end, but yeah, good, confident. Went with the hit, didn't hesitate.
Another thing with Yano, she stops before she gets to the crease. Again, it's something just that Venki, I'm sure, will work on. But have a look. She gets towards the end of the crease, gets towards the crease, and then sort of slows down. So it's something she can definitely work at.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. All right. Namjikova faces up. Korolalagi only 2 balls to go in her spell.
It's a bit short. Playing on the offside. There's possibly a single in that, but there's a
Also,
nice shot.
This probably is one time, maybe from a scoreboard point of view, it's not worth taking too many dodgy ones, because if you bowled out with 10 overs to go, you leave a lot of runs on the table, maybe in extras and things like that.
So 1 ball left this over. You'll be happy if as long as she doesn't take a wicket, right, Vinny?
Yeah, I'm going to say I'm team no wicket. Last ball the 7th.
Oh, it's going to be a no ball. It's,
Yeah, no ball called.
she's walking off. She doesn't realise. No ball.
I think here you just got to... Nah, see, that's what I think. You just... If you're smart here, you don't appeal for that. You just say, look, you're under the misimpression that she was out. Although it wasn't her that they ran out in the end, you see?
Yeah.
I think this is one where you just say, look, we don't want that wicket. Actually, you don't want the wicket anyway, because it's going to potentially ruin a world record.
Yeah.
So I think that they won't give this out.
Well, is it up to the umpires if there's...
I actually think under the laws it's not out either, because the batter was leaving under the misapprehension that she was out.
Yeah.
And then from that point, if the umpires thinks that's what's happened, then the ball's dead.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't think you can give this out. Well, I hope they don't, because the thing is, even for Cyprus, you've got a potential 8-wicket haul taker at the other end.
Yeah, true.
You don't want.
She's coming up. He's out.
No,
So that's...
I don't agree with that.
No.
It doesn't feel right. If I was Cyprus, I'd just withdraw the appeal.
Yeah.
Why would you want to get a wicket that way? You could have a world record at the other end.
I don't think they're thinking of the world record.
Well, they should. That's crazy.
It's an unfortunate way to get out.
That's a crazy
and
one.
Again, it's probably like if you look at more experienced cricketers who I think that a captain would have said, no, look, this is not right.
That's crazy.
But this is something a little bit different. The players may not have. Yeah, technically it's out.
I don't think even technically it's out, because if in this situation, from there the ball's dead, because there's a specific law that says if you think you're out, okay, maybe the difference is it wasn't that particular batter, but still the same principle applies, and I just think that's silly to appeal for it.
But at the same time, you would appeal for it. I could imagine. I mean, it's
I'll
international
find you
cricket.
the law if we have time, because the law's very clear as far as the batter on a misapprehension. But,
seen it before. There was one in, this was a few years ago with when
Dean Jones?
the Czechs. No, this is the Czechs against Malta. In the Valletta Cup a few years ago. Nice shot, turned around the corner, and they'll just get the single. So it was Subban Divisi who was averaging about 100 in the tournament. One of the ways he got out, he got caught off a no ball or a free hit, I can't remember, and he was walking off. I think it was a no ball. He was walking off. They threw it to the keeper, who took the stumps, and he was the only one, I think, that appealed, and the umpire gave him out. And he wasn't called back, because they did want to see the back of him, to be fair.
Yeah.
He hit 100 in that series, and he hit, I think he was twice in the 90s, and both times he was run out. And that was one of them. I think he failed once with an innings as well. But yeah, so I've seen him before. But again, if we ever spot the Maltese keeper at the time, we will have words with him.
Here you go. I found the law.
Yeah.
The law says an umpire shall intervene if satisfied that a batter not having been given out has left the wicket under a misapprehension of being out.
But she was not the batter.
But the umpire intervening shall call and signal dead ball to prevent any further action by the fielding side. So see, she had left before the run out took place. So this is why I think it's dead ball under the laws. Because from that point, the ball should be dead. As soon as she walks, and they had plenty of time to call it.
Yeah.
The complicating thing, well, I mean, everyone thought it was out. Both batters thought it was out.
Yeah.
So that's why I think even under the laws, and I got a feel for Tunakea, who has the chance of world record taken away with that as well.
Yeah, again, I mean, I don't think she knew the world record was on. It didn't really matter.
True.
The fact that you want to get wickets for your team, but it was, and again, I think it was an innocent thing. I don't think Cyprus are looking to push the boundaries of whatever. I think that maybe the skipper wouldn't have known that they could withdraw the appeal. That's a possibility.
I don't know. The management, no. It's not a huge deal. I just think it's not. Just doesn't feel right.
Yeah,
it doesn't pass the smell test.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Anyway, it might be an early lunch for us as a result.
But nice shot, 4 runs. Is it going? Is it going?
Down the hill. Going. Not quite.
They'll come back for 2. Good throw in. So that's Mzhikova who'll get that one. And we do have a sight on camera. That was pretty close to a no ball, but not called. So nicely turned around the corner. And Klara Kisova is the batter at the Don Strikers. Didn't see her last year. It's going to be another dot ball.
Yeah, so quick hello to Nikola Stanojevic, who's in the chat as well. Hey Nick, hopefully you're well. And I know that Chris is probably still lurking. I know that...
He'd be furious right now. I know Chris too well. He will be absolutely furious at that last dismissal.
I kind of hope she doesn't take a 7th here. Otherwise, I'll always wonder if she would have had the 8th. But she will take the 7th. It's going to be game over, 7 for 15. And again, because of that run out, she doesn't have the chance to become the first person to ever take an 8-wicket haul.
Yeah.
But Czechia, they do go down 114 runs to the margin. They're bowled out in just under 8 overs for 37.
Yep, that was top bowling. And I think there are definite tactics that have to be employed to keep her out in the next game. Of course, there are 5 games in this series, and things went pretty pear-shaped pretty early for the batting lineup for the Czechs. But very well played by Cyprus. There's only losing 1 wicket to the score of 151. Very well played, but there's a lot of things that the Czechs can improve on. Definitely, I'm sure that the coach Venki Margashayam will have a chat to them and to try to pick them up again for the game that'll come a little bit further. A bit later in the afternoon.
Yes.
See some of the highlights.
Yeah, we'll have a look. Well, by the way, the next game will start in exactly an hour's time, so come back for the second game. But this is where the running. I like the idea of it early on, but there was never a run there. It was hit straight at the fielder. But then it was time to see an amazing individual performance. Samantha was able to get 7 wickets. Jenna Ketanea with some of the best figures ever seen in the T20 International.
It was on the back of good bowling and just not being able to get the ball out. This one got to the boundary, so it was a rare one for the Czechs. This is Tedka, the caught and bowled, but it was fantastic bowling. Here's most of the highlights. Have a look at that. It has a little bit of late in swing and with the angle, and then straighten another one. It's just good, accurate bowling and a perfect length. So, especially if you're with batters that are trying to hit in that leg side, that hitting arc, it's hard to do when it's just around your feet. You need to be able to keep that out, and it's not what the Czechs were doing. So I'm sure, as I said, the coach will have a chat to them. As you kiss the ground. This was the controversial one. It was a no ball.
See, from there, ball's dead for me. Ball's dead, and then ends up running all the way herself. Direct hit. I think you learn. I think everyone learns from that as well.
Yeah.
And she ended up getting the 7th. And I don't need 2 record contests. It's the first 7-fer we've ever seen on ECN. Number 1. It's the first 7-fer we've ever seen on ECN. We've never had a 7-fer in a T10 game. And we only ever had 6-fers before. And I won't go into any leaderboards because for T10 cricket, generally we have the best bowling figures. But we'll remember, it's the only ever 7-fer we've seen in so many matches. So 37 all out in the end. See that Yana Kaminkova was in for a while. She was the one run out in that disappointing instant, really, I think. Turka with the boundary in her 5 as well. It was the only boundary of the innings. Bowling-wise, we'll have a look at this. 7 for 15 for Samantha. Caroline Lalagi with the wicket at the other end. And there were 2 run-outs in the innings as well. Cyprus probably still a bit disappointed with the 18 extras in just under 8 overs. But still, they had that big partnership which put the runs on the board, and they defend it with ease. Bit of extended break now. You can turn over to qualifier 1 in Malta, if you like, at Marsa, with Southern Crusaders chasing just 102 for victory for the first spot in the final. Rico and Tina over there, but here's Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo with Danny Hoodcheck. We'll take a break and see you the other side of it on a beautiful sunny day in Prague for more T20I action here in Czechia.
a slow divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are slow divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are slow divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are slow divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are slow divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are slow divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are slow divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. ready, we're so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Hello, welcome back. Great to have your company here at the Vinoš Cricket Ground in Czechia, and we're getting ready for the second match of this 5-match series between Czechia and Cyprus in the T20I format. The Sheriff is in town. In fact, this is his town. He had the coin, and the two captains for the coin toss a little bit earlier out there in the middle. Let's see what happened.
Thanks, Vinny. We're ready for the toss with Czechia and Cyprus to call.
Head.
Heads is the call, and it's a head. Cyprus have won the toss. They're going to bat.
Thanks very much to Charles Croucher taking charge of the toss there as we get ready for match number 2. And the home side Czechia will be hoping to be a little bit more competitive than they were in the first game. In case you missed that, it was a very big win. It was 114 run margin, in fact, between the two teams. Cyprus winning 151 to 37. Cyprus getting the chance to bat again, and I imagine they probably will stick with the same top 3 that we saw in the first game. Aisha Jarana-Halagi with 53 not out. Her maiden T20I half-century, and Chaturani, the captain, with 58 at slightly better than run a ball, including 9 boundaries. Her second ever international 50. And then with the ball, well, what about the wrecking job from Samanthi Tunakananaya, who took 7 for 15 off 3.5 overs, including a maiden. You can see there just one change for Czechia, who bring in Eva Konasova, and Cyprus brought in 2 players for this one. But yeah, see that top. The interesting thing with the order here, I've noticed that they have actually listed De Silva to open, so she didn't get a bat in the first game. So maybe that'll happen. I suppose we'll find out pretty shortly. You saw there that Cyprus, they won the toss and are having a bat here in match 2. Vinny Santa here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. And joining me once again for the afternoon game is Prague local Danny Hudacek. And obviously the home side will be disappointed, particularly with the bat, I think, to not be competitive really at all. But a chance to make amends here in match 2.
I think in speaking to Venki, they were in like T10 mode rather than being in T20 mode. And so they were having a go with the running, particularly was good. But then you saw that they were really attacking the ball, which was on the stumps, and the bowling was superb from Samanthi. It was spot on. It was swinging in or drifting in a little bit. So a couple of cut away, and they was just getting through the defences. It was just perfectly pitched and a fantastic bowling display. But if they can keep her out and then pick the loose balls, because there were quite a few wides bowled by the Cyprus team, just in the few overs that they had, 10 overs or so that they had. So that's one thing that the Czechs can look at improving, but they have to improve with the ball as well. There were too many wides, there were too many full tosses as well, and there were some glaring fielding errors where they let boundaries through. If they can fix those and get the bowling tighter, they could restrict the Cyprus team. They didn't really take any risks. The batters for Cyprus, so we'll see if they can improve on this game. And it is a learning curve for both of these sides. It's still very new on the scene. So the 2 batters going in. It's Dirhana Hellegate, the opener who batted through the innings last time, and it looks like it'll be Samanthi, the bowler who took 7 wickets, who'll be opening with her.
Okay.
So a bit of a congratulations and well done.
Yeah, and gets to have a leading role here once again. So yeah, looking forward to this. Warm welcome back to everyone. As believe it or not, we have the same start time, I think, as the Malta. The Malta, what's the qualifier 2? That'll be starting very, very shortly.
Seems like there's a lot of exciting cricket in Malta. There was a golden ball yesterday.
It was a golden ball 2 days ago. We've had hundreds, had 5-wicket hauls. It's all been going on.
No, it's been good.
I think actually Malta starts in 15 minutes. Just checking the because we don't normally start games exactly the same time. It caused everyone to freak out. Anyway, Rachel Pavlicheva to get us going. And it's going to start with ball. It's actually going to be called a no ball. I think pitch is just on the edge of the surface and the grass, and so Cyprus are underway.
The one thing that I did notice the Czechs were doing better than Cyprus is they would have looked at taking an extra run from that no ball. As soon as it went out wide, the Czech batter at the non-striker's end was already down the pitch, and they would have got an extra, which didn't happen at all with the Cyprus team. It's a good ball.
Yeah, much better ball this time from Rachel, who's got a bit of a leading role now with the ball.
Yeah, she was wicketkeeper last year, so and she opened the batting as well, so she's important for this side. But they'll need to tighten the bowling. I'm sure that Venki has had a chat to his team, and it's only fine margins. Oh, this one swung a lot, and it's called a Y, but that swung a lot in the air.
Yeah, just pushed it down leg side, I suppose, in the first place. So it just went further down with that movement. So yeah, interesting that we do see Samanthi with the bat, although she's not facing right now. This is Tirana Halagi, who made her first ever T20I50 in the first match of the series.
That's a nice shot. Out the outfield. It's Katka who'll pick it up and throw it back.
It just took 2 outfielders allowed in the first 6 overs and then 4 from that point on.
Well, there's a very good fielder out there in Katka, the captain. She's got a good arm and a very, very good athlete. She'll come in, actually. In fact, left-hander. Pesky left-handers.
Yeah, it caused a few problems earlier on. Let's see if Rachel can make the adjustment. It's a pretty good ball, actually. I think just one clear difference was the amount of balls that Cyprus bowled that were hitting the stumps versus how many Czechia bowled, and that kind of got the result. And I know what you're saying with the T10 mode. I probably agree with that to an extent. It's just about choices, isn't it? It's about knowing which balls you should be going after and which you just need to be able to keep out.
Yeah, absolutely.
But then the issue was, I suppose, technically they didn't really have the ability to keep those balls out anyway. I think a lot of the wickets, when you saw them, they were kind of attempted defensive shots. It's just a little thing, but it has big results if you can get that defence tightened up, especially for T20.
I mean, if they can face Samantha in the next, it's a nice shot again, swept down towards the boundary. I think it will get there. 4 runs. Nice shot.
Yeah, very good shot there. Wasn't that short, to be honest, but Dina Catania goes bang, and that went raced across the outfield for the first boundary of the game.
She seems a good player. Certainly had it with the ball. That was a nice shot. So, again, beautiful day here in Prague. A few clouds overhead now, but
yeah, a little bit of cloud cover since the last game finished, but it's nothing too threatening. Although we do know the weather can sweep in here pretty quickly.
Yes, it can.
We talked about this before last series, but the wind is one of the windiest areas near the city, isn't it? That's why they have the airport here.
Yeah. It was. I think the first airport in Prague was out in this area, and it was because it's quite windy, and you could have that the wind. Was it not? What do you call it? Not a face wind. It's not a tailwind. What's the one?
A headwind?
Headwind, that's the one. Yeah. That's going to be a dot ball. And 8 off the over. So
yeah, I mean, so the boundary helps. Cyprus just had that happy knack. They hit 17 boundaries in the 20 overs. So that boundary, more or less an over, was the reason they were able to keep it at 7 to 8 runs an over, and they get 8 off that one. So not a bad over by any means from Pavlichkova.
A lot of them were given with full tosses, which is something which I'm sure again Venki will have a chat about. But keeping the wides down, but also the full tosses there was just too many and too many easy runs for Cyprus. Looks like it might be Sharka to come on for the second. In fact, it is Sharka Koltsunova, and that one is again got past. It's going to be called a wide. And fielded there by Yana Kominkova.
Yeah, so Sharka didn't pick up a wicket in the first game. She wasn't alone, obviously. Rachel picked up the only wicket of that game for Czechia, but Sharka will be hoping to to be able to break this opening partnership. This is a fraction short. Will be called wide.
Pretty tight call, but fair enough, I think.
I think it was just outside that line. We'll say a warm welcome. I mentioned earlier that we've got the umpire here, Windy Miller, who's going to be taking charge along with the sheriff for this game. That's well bowled by Sharka. Gets it straight, and Tirana Halagi just keeps it out. She was a little bit slow in the early part of her innings earlier on, Aisha, but she made up for it a little bit later.
Yeah, it was. We noticed that she was absorbing quite a few of the deliveries, but ended up hitting a 50. It was a nice 50, well deserved as well for both batters.
Yeah, it's just a consistency game, I think, for Czechia with the ball. It'll be disappointing, I think, the amount of extras they bowled. I know they're not going to be perfect, no one is, but they want to get it down, I think, below 20 in this innings. Flat bat shot this time, and a bit of work to be done in the outfield. Eventually it's done. That's Rachel Pavlichkova out there. I think they keep that to a long single in the end.
Yeah, again, that's one thing that I think Cyprus could improve is they're running between the wickets. They're not really taking any risk with anything that are on the stumps as well. Defending a lot of deliveries, which is fine in T20.
This one goes down the leg side. Well blocked by Front-of-her. He's got the job behind the stumps once again. So yeah, Cyprus, interesting that they decided to break up the opening combination. I know that they obviously they've still gone with the left-hander, but it's always a balancing act, isn't it, in a series like this? Going between what's been a combination that's been good for you, but I think given the distance between the two teams, I think on the rankings, and obviously you saw it bore out in the first game. I think it is important you do try and give opportunities to different players.
No, you kind of have to. It's a nice shot. Got past the fielder. Going to go towards the boundary. That'll be 4. So it was a chance to cut that off, but couldn't get down to it. Nice shot.
Yeah, really nice shot. Again, I've just seen a few too many of these balls that are leg stumping outside, and that's well played. Just got it away from the fielder. So Sharka has gone for 8 in the over as well, but hoping to bowl a good last ball here.
What Samantha did well in the previous innings when she got the 7th, it was everything was pitched. It was well pitched up, and it wasn't quite Yorker length. It was just short of Yorker length, but everything was very, very tight and difficult to get away, and it was just consistent. And all the wickets were bowled or LBW except for one.
Slight adjustment as Turcat's naughty with the foot fielding. Chris will be watching that, but does make the stop anyway. It will be the end of the second over. 9 off that one. It's 17 without loss.
Yeah, it's a good start for Cyprus again, going at about 8.5 and over. But it's with the wides and the full tosses haven't really happened as much so far in the first couple of overs. See here the standings. Well, it's just basically. Of course, they're 20 over games. There are 5 games this weekend. 2 today. This is the second one. 2 tomorrow. 1 on Sunday. So it'll be. It's a nice little tournament, as we have here in Europe. Just a lot of international cricket going on in Europe, which is a really good initiative from ECN, from the ICC as well. And from the local cricket boards. I know that there's the CE Cup, the Central Europe Cup, coming up in Prague soon, and that'll be fun. And also the Continental Cup in Romania. That's another one that's it's a local tournament that's well regarded. This one's a dot ball.
Yeah, and Rachel comes back for a second over. We'll say that none of the Czech bowlers. It's great fielding by Charles there. Just saved the ball from going away from the bowler. Yeah, no one really went for big runs. That's probably a positive for Czechia. No one went at more than 9.5 and over. And that's a pretty good ball from Rachel as well. Very consistent. Also well fielded. So I suppose one thing that they need to be able to do is build pressure. And you do that by basically cutting the extras out, getting a few dot balls in a row, and then you can maybe force a bad decision. That's one thing that Cyprus did really well earlier. They made good decisions for the most part with the bat. Kadenia gets a bit of a gundy ball this time down the leg side, decides to take the wide.
She's very batting very leg side is Samantha at the moment. She's getting the right deliveries. There is a square leg, but the player back there is very straight, like whitish. Was it a long on, even like a deep extra cover?
That's one that really didn't get any. Would have been disappointed she doesn't get hold of, but we'll get the wide here, I think. Yeah, wide signal plus the extra one. That's just one thing. We talked about some things are hard, some things are easy. Some things I just think I'd like to see more of from Czechia. Foot fielding.
Yeah.
I think, look, get down, you practice before the game. There's a lot of fielding practice that gets done. I just think, I'd maybe make that a team rule. That
Well, it's Terka again who's foot fielded. This is better.
Yeah, see,
Nice
that's how to do it. And not only is it's a safer way to field as well. Okay, it's and the ball's in your hands. Even if you stop it with your foot, you're then going to have to pick it up anyway.
Yeah.
So something I'd like to see. Maybe make a bit of a rule, a bit of an edge on this one, which is going to go to the field. And once again, good piece of fielding there, preventing any run.
Yeah. It's been a pretty good over, actually, this one.
Yeah, it sure has. Again, it's the building up of pressure. We've seen the 2 wides in there, but apart from that, we've had 4 dot balls in the over.
Yeah, the wides are something which will just come with good ball. It'll just come with practice and experience, just to get that more online. But Rachel's been bowling pretty well. That's as we said, she was keeper last year and opening the bowling this year, and opening the batting. So very important for this Czech side. Okay, let's see if she can keep it together for this final delivery. No.
No, this one, I think it's going to be off the pitch. No ball. I think Charles just asking, is that bounce after the stumps or before the stumps? Let's have a look. It's also, yeah, it's actually really close. They've called it a wide, and probably is right. I think it's bounced just after the wickets, which means it's not a free hit. It'll just be a wide. And we can see it just dip below the waist as well of the batter.
Nice shot down the ground, and don't know if they'll be able to cut it off. Again, trying to use the feet there.
That's another good example. This is one you got to try and get down to your left. You got to try and use your hands to stop this. So that will be the end of the over as well. It's 25 without loss after 3.
Again, a bright start for Cyprus, and the Czechs a little bit more disciplined with the bowling so far. There haven't been as many full tosses. In fact, I don't think it has been a full toss yet. Maybe one, but they'll want to improve, and it's just small things, just little basics that they'll start to remember how to play this 20 over game.
Well, every over's been pretty much the same. There's been 1-4 and there's been 3 wides.
Yeah.
So that's where the runs are coming from at the moment. So try and cut out the bad ball, try and get out the wides, and you're in business. Jana Kaminkova is going to bowl over number 4. What do we call that? I don't think it's been a while since I've done a T20 here. It was last year, I guess. But the ends. This is going to get again the foot fielding. It's not really good enough at this level. I don't think it'll cost a boundary this time.
So they only took 1. Again, that's poor running, I think, from Cyprus. I don't understand why they haven't taken more than 1 here. There's at least 2 in there with the misfield. So it's something that, again, the coach, I think, will look at and chat to the players about.
This time you'll be able to get down to it. It's that whole thing about, I think most of the fielders, when they're static, they go with their hands. But it's when they have to move sideways, they're just not that confident at getting the hands to ground.
Well, you're sort of off balance by nature if you're doing that. And it's, again, growing up with it. This is a sport which is new to some, very foreign to all. It's not something which is part of Czech culture. So to be able to copy other players and the level also, it's only just starting to get there with the competitive games that's been going for a few years. But then you know, the more good players you play with and the more experience you have playing at a high level, the more you'll copy them or be inspired by them. So.
Yeah, and you're right there. That's one great thing. The fact these games are televised really gives the players a lot to go on. They can actually see for themselves rather than just being told by coaches. Again, foot fielding, and that's going to cost them a boundary. This time it's Clara Kuzlova who again launches the boot at it, but it's just a very simple thing. If you misfielded going for it with your hands, then I think you can live with it. But when you see that this one like a step over, I think it's frustrating for the coaches and everybody and the players, of course. That's a nice cover drive. Credit to the batter. Joanna Halagi takes 4 runs, moves into double figures. This is probably the kind of ball that I think the batter won't be too happy that she misses it, even though she does get the wide. Haven't really put too many of those away so far.
Yeah, it's unlike them. I think they did take a little bit of time to warm up. This is probably a pretty well pitched ball in the end. No, called it wide.
Yeah, it wasn't too far away, was it? It was around about the tram line. The thing is, the tram line normally belongs to the bowler in our T10 cricket, but not necessarily in T20. There's a lot of discretion with the wides compared to our T10, where they're kind of more black and white, which kind of suits the format.
I know with the T10, even if a batsman or batter, moves across, then it still would be called a wide. But it's not the same with this. If the batter moves across,
the line moves with the batter.
Yeah, that's a good ball to end up.
Yana's really become one of the leading players in this team now, hasn't she? In a fairly short period of time. 8 off that over. It's almost a carbon copy of the others. Like I said, we had 1 boundary. We had 3 wides in the over. And the score is 33 without loss after 4.
Again, it's something that the coach, Venki Margashaim, can look at. I mean, it's a big advantage now with these games being televised, is you can sit down with players, both individually and as a team, and say, look, this is what we need to improve. You can see it. So it's a good advantage to have now as a coach, whereas in the past it would be a little bit more difficult. All right, it would be Darka Kolsunova to bowl.
The other thing is they're throwing the ball around a little bit more, making a few earlier changes, Czechia this time around, which I don't mind. I suppose it depends if anyone settles. If they settle, you probably want to keep them on. Turka loses his first one down the leg side. It was pretty good length though, I thought. She's going to go around the wicket here, so one of the issues she had was over pitching in that first game. Not a lot of full tosses.
Absolutely. That's a better ball. It's about the right length as well. It was pretty full, but the batter not using her feet.
Said the key with Turka is she wants to get the batter coming forward, but for the ball not to reach on the full.
Yeah.
And you can see that was a perfect example. And the batter just losing her shape a little bit there. Dina Cadenia. This one though is going to float a little bit too wide. I think she's also been working on her leg spin as well, Turka. Something that she's trying to develop as well, and just trying to give herself a few more variations. But again, mostly at this stage of the career, it's just getting that consistency.
It comes in again, and a big swing and a miss, called a wide again. Now, I didn't look at it. I didn't see it on the screen. Did she move across to it?
She didn't, but it was pretty wide. It was her feet pretty much stayed put. That's pretty well bowled that time. Again, getting the length right, which I think is a good sign. But you can see Cyprus. It's a while since they've lost a wicket. In fact, they've only lost 1 wicket today.
Yeah, they've batted well. They dropped a couple of catches in the first innings, in the first game. Did the Czechs, but there were very few chances given by the Cypriot batters. So Turka's bowling over the wicket now, and good ball.
Excellent bowling. She's got it right at the moment. Again, drawing the batter forward into a mistake, almost a little edge, but just went past the outside edge. Well taken by front of her behind the stumps. So this is one over. They haven't conceded a boundary yet, Czechia.
Yet.
Still.
That's hit straight to the fielder.
Yeah.
Thought from where I looked at it, thought it might have carried, but it was well short. It was
Tirana Halega actually wore that in front of it. Wasn't able to gather the throw. But and then at the end, just watch. Sorry, came in. She's watching. Ooh, I wasn't expecting that at all.
Good bowling again, little under edge.
Says bowled pretty well this over. Just no luck there for Turka. Could have easily gone onto the stumps.
It's been a much better opening start. Everything was full. It was two full tosses, and it's at least she's been a few wides, but is finding the right areas now is Terka. And this is in the air, but it'll be safe. Fielder coming across. It's Sharka.
Yeah, so
system.
They get 5 runs off the over. That over didn't have a boundary. 38 without loss after 5. So, yeah, once again we had the 3 wides in the over. The difference was we didn't have the boundary. Hey, let's have a look ahead to tomorrow, where we've got Malta and Croatia playing in the women's ECI, and we've got Malta and Estonia playing in the men's ECI. So we start with the women tomorrow. They have a 3-match day, and the men have 2. Of course, it changes on day 2. So tomorrow, once again, we're in 3 locations. We're in Malta with the international starting. We've got this series here, of course, and we also have the night series continuing in Belgium. That's a cool ground, actually. You must have seen a little bit of the night series this week.
I haven't, because I've been busy with quiz stuff and other things, so I haven't actually. I should tune in.
It's a pretty cool ground, and they start, I think, just before us tomorrow in Malta. All right, so Erika Kuncheva is going to bowl. First one, given a wide. Maybe a bit of a harsh call there, given the angle she's coming from. But Erika, I thought, bowled pretty well earlier on.
Yeah, I thought she bowled well last year as well, and so it's good to see the improvement and that she's getting a bit of consistency as well.
Drags this one down a bit, but it's up-ish. And, well, again, we see a missed field. Konosovo's into the lineup. Wasn't able to gather that one. Again, they only get 1, so yeah, I suppose these 2 maybe not the quickest between the wickets.
But they're not looking for it, Vinny. I mean, maybe they're not that quick, but they're really not looking for that second run at all.
Yeah, that's a good point. Run the first one hard, see if the second's there. That's what the coaches will tell you.
I mean, they're batting well in the sense they're hitting loose balls. They're capitalising on the wides, but they're losing. They're really leaving a lot on the table.
Oh, that's pretty well bowled. And I actually think that's very, very close. There's a bit of an appeal. Maybe the angle she's going, maybe doing too much, but have a look at this. Does certainly swing in. Hits her on the back pad. We don't see exactly where it hits her. The umpire certainly had a good think about that.
I mean, if it's pitched outside off stump, it's fine as long as it's hitting the stumps and. It
has to hit in line and be hitting.
A difficult angle from us, from where we're seeing it.
Looked very close.
Very close.
It hit back pad, which made it more likely that you satisfy both the conditions that it needed to hit in line and to still be hitting the stumps. But anyway, good signs for Erika.
Yeah, it is. I think bowling well. Pretty good over so far. Only 2 from it.
Now pulled away pretty nicely. Again, this is one that probably should be looking for 2. And this time they will think of it, they will do it, and they will get it. As the throw takes a while to come in from the outfield. One thing that Corey used to say, he'd like to see a rule where if you did foot fielding, then you lose a shoe. And if you do it again, you lose a sock. So I think they could have a few shoeless fielders at the moment out there for Czechia.
I'm amazed he didn't implement it one of the teams he's coached. I'm sure Spain would appreciate it. Nice shot.
Hit very well this time to the leg side, and that will beat the fielder. So Dina Cadenia having a bit of a day out, isn't she? Had that amazing 7-wicket haul earlier. I still think it's a shame she didn't get a chance to go for 8. But still an out. Asked to open the batting. He's got 17 at better than a run a ball.
Also a pretty good over. Again, just dropped short a couple of times. And, well, Samantha's very strong on the leg side. Likes to pull the ball. And there's one ball left. She'll need to pitch it up. That's where she's causing issues. It's a better delivery, but it's wide.
Yeah, just the length was there, but the line wasn't. So you got to string it all together.
Yeah, the physics of cricket are not the easiest, especially when you're bowling.
I mean, bowling's a very unnatural action for a human.
Yeah.
It's amazing how it's evolved, actually. But definitely I'm seeing improvement all the time. But again, this one's going to go down the leg side. And got a very fine leg, Kaminkova. Just backing up the keeper there, making sure they can't get an extra run.
Nothing's getting Bastiana.
Last ball of the over coming up, in theory, for Kuncheva.
Yeah, again, coming from around the wicket. That's going to be called a wide as well, I think. It's interesting. A couple of years ago, when I was doing coaching, a lot of the young kids would bowl around the wicket. Now, I'm not sure if it was what the reason was. If it was a trend going around in world cricket a few years ago that right arm bowlers were bowling around the wicket. I think it's stopped to a point.
Yeah, that one will go out to the outfielder Turka, who should make the stop. And she does. So that will be the end of the 6th over. End of the power play, and the 50 partnership comes up for Cyprus. They're 50 without loss.
Yeah, it's a good start for them, going at over 8 and over. Remember, they hovered around the 7.5 and over in the last game. So the Czechs really need a wicket or two. And well, I think they haven't taken the wides out of it. It's already 19 wides so far in 6 overs, which is too many.
Yeah.
But there's only one no ball. And that was off the pitch. They've been better as far as the full tosses go, but still need to improve.
Yeah, so one of those wides had an extra run, but basically it's 19 extra balls they've bowled so far. And this was a bit of a problem for them in the first game as well. And the more you bowl, you better you get. It's as simple as that.
Yeah.
And they just need more exposure, more time. And looks like Sharka is going to get another over, bowling over number 7. Can protect the boundaries a bit more now. You've got the ability to have 4 outfielders from this point forward.
The other thing that's very different bowling out in the middle is bowling in the nets. I never like bowling in the nets. It just felt unnatural, and the batters are just they could have a go at you without caring. So you'd often get the ball smashed past you, and so I was always wary of that, of copping one in the head from a batter. This is going to be a wide. They've taken an extra one. That's better running.
Yeah, couple of free runs once again.
That and usually bowl with an old ball in the nets as well. You know, bowling here, you're playing with a hard ball with a bit of swing. I always found it more comfortable to bowl out in the middle than in the nets. Batting as well.
And again, losing it down the leg side, so I have to re-bowl that one again. I want to say a quick hello to everyone. I know Croom's in there. Hello to KG. Good to see you as well. It's KG's had a few drinks Friday night down under, so I hope you're enjoying it. We're probably going to have a couple of responsible ones. In Prague, you've got to, I think. You don't have to, but...
It was the Czech Republic. I mean, you've got to try the beer.
I think that's going to be it's a no ball, in fact, instead of a wide, because they had too many outside the circle. And remember, we've just transitioned from having 2 to 4. Although, I wonder if maybe they haven't realised that we're out of the power play now. So I wonder if... Yeah, because it's 6 overs down, but this is the 7th over. So you're allowed to have up to 4. But no, the call stands. So, free hit coming up. Hit and run this time. Again, I like that effort in the field. I think it's Chowdhury. Okay, doesn't stop it, but at least went to ground trying to stop it.
Yeah.
In the end, I think it was going to be 1 run either way.
Well, what it does is, as a batter, if you get a fielder who's throwing themselves at it like that, then they know if it goes near them that there might be a bit of indecision for the running. So I think it was a good effort there on the covers.
Yeah, earlier on, Czechia basically bowled 5.1 extra overs in, but there's no quick fix for this. I suppose that's the thing that you understand. You know, you have your moment, especially at this stage of development, where you have your good patches and your not so good patches. This is again short down the leg side, and Kedenia probably disappointed he doesn't put that one away. It was a bit of a hit me ball, big gap there. that fine leg between a very fine, almost a backstop, and then there's more of a backward square in the circle.
Yeah, I wonder, talking about captaincy, Katka, she's sort of a whitish point. This is in the air and not able to get there as the fielder.
Yeah, Kaminkova in that position.
Yeah, she's not the most mobile. Got a good pair of hands, but not the most mobile.
Yeah.
It's not. I don't think it is Yana Kaminkova. She's.
Oh no, you're right. That's Konasova, who's in that position, I think. But yeah, I mean, false shot. They've been few and far between. It's good bowling by Sharka.
Yeah.
That's well bowled as well. It's kind of flat batted and again, good fielding that time. You know, getting down to the ball. Turka, her sis, doing the job.
If they're putting it in the right areas, and like a legal ball like that, I think these Cyprus batters are finding it hard to find gaps and hard to really get runs. That was a little bit short and a nice shot, but it'll only just be one. So again, if the consistency of the Czech bowling were there, then I don't think the run rate would be there at all. There've been a lot of extras. If they can turn it around and just be more consistent with the batting, the good balls haven't really been hit anywhere.
I think if Czechia play their best game and Cyprus have a bit of an off game, I still think Czechia have a way to win.
I agree with you.
But it just hasn't been happening. This is a little bit short, and it's going to be pulled away nicely. That'll get to the boundary. And so Cyprus turning this into a very good opening partnership that's now worth 61.
Yeah, nice shot that. It was just a fraction short, but able to be pulled away and really in the hitting arc and a nice shot. Sharka, how can she end this over? Hopefully for the Czechs with a wicket. I'll take a dot ball though. It's short and wide. That's not the greatest.
It's actually going to be technical. I think it's actually should have been no ball because it bounced off the pitch before the stumps.
Yeah.
But the second bounce was after the line, so it wasn't no ball for that. Still, I don't mind that. Wide called. See if Sharka can get it right. Last ball of the 7th. Or not. And will be called a wide once again. So, yeah, it's a tough game, isn't it? When you're bowling this many extras, like I said, they bowled 31 extra deliveries in that first game, and already here they've bowled 25. So if anything, they've regressed.
Yeah, what they've improved on. Ooh, I hope she's okay.
Wow.
I think she might have done a knee.
Oh no, this isn't good at all. Oh, I mean,
she's getting up.
Getting up. Or did she almost
thumbs up.
She almost fell onto her stumps. It would have been out. You can be hit wicket off wide. We've seen it recently in the night series in Portugal.
Ooh, not too far away.
Just lost her footing.
But the way she hit the ground, she's back up.
I was worried it was some sort of knee injury.
Yeah, it looked like it, but she seems fine.
It seems very fine, actually. She's going to pull that away quite nicely. Will it get to the boundary? It will. So that's a good shot to finish the over. It's the end of 7 at 68 without loss.
Yeah, another good over for Cyprus, but not too much wrong with that delivery. Just nicely picked up off from outside off stump and just creeping over that boundary. So, well, as I said, the Czechs need a wicket. The bowling, when it's been on line, has been better. They've cut out the full tosses. There hasn't been any misfields to go through the for a boundary yet, which is also a positive. But there's still a lot to work on for the Czechs. That was a good over there from for Cyprus, and it looks like it will be Erika Kunsova to continue. She's going to be bowling over the wicket, so she's changing a line slightly to the left-hander.
Yeah, probably a more natural body angle to try and get outside off stump. She doesn't quite do that, but it is pulled away, and that is going to run away for another 4 runs. So Dina Cadenia being asked to open the batting, just still producing. And so Cyprus here finding another batter that's able to find the boundary fairly often.
This is where I think that there's a little bit of an experience with, well, not experience, but just cricket knowledge now the fielder, I think it's Yana Kominkova, is going back on the boundary, but her shot mainly, Samantha, has been pulling it and sweeping it down to that area, but there was only one player back. Now it's been plugged to a point.
But you got to have your 4 outfielders probably on the. If you have 4, you got to have them protecting that boundary.
Yeah.
You got to have probably 2 behind square, 1 just in front of square, and then maybe mid wicket. That's probably my 4 outfielders.
I think Charles is explaining that there are 2 fielders behind square, so the square leg cannot be to the left of him.
You're only allowed as you see it on the screen, in the bottom right hand quarter, you're only allowed 2 fielders max.
That goes back to body
line. Yeah, it does. We talked about body line a little bit earlier, didn't we?
A bit short.
Asking for trouble again. This is going to be a wide, so not too many good things can happen when you put the ball down the leg side. Kuncheva needs to try and pull it outside the off stump. Ask a slightly different question.
The ball before was about perfect, but yeah, it's a difficult one. Left-hander as well as tricky, but she's really got to be starting it sort of almost at the batter.
That's well bowled that time. That is hit down the ground where the fielding will be done. Again, nice bit of work. Well, they're going to come for 2. Good throw here, might have been very interesting, but it just pulled the bowler away from the stump. So, yeah, first time we've really seen urgency between the wickets from Cyprus, and it pays off. They get 2 runs.
Yeah, it was worthwhile taking on the fielder. A better throw would have had her in trouble, but it was a good second run finally. Comes Erica again.
Another one down the leg side. So yeah, it's this left-hand, right-hand combination. I think that's actually one of the factors that's put the wide count sky high is they haven't been able to break this left-hand, right-hand the way that they were. Okay, they had other problems in that first game as well with the big second wicket partnership, but yeah, that constant adjustment is proving difficult. This time, though, it does get outside the off stump, and there's a bit of indecision about whether there's a run there or not. In the end, good fielding prevents any run.
Again, there's definitely a run there, but the non-striker not backing up and just not looking at taking the run. It wasn't hit well enough. It's just a misjudgment, I think, and something that the coach will work on. So, a couple of balls left in this over from Kuntsova.
Well bowled. Yeah, we haven't seen enough of that kind of line. I know they're trying, but yeah, it goes pretty close to knocking out the off stump.
It was a good pace as well. Just she had dragged a couple down, but that was well pitched. Nice delivery.
Kuncheva to close out her 8th over. Yeah, well bowled once again, and well taken behind the stump. So, yeah, good finish at least for Erica, and after 8 overs, 76 without loss.
Yep, it was, again, too many wides, but a couple of good deliveries, and she knows, I think, where to put them. It's just putting them there. As we see just a little bit of a raise in that line.
Yeah, and a lot of it is to do with those extra deliveries on half the point. We've had 8 boundaries in 8 overs, so is that one boundary and over just seems to put you on for that kind of 150 plus score. And with these extra wides, it's looking more like 180 than 150 at the moment. In fact, Supercomputer thinks 181 is the most likely score.
Again, it's not much to turn this around for the Czechs. A couple of wickets, and they could really make a difference. They could keep this score down. But it's a big if. They've taken 1 wicket for the whole day so far.
And have created 3 opportunities.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, count the bowled as 1, but there's been 2 opportunities in the whole day.
Yeah.
As far as catches have gone, they haven't unfortunately been able to take either.
There was a close LBW as well, so you could put that in as well. It was given not out pretty quickly, but apart from that, it's been pretty easy going for this the Cyprus batting. So a new bowler.
Yeah, so Shaka will get her 3rd over here. She's been a little bit inconsistent so far. She's not alone there. Happy birthday to her once again. Turns 16 on Monday. So when you think about the fact that how young some of these players are, and Shaka, I feel like she's been around for a while.
Yeah,
we've definitely seen her for a couple of years on ECN.
Yeah.
But she's still still got a long way to go, and she knows that. She loves her cricket, though, and that's the main thing. And that's pretty well bowled. This will be an interesting one to see if they call or not, because it didn't miss leg stump by much. Maybe there was even a bit of a touch on something. Wait for the umpire. It will be called a wide, but I think not far. It's actually just a little bit of swing that takes it down there.
Oh.
Maybe a harsh call.
I mean, it probably would have hit the batter in there. The maybe.
There's one that probably could have gone either way.
Yeah.
But I can also understand why it does get called. Oh, this one actually hit into the ground and then well taken behind the stumps. I don't think, to be honest, that the batter was ready. So Matthew, as you looked up, the ball was already on its way. I suppose it is the batter's obligation to be ready. We'll say that.
Yeah. True. Yeah, I agree.
As
But
long
then
as,
again, the bowler should actually wait for the batter to be ready as well.
I don't think Shark had quick pitched or anything like that. She just got going when she was ready. This one, he hits pretty close to the side of the pitch. It will be called a wide.
Yeah. Well, as I said, some things have been improved with this check bowling, and some things have gotten worse, and the wides have gotten worse. But you're right, it is the right-hand, left-hand combination which is causing a few issues.
Interesting to see if they do lose a wicket, who they sent in, whether they go with the captain Chaturani, or maybe they bat Tamara De Silva, who was listed to open actually in the lineup for this game. But I suppose time will tell. Maybe it won't. Depends if Czechia can get a breakthrough.
It's Clara Kisova who just picked that one up. She's brought a couple of dogs to the ground, which is nice.
I saw that.
Whippet and a Labrador type looking one, and they're both very nice. Wish I could bring my dogs here, but I know one of them at least would cause issues.
But we love your dogs. I mean, Oki, the commentary dog, all the way from 2020.
Yeah, she'd be where she'd be right now would be just near your feet, so she could keep an eye on me. But she trusts you as well, so that's where she'd be. Again, there's a run there.
Got a run. Still is a run there almost. Yeah, so it's not good running that time, really, I have to say. But credit to Czechia for at least keeping it in the infield and causing that doubt.
So yeah, Talia just does her security job a little too well.
That's true. This time they will get a run, as the fielder will be done out there by Clara Kisova once again.
Yeah, again, she's dragging him from outside off stump. It's definitely her area, and we saw as well with most of the innings last time. It was Chaturani who had 49 of a 53 out on the leg side, and it's just dragging the ball across. A lot of them were full tosses though, but then it's just hitting the ball from outside off stump and dragging it that way. So I would protect that part of the ground where you could well afford to. Well, actually, they've only got 4 on the offside.
Yeah, but you can't have more fielders than 5 on the leg side. This one does go to the leg side, and in fact, that's hit very well. And that's going to be 4. Once again, just drifting outside that leg stump. That'll be the end of the 9th over. Cyprus 87 without loss.
I wasn't aware of that rule, Vinny.
Yeah, you can't have more than 5 on the leg side in limited overs cricket. In longer form game, you can.
Yeah.
So in test match, you can. You can have everyone on the leg side if you want it, as long as you don't have more than 2 behind square. But yeah, this is a rule to prevent negative bowling, leg stump style bowling.
I did see in France there was a team that had 1 fielder on the leg side. Which is pretty amazing.
That's pretty rare.
Yeah, very rare. But it was trust on with the captain's trust with the bowler. He was bowling outswing and outside off stump.
And also the idea is well, this is up. It's in the air. It's hit very, very well. Is it going to make it all the way though? It does. That's a very good shot from Duna Kadenia, who just basically plants the front foot down the wicket and slams it over mid-off for a boundary.
Just as I was saying, if he thinks he hits his leg side, that's a lovely shot. And big open space out there.
Plenty
one
of it, yeah.
Now they've reacted by putting a player, fielder out there. And
next one won't go too far, so good follow-up from Jana, the Terminator. They're back to bowling this 10th over.
Yeah, I've liked the way she's bowled today, actually. Kamikova. I think she's giving it plenty of flight, which is often deceptive, or not giving that one flight. Just on cue.
There's Katka doing the fielding. Wouldn't mind maybe seeing her at the top of the order again. I know they tried something last time. Maybe you can stick with the openers. It wasn't the worst start, really. It was just a run out that opened the wickets, and then we saw a flood of wickets, didn't we? And it was Duna Kadenia herself that took 7 of them.
Yeah, again, I'm sure she'll be bowling at the top of the order as well. So
that one's hit aerially as well, down the ground, down this hill. That's going to be 4. So Joanna Halagi moves up into the 30s now. And again, good straight hit, good straight swing of the bat, straight through the line of the ball, gets the result.
Wasn't a terrible delivery either. It was, I think it ended up being a half volley, but she reached for it and hit it nicely, hit through the ball. And, well, 96 at the moment. They're going at just about 10 and over. So it's going to be called a wide. Well, it's not being called a wide. Interesting.
Yeah, well, like I said, umpire's discretion. Yana to close out this 10th over. It'll be the halfway point of the innings. Well, that's hit. And hit pretty well. Again, the attempted lunge with the foot isn't too effective. And that brings up the 100 and the 100 partnership for Cyprus after 10 overs. Exactly 100 without loss.
Yeah, they've been batting well. They're take a little bit of a drink, but it's very good batting between these two, and they're starting to really pile on the runs. The confidence is there, and they seem a little bit indestructible at the moment to Cyprus, whereas the Czechs, again, I'm sure that the coach will have a bit of a chat and just explain a few things, give a bit of advice. As we see here, this is finals day, qualified 2 Raw Strikers versus Sweekie United.
Sweetie, yeah, it's a part of the city in Malta, and just keep following along with that my other screen. I know that Sweetie batting first, putting some big runs earlier, and they're 92 for 3 in the 7th over.
Yeah, that's still a few overs left to get some runs.
Yeah,
that's
144 expected, which I think at this with the top end of the teams in Malta, I think about 140 is about the par.
It's a pretty fast ground. It's very long. Well, it's not long straight now, but for the 50 over games, it's long straight, but it's 50 metre boundaries, of course. But it is a pretty quick ground normally because it's often dry conditions.
Yeah. They pump whole. That's one thing they've got in Malta that they don't have here is the irrigation.
Oh, yeah.
So they really pump a lot of water into it in the morning. So they have to because the sun, otherwise it dry out a lot. But it can be a little bit heavy in the morning. But once the sun comes out, it bakes. And you're right, it's a very, very good ground.
It's a lovely facility there too. I've got to say the Massa ground. I think it was an old jail from memory.
Is it? I didn't know that.
I think so. It's just these. If you see the entrance to the clubhouse, it's all sandstone and things, and it's a very nice facility. You go in and there's a bar on one side, and then at the back there's a beautiful swimming pool.
Yeah, it's out. Yeah, and when we used to have some gaps between the games, I used to bring my swimming costume.
Yeah.
I used to jump in. We did a series there June 2021.
Yeah.
And it was about 42 degrees every day. Yeah. And that's one time I did like a long break between a game because I just jumped straight in. 100 partnership comes up in the 10 overs. But you can see there's kind of three people in the partnership. One of them's extras, 34 to extras, 34 to Durana Halagi, and 32 to Duna Kadenia. Here's Turko Kulchunova, who I was a little bit surprised she didn't get a second over straight away. She's one of the few bowlers that didn't go for a boundary. And this first one, I think, will be called a wide. So I still have to deal with this left-hand, right-hand combination.
Yeah, it's again these wides. You can accept maybe 1 and over as you mentioned before, but this is getting really out of hand for the Czechs.
More like 3 and over.
Yeah, it's way too many.
I'll tell you how many extra balls they've bowled. And you might not want to know. That'll be another wide. So with that, it'll be 27, 19, 22, 26, 32. It'll be 33 now. So 5.5 overs extra have been bowled, and we're only halfway through.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
It's a tough thing. You do need to maybe take an extra couple of seconds as a bowler just to try and shake it off. And that's a much better ball. For sure, Turka had times in that first game where she looked very dangerous, and that's the kind of length where she does get that natural flight the way she bowls, but then you still want that ball to bounce before the crease.
Yeah, that's what she was missing with, especially in her first over. Again, pretty good ball, tucked around the corner. That's what she was getting wrong in that very first over. It seemed like nothing was hitting the pitch, but now she's getting the length better. A couple of wides to start off with. She changes to over the wicket and brings the offside field in a bit. And again, that's where she misses, and that's going to be 4. Again, not getting down and fielding.
Yeah, and this is something, like I said, you don't mind if it's attempted and it's missed.
Yeah.
But that's just one of those ones. I think it's Sharka out there who, because she was on the run, just could not quite organise to try and get their hands down to the ball. And that's actually something you can practice. You can practice on mats, on soft mats like gym mats.
Yep.
Just that action of running and diving down to stop the ball with your hands. It'll just miss as well. So it's not missing by a lot, but enough to be called a wide.
I've just noticed I haven't drunk any water yet today. All I've been drinking is coffee. Is that a bad thing?
Oh, it depends.
The coffee's all right. You're getting.
Viewers noticing you're a bit hyperactive. It's pretty well bowled.
Do I seem hyperactive?
It's always hard to tell with you. No, it's just a good piece of bowling there. Little bit of bat on it around the corner. Geez, long time between wickets, isn't it, for Czechia here? When they could come now. It's up, it's in the air, and it's dropped. And there was the chance. It was Eva Konasova who did get there, got 2 hands to it, but unfortunately couldn't take the opportunity. So a catch goes down. First genuine opportunity in the game. And Turka should be bitterly disappointed that she hasn't come up with a wicket there.
Yeah, it's a good piece of bowling. And you're right. I think she will be a little bit disappointed.
And be a wide. That's insult to injury.
Yeah, it's getting to the point watching this, which is, I mean, living here, being an ex-coach of the Czech men's team, and being involved in Czech cricket, and being a big supporter of this team, this women's team. It's frustrating every time those arms go out. It's getting to the point where it's. I might have to walk away, Vinny.
Hang in there.
It's
frustrating for us. It's more frustrating, I think, for the bowling team. Well, that one could be a no ball actually, and it's hit pretty well. I'm going to plugs a little bit. It'll run towards the boundary. No ball, I think, is being called. So they will come back for 2, and that's what Turka had problems with earlier, just over pitching. I think this one seemed to me like it was high. Yeah, definitely too high. And so a free hit coming up to finish the 11th over.
She was over pitching, but it was not necessarily a no ball. It was just a hit me ball. This one was just was very high. So let's see if you can keep it on target. When they've been on target, they've been generally okay. The Czech bowlers, but like that's a good delivery, and it's not been able to be put away. But it's just hitting those targets. It's not happening consistently enough for the Czech team. 114, going at 10.5 and over. That's quite a few.
They're just hot off the presses as well. I've been given confirmation of the ECCW and the fact that, yes, we do go to 3 divisions now. So, yeah, you might have known that already. But Cyprus actually are in the Challenger division. They've been picked. They're playing their first ECCW, but they'll be playing in the Challenger division. So they've got a pretty tough draw. They've got Italy, Germany, Spain and Austria in that Challenger division with them.
Yep.
Czechia will play in the emerging division.
Good.
And I'll give you those teams in a moment. That looks like a really good one as well. This is going to be hit down the ground. There is an outfielder down there. Should keep it to 1, although he almost ran past it.
As I said before, that earlier, that Fawa Baba should be playing for the Czech team, that she would be qualified, and that adds a bit of stiffness with the batting, and they could be able to play around a bit of a nucleus. Whereas at the moment, it's not rudderless. There are some good players, but there is a. You didn't see that little. I just mentioned what I just saw. It was Klara Kisova who skipped in from the boundary with her arms waving around in circles. It was very, very neatly done.
Well, whatever works for you, I guess.
Definitely enjoying a cricket, which is good.
Yeah, so I'll tell you who's in the emerging division in a second. This is short. It's hit pretty well. That's good fielding though. You'd love to have Katka everywhere, wouldn't you? It's got such long reach, and she's normally a really good fielder. So yeah, Czechia are in with Malta, Greece, Croatia, and Sweden in that emerging division.
That's going to be tough as well.
That's an interesting one. Early thoughts. Sweden has a good level of club cricket.
Yep.
They got something like 60 or 70 clubs in Sweden.
Mm-hmm.
Not not as many women's, but probably over 20 to 30 women's clubs. So these are players that are playing regularly in the club competition. We'll have 2 ECSWs in Sweden this year as well.
Yeah.
Which will take place after the men's.
Well, I saw the Greeks in Corfu against Spain last year, and Spain were very good. Greece were also very good. It was competitive, but you could always tell that Spain were a level above. This is looking for the run. They won't get it. But Greece, all playing Corfu, they all know each other very well, and there's a lot of talent.
Yeah.
Still a very young side. We've seen Croatia here last year. We'll see them again this year, and they'll be playing really on the back of their star, Aaron Vukusic. And who else did you mention?
So I was going to say Greece have played Czechia. Remember, they played here in a 5-match ECI last year, and Greece actually took every single point in that series.
Yeah.
And they got a lot of homegrown talent. You're right, they did play Spain on home turf last year. We'll see Greece actually. It's actually, of these teams, we'll see them all very soon. Obviously, we're seeing Czechia now.
Yeah.
Malta we'll see tomorrow.
Yep.
And we actually saw them play earlier in the year as well. Greece we'll see playing against Germany at the end of next week in Corfu.
That'll be interesting.
Thursday, they play Friday, Saturday, Sunday. They play 1 day of T10s. Then
Will
2 days
Tina
T20.
be playing?
Tina is playing for Germany.
Good.
Yep. So she's playing for Germany.
That's going to be a difficult one for Greece, but good experience.
Did want to get her commentating as well, but it's a bit tough. And
Mic her up on the field.
So then maybe. Croatia are playing against Malta tomorrow. They're also in the emerging division. And Sweden, although I don't think we'll see their national team, we will see some of the players perhaps in ECSW cricket. We have 2 Swedish series coming up over the summer. As this will be played away, a long single. Durana Halagi searching for back-to-back 50s. Remember, she scored her first ever T20I 50 earlier on in the day.
Yeah, she's looking pretty good for it, 41. And Samantha's also batting pretty well, 36 off 38. But 120 up for Cyprus. Again, looking like a pretty big score.
Better ball. It's just a simple thing of just haven't had enough balls bowled in the right areas in Czechia, and they're paying the price on the scoreboard. In fact, Cyprus now expected to get over 200 the way things are going. They are going 10 and over plus at the moment after 12 overs, 121 without loss.
Yeah, it's difficult with bowling so many wides and so many extras and such. You can't put any pressure on. There's no build-up of pressure. Just leave the ball and then hit the one that did the bad ball. The odd good ball, they can, even if they miss it, it doesn't really matter because they're still getting runs in other parts. As you can see here, it's one very big over in there of 18. But apart from that, it's been just constant scoring. In fact, the best over was an over of 5.
Yeah, that was Turka. And I was a bit surprised they didn't bring her back straight away.
Yeah.
They waited a while to bowl her again. And then the next over actually went for 14. As I was going to say, Katka's listed to bowl next. I didn't really see her bowling ever.
I've never seen Katka bowl.
But maybe that's a mistake. Well, it looks like there's a bit of what's happening over here. We got a little bit of a think we might have
An injury?
I think we might have a player. Maybe this is an issue with exhaustion or something. There's a lot of sunshine there. Is that Sharka that's coming off?
I don't think so.
And it's Sharka. Look, you can see on your screen there.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, so you hate to see it. So, yeah, just maybe a case that she's not feeling particularly well, some sort of illness, but she's being helped off the field. So, yeah, Maitani, the sub fielder, likely to come on.
But, she's okay. She's looks a bit dizzy.
Yeah, I mean, player welfare is obviously the most important thing here. And if she's not feeling well, and see Venky's just helping her get off the field, and they're a tight-knit bunch, Czechia. You know, quite a few of them. They made that trip together to Spain last year. I know Cyprus will be really looking forward to playing their first ECCW. It's a real bonding thing when you get to tour with your teammates. But yeah, Sharka's going to come off, and hopefully it's not any sort of physical injury that stops her playing once she feels better. Hopefully it's something quite temporary. So there is the subfielder Divya Maitani who's come on.
Yeah, well, we'll find out. I'm sure we'll find out soon what the situation is. She's in good hands. Looks like she's got her feet up and getting some water. So it'll give a chance for Katka to have a bit of a chat to her players as well. Just a little bit of a few instructions. Very experienced cricketer is Katka.
Phil's come up with the goods for us here. He said that the Marsa Sports Complex was built by the British military at the start of the 20th century. The jail is close by, but the building at Marsa was used as a barracks for the Brit garrisons. Interesting.
That was not the information I was given, but,
so it's
but
close.
there's partly a jail there. So I think Tedka's having a bit of a chat to Venky, just asking how her sister is, and I think it'll be fine.
And now I think we're not going to get Katka bowling. We're going to go to the Terminator, Yana Kaminkova, who's bowling a third over here.
I've never seen Katka bowl, but she's tall, so you'd think
she's built for it. And she's also she's a naturally sporty type.
Yeah.
She's played a lot of softball. She's played a fair bit of cricket now. She leads the side well. I think she's a good influence. And obviously, the backgrounds of these two teams are very different. I mean, Czechia, I think their whole team pretty much have played all their cricket only in Czechia. Whereas obviously, there's a lot of... she's definitely not ready to face that one. But we'll get the wide and we'll get it again. Yeah, so Cyprus, obviously, you've got a fair few players that have played in other countries before and actually emigrated to Cyprus. Remember the international criteria. You have to have lived in a country continuously for 3 years to qualify to play international cricket.
I mean, I've always I think it's a very good initiative from the ICC, because otherwise, I mean, we used to have it that you could have native-born players or players with passports. There would be the majority of players who didn't qualify for that, who weren't native, would have had to have been in the country for 7 years.
I remember it used to be 7, yeah.
And then you could have 2 players who were there for 4 years. And I think you could have or maybe 4 players in the squad, but only 2 could actually take the field. So it was limited, and the teams were not strong because the best players in the country would not play. It'd just be people who'd been here 7 years, and been in the country for 7 years and playing cricket for 7 years in the country, and so the level was not great. And so it was, I think, a good initiative from the ICC to bring in that rule, and it's improved the cricket all through. And
if you've lived for 3 years in a country, you've probably been playing in the competition. You've been contributing to the cricket as a sport in the country. So I think they've got it right now.
It was interesting in the States. Saw a couple of years ago that they were using that rule as a bit of a way to get a good national team.
Yeah,
where they would pay former pros or elite cricketers to go to the US to play in their league, and then after 3 years they could qualify. And that's, I mean, I don't think we've got the luxury in Europe to be able to afford to do that.
Corey Anderson's one probably put under that, former New Zealand international. Obviously, some people have just married Americans.
Yeah.
So that's in the air. It's going to get over Kaminkova. They're not too far away from a catching opportunity.
Again, how is that not 2 runs?
Yeah, again, I think there's a little bit of the fatigue that's creeping in now as well.
But they wouldn't have taken that in the first over, Vinny.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, you're probably right. I mean, they've been batting now for an hour and 5 minutes, this partnership. So I think this is partly what's affecting.
The other thing is that I don't think they actually need the extra run at this stage. Nice shot.
Really good shot, actually. That's going to find the gap. And that's going to race to the boundary. Danica Denya, well, she's searching for her 50. And right now, both batters on 42. A chance for more milestones ahead for the Cypriots.
It was, again, she looks to normally blast things through the leg side, dragging things from outside off. That was a lovely shot straight. And really got to it and timed it well.
This one's going to bounce off the pitch, just kept drifting away. Maybe a slight left to right breeze at the moment as well. So yeah, 200 expected. It's a tall order.
Would you continue going with these 2 batters, or would you retire them to get other batters to bat?
It's a tough one because I mean it's a full-blown T20 international, and so if you retire them out, it's a bit of an average killer, number one.
Yeah,
but I think that's definitely worth thinking about, especially when you've only got 5 matches, and you'd hate to have people that want to get a bat that don't get a bat the whole day.
Yeah.
You know, I think in this situation, it's pretty well bowled from Jana. This had a little bit of that left to right drift again. They won't get a run. So yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any chance to get 100. There's just not time to do that. But for Danica Denya, I mean, she's played 15 matches, but she doesn't normally bat too high. That one's in the air and won't quite carry. But her previous high score was only 5 not out in 15 matches. Has taken 21 wickets, including that 7 for 15 earlier today. So yeah, obviously she'd love the opportunity to build a big innings here and pick up her maiden 50. End of the over, 134 without loss after 13.
Well, hopefully for the Czechs, they should be too tired to bowl. So that would be a plus for them, because she did tear them apart in the last game.
Also for the Czechs, Sharka going off the field.
Yeah.
She's unlikely, I think, to bowl her 4th over. So they're going to have to find an over from someone. We'll have to see a 6th bowler for them for the first time today.
Yeah, I'm not sure who.
Oh, well, there's your answer. It's going to be Eva Konasova, who is going to bowl for the first time.
And
first one was straight. It was just way too full, and so it'll be a no ball. But at least she got the direction right.
you flighted it nicely, but just a little bit full. It'll be a free hit.
Yeah, free hits. It's your dream when you're closing in on a half century.
Yeah, there's no one back on the leg side either. And well, of course, hold on. Can they move the field in?
You shouldn't be able. They got a run, so yeah, you can.
Oh, they did get a run.
Because it's a different batter, and this one obviously release isn't right, so that's going to be a no ball, and that will have to be re-bowled as well. It's a tall order for Konasova, who is making a debut today, so has been asked to bowl.
Yeah, again, no Kutka bowling. I think we have to ask her one day.
Maybe we'll turn the cameras off. Let's see what you got.
Oh.
Yeah, so again, it's not quite right. This is going to be another no ball. So it's a tough one. That's what makes cricket a tough sport as well. You know, you wouldn't have expected to bowl here, just with Sharka going off. Now, I'm a bit surprised maybe that they elected to bowl this over so early. We could have kind of kicked the can down the road a bit. Maybe Sharka can come back, but at the moment it's going to be a tough over for her to get through. And that's one of the things about cricket. Unless you're injured, once you start an over, you've got to finish it.
Yeah.
It makes it quite unique. In baseball, for example, you can change, even in the middle of a at-bat, you can change it.
Yeah.
You can change a pitcher. But anyway, let's get behind her, see if she can get it right. I mean, this is about the development of the game. This one is a little bit closer, but it's going to be a wide. Technically, probably was a no ball, but either way, the free hit's still in play here.
Yeah. Well, baptism of fire for Konasova.
Yeah, it's a tough one, but it's the hardest. Yeah, now it will be called a no ball. It's the toughest thing because it's a tough learning curve, isn't it? When you're kind of thrown in the deep end.
Mm. Well, she wouldn't have been expected to bowl, as you mentioned before. So
that's better. I think it will have to be called a wide though, and the free hit remains in play. But obviously, there's been a fair bit of indoor cricket going into the season, so they've felt, okay, we think you're an option that you can get through this over for us.
And Katka obviously knows her. So
Let's give me no ball as well because it bounces twice. But hey, like I said, we all started somewhere. I've really been involved in and coached and played cricket at all kinds of different levels. And it takes me back. Obviously, I had the benefit of learning a lot younger, so certain things get automatic. This one, again, it's going to be called. But
I mean, we have a culture of cricket, and we can watch cricket, and then we imitate the bowling, the batting, and we they're our heroes in a sense growing up. If you're watching cricket in Australia, whereas this is a brand new sport here in the Czech Republic for most of these players who honestly most of them would not have heard of this sport even a few years ago.
Yeah, and you get to practice kind of risk-free. Like I remember, we had a games room at my house. Even in my bedroom, I'd be bowling against the wall and catching it, and just doing these kind of things that you can't really do as an adult so easily.
Well, that, and I mean, at school, at lunchtime, at recess, you'd play cricket.
There we go. Well, there's the first legal ball, and actually, pretty good one. Let's just hope that she can recover and get through the over now. That was a pretty good ball. Free hit, of course, that it was, but they're able to keep it to 1.
Might be a pretty long over still.
But now it's got to deal with the left-hander. So he's really got to try hard to keep it.
Oh.
Well, there you go. That's very well bowled.
Very well bowled.
That's proper moon ball, but hey, pitches it in a good spot. Cricket's a funny game. Imagine if she can recover from this start to pick up her first ever international wicket. She almost did there.
Exactly what I was thinking. That was a good delivery.
Can lightning strike twice? Konasova. Yeah, it was pretty well bowled as well, but an even better shot from Duna Cadenia, who's going to slam it towards the car park. Cuatro carreras. She moves to 47.
Yeah, lovely shot. And she did pick the tallest player on the field to hit over. If anyone was going to take that, it would have been Katka, who was just about 1.5 meters too short, unfortunately. She's moved back to the boundary now.
But I mean, look, it's a much better ball. All you can do is put the ball in play and try and put in a good area.
Sure.
The last two have been well pitched. Yeah, and once again, so just once she's got over those opening jitters, you can see why they have bowled her in this situation where they need to find another bowler.
Is she going to continue going over the wicket? No, around the wicket.
She was around the wicket to the right-hander originally. Started over, then went around, and then stayed around to the lefty. So I think she's found her feet, so to speak, from this angle. Again, well bowled. Hey, it's very courageous for her to come back the way that she has after the beginning of the over.
She just seems a lot looser. I think maybe just she was gripping the ball too hard. It was not coming out right. But now I can see why she got thrown the ball.
Yeah, once again, well bowled. It's a nice shot as well. Just hoiked away. Well handled down there by Kisova. So 150 has come up now.
Well, it's a good end of the over, Vinny.
Yeah, well, it has been. Started with nine balls that were not legal balls. So I'm just checking my notes. Is that... I think that was only...
I think they stopped. They lost count. Maybe. It seemed like it was a short over, but maybe it wasn't.
I don't think that's over. maybe not. Not sure.
She's getting a pat on the back and a...
Yeah, she really came back well in that over.
Yeah.
But I still am a bit confused because I had probably 2 to come.
Yeah, well, international umpires, but so we have to trust them.
Yeah. Here's the bad news. I think Charles is saying, hey, guys, I hate to break it to you. Because she took a bit of consoling at the end of the over, but I don't think it's the end of the over at all.
It's not the end of the over, and they're going to keep on going.
The thing is, I actually think there's still 2 to come. Because that last one was only a single, right? So we had 1.4, and then I think 1. And that would be 4 balls. All of the balls before that didn't count.
I tell you what, I think she's
so, when you're trying to score in the little box on the normal scorecard, you're out of room.
Yeah. Like they're taking a drink, and she's behind the shades, and I think she doesn't want to bowl these last couple of deliveries.
I still think but I don't think you'd have an objection to replacing if she really doesn't want to finish the over.
But the thing is, she was getting it right. I mean,
she bowled well.
Yeah, absolutely.
She bowled really well with the last 4 balls.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a tale of 2 overs, so to speak. All right.
So I think is it the umpires who are chatting?
Yeah, we got the documentary, the Netflix documentary schedule. This is peak ECN at the moment. I still can't. I don't know whether there's
declaring.
Maybe there's a connection issue. I know my scorecard hasn't updated with that last run, so maybe it's a technical issue that's holding things up. Just your classic middle of the 14th over break we're seeing at the moment.
Well, let's talk about other things cricket within ECN. So we're going next week.
Yeah.
Actually, you're leaving on Sunday. We're going to Jersey for the first time.
Yeah.
So
Liberation Series as well.
Liberation Series. I think it'll be interesting. So firstly, we'll talk about the Liberation Series, but also what sort of format are we going to see what are we going to see?
Yeah, so we have a 5-team European Cricket Series for men to start the week. So Monday to Friday. Yep. Friday is actually Liberation Day. It's the day that Jersey was liberated in 1945. Celebrated a day after the rest of Europe, kind of end of World War II day. Okay. And then on the weekend, we'll have a 3-team ECSW. So we'll have a 9-match series there. So 5 matches on Saturday and 4 on Sunday. So I'm really looking forward to that. And what's quite interesting about the Jersey series, and it's a little bit different, it's not actually their regular clubs that are playing this European Cricket Series, but they have made kind of zones. So we have the Central Commanders, we have the Eastern Royals, the Western Towers, and the Southern Spitfires. And they're joined by Yorkshire Cricket College, who are a cricket school.
Yeah.
And pretty much all of the players from YCC, they're between 16 and 18.
Fantastic.
They've travelled from Yorkshire to be there. So, and then on the weekend we'll have the ECSW. So the Eastern Royals have a women's side, the Western Towers. So you've got East Side, West Side, basically, and MCCW are there.
Nice.
So the very famous MCC club from London, who we have seen Tina playing for. In fact, if Tina wasn't playing for Germany next weekend, she probably would be playing for MCC in the ECSW. So I think they're still trying to work out what's happened. I've now got a no ball given for that last ball, but I don't think it was a no ball. I think it was just a single.
It can't be a no ball because they would have re-bowled it. And well, what I did see, I saw.
Hold on, they missed a no ball in between, I think. So now I've got that it is over.
Yeah.
But I am a little bit lost.
Well, I did see Rachel Pavlichkova go up to the bowler Konasova and give her a giant hug.
Yeah, so
which I think she needed.
By the way, I've got confirmation Shaka's just off with not feeling well. She's got a bit of an illness issue right now, and that's why she's gone off. So it's not an actual injury that might affect her cricket once she feels better.
Yeah.
So I suppose that's good news. Hopefully she feels better pretty soon. But this is the old scorer's nightmare. I know we've got Priya doing the scoring. It's a bit of a baptism of fire for her. Trying to sort that over out. But I believe it is the end of the over. I believe that is correct, and they're just trying to make sure that everything's correct and everything's adding up before we continue.
All right, so it will be Terka Koltsunova to continue from this the bottom end. What's it called? There's the Chateau end and there's the Banks. Is it the Banks end?
Yeah, it could be the Banks.
I think it's
You've got the Banks Field here.
It's the Banks Field. I can't remember what this end is. It's been a while since I've been here.
To me, it's like the golf course end because you got the golf course behind us. But I like explain the building that's.
It's a chateau. It's a zamek. So basically, it's hit firmly, but straight to the fielder. Good fielding. That's Kaminkova. It's a Zamek. So Zamek is kind of like a mansion house, a bit like a chateau in France. And it's very nice. There's a restaurant there now as a hotel. The restaurant is a pub, as it is pretty much everywhere in the Czech Republic.
Yeah.
So it's a bit of an appeal, but not out. And yeah, it's very nice down there. So we call it the Chateau. There are 2 Zameks in this area at Vinoj. The other one is a bit grander, but not in as good condition. I don't know what they're doing with that. It's on the other side of town. This is on the outskirts. It's actually Stenica, I think it's called. Stenica, I think it is.
That rings a bell.
Yeah, and yeah, it's very, very nice down there. It's very pleasant. Went down with there was a school group that I brought here last year when Rico was doing commentary. This is here to the leg side. It's some kids I teach with a good friend of mine as well. Their main teacher, Bara, and it's a 50 up, by the way. Another 50.
Yeah.
I think so.
Is it?
I don't know. She's
maybe it is.
She's put a bat up.
I think you're right, actually. Again, our scoring's kind of gone down at the moment, but yeah, it looks like it will be a half century. So yeah, Cyprus having that top order firing here.
So I'll go back to this in a minute. Nice shot. It was just straight to that fielder, short in the leg side. And so you go in. There's a ring of buildings. There's a chapel on one side, or a church, like at the end. And there's like a central courtyard with a big tree. So you can sit under the tree. You can get yourself a beverage. Went down there with the Burno boys last year, actually, for a little while.
That sounds amazing, actually.
It's very nice. We'll have to.
It's on my list, actually. I don't think we've ever been there, but I know we've talked about going before. Anyway, it's pretty well bowled, this one, by Turko Koltunova. And apologies, we don't have the score on your screen, but we do believe that Dina Gadenia has brought up her first T20I50. It's a great effort from her. Like I said, 15th match. Previous best score of 5 not out.
She's having a pretty good day.
Yeah, to say the least. This one's turned around the corner. We'll run pretty hard here, but I think they'll just get the single.
Yeah, nice shot and well run. And of course the golf club opened last year, which is good to see. So that was they've been under construction for many years. The company building it went bust about 3 times, and then they got funding, and then went bust again. So I'm not sure if it's local council that has helped with it, but it's open. It's a nice golf course. It's I think it's a 27-hole golf course. There's a lot of ground
really?
there.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's great that they're helping out with the ground a bit now as well.
It is, yeah. We had issues with the original developers here at the ground, because when they were sold the ground, they believed that this was a part of what they bought. But this actually belongs to the family of Hugo Banks.
Yep.
Hence the Banks field.
Yep. And
it's well bowled.
Is Kunchevat coming back now? And by the way, we'll get the score back as soon as we can. And I also want to give a bit of a shout out to Konasova.
Yeah.
When she stopped bowling wides, she bowled 6 legal balls in a row.
Yeah.
That took a lot of courage. And they've switched her back now for one of the regular bowlers, Erica.
I think she was definitely upset at the end of that over, but when she got it right, it was actually they were well pitched deliveries. They were good. There's something to work on there for sure.
And I think the over went for 17. We've seen way worse overs than 17
Yes.
on the network. Trust me. So, look, like I said, I'm very, very happy that she continued, and she did actually finish the over. And she actually created a little bit of a discomfort for the batters later in the over.
Yeah. That was it was good. Again, she'll be thinking about it for a little while, but Erica pushes another one down leg side. She's started again around the wicket. Is she going to change to over? Nope, she's going to keep on going. Bowling with her cap on.
Likes that round the wicket, doesn't she? That one's hit straight and pretty well fielded. It's a nice block. I love to see him getting down and making those stops with the hands.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, again, it's just that those little things that happens more and more, and the runs dry up. Not in this innings because I think it's just got away from the Czechs here. It's a nice little dab around the corner. Just limiting runs, putting pressure on the batters, but that's what they haven't been able to do. They bowled so many wides, loose deliveries, that the odd good delivery, even if it's a dot ball, doesn't really come into it that much because you just don't build pressure with just the odd dot ball.
Yeah, no, that's right. That's something they found it hard to do today.
Yeah.
Still got those pesky left-hand, right-hand combination though.
Yeah.
Full toss this time, but at least it's legal. Cut will do the fielding out at deep forward square.
She threw it in while not on her knees that time, which is something to put in the scrapbook.
And I know Phil's in the chat. Phil, tell us how's Belgium and what have you been getting up to during the day?
Yeah.
They're a little bit out of Brussels, I think.
Waffles, I reckon.
2 types of waffles. There's a whole thing.
Is there?
Yeah. So there's kind of the Brussels style, what you call the traditional Belgian waffles when you think of it.
Yeah.
And there's also the Liège style, which are a bit more, how do I describe it? They look a bit messier in a way, but they're kind of more caramelized and like they've got bits that are melting over and hardened, and they're both good. I had them both in one sitting. That was probably a mistake when I was there.
Why am I not surprised?
In 2022.
I tell you what I really like is the Dutch stroopwafel.
Oh yeah, they're very, very good. By the way, that will be the end of the over, and slowly I think catching up. I think that will be 155 without loss after 15 overs. So still on track for that 200, and this partnership up and over that 150 mark now as well.
I mean, for the Czechs, with the batting, they need to look at just getting partnerships, getting some runs, keeping out the good bowling. The running between the wickets I thought was good from the Czechs, apart from the run out or run outs. There were 2.
Yeah.
So apart from those,
I mean, the one of the run outs, I don't think it should have been. I think it should have been dead ball.
Yeah, that's right.
but there was one that was, just unfortunately a bit of a miscommunication. Okay, we get to see Kisova with the ball now. And that's not a bad start from her. Again, just tossing it up, but well hit. They'll get a single.
Yeah.
I mean, also an opportunity. I suppose they feel that the bowlers they've used, their regular bowlers here, maybe haven't been on song. So maybe try someone else that feels confident enough to have a bowl.
Absolutely. Nothing to lose, really. I mean, like, it meant nothing to lose apart from the game. But, I mean, this game is pretty much done and dusted already. Depending on how the Czechs bat, it's going to be a no ball. But try something. That's what these players are here for. It is an international game, but at the same time, it's a developing team.
It's actually in your best interest to try and develop more players that can perform for you as well.
Absolutely.
So strategically, it's actually probably the play as well. Okay, so free hit coming up. Again, it's a bit of a harsh penalty, the free hit for the bowler. But that one does get hit, actually. It would have been a big wide. It's probably a good result for Czechia because it'll, I suppose, end that free hit. It's going to be a single.
So going back to that, I think one thing they've done badly in this innings is the extras, the wides and the no balls. There's been fewer full pitch deliveries, and there's been less foot fielding. All right. So if they can improve their batting and not just scoreboard, but just keeping out the better deliveries,
That's going to be no ball as well. Pitch just before the crease.
then it'll be a positive thing. It's small steps for this Czech team, and much the same for Cyprus. I think I would like to see tomorrow a change in the batting order. Maybe give a few other bowlers a chance, and I'm sure it'll happen.
That's much better ball this time. He's dead on target as well. But yeah, you're right. I think they already have made a change already, obviously giving this opportunity to Samanthi, who's responded with a half century. So I think we could expect a bit more of that from Cyprus as well.
I mean, the last thing they want to do, Cyprus, is lose a game. All right, but at the same time, they've brought a full squad here. They need to. I'm sure they'll give them some of the batters a chance. And look, these other batters are getting runs. If they're in trouble, they've still to come in. There's no downside to it.
That's it. Yeah, it's going to be hit well, and that's going to go towards the car park. That's going to be 4. So that's going to be another half century to Durana Halagi, who brought up her first T20I 50 earlier in the day. She's gone back-to-back here on opening day of this T20IW.
Yep, it's very good batting, and just hitting the loose balls, not taking too many risks. But she lined that one up very nicely and hit it towards the fastest part of the ground. Nothing the Czech fielders could do about that one. So Kisova, it's been a reasonable over. But again, it's good for her to have a chance to perform. It's a pretty good ball. It's in the air. Player coming around, drops the catch. Unfortunately, made good ground to it, but couldn't hang on. That's Rachel Pavlichkova.
Yeah, it's good effort. Got around to it. Did all the hard work, didn't she? But unfortunately couldn't hold on. And this partnership continues to thrive.
Yeah, a lot of work for Venki to do. He's sitting on the bench watching this. But I mean, there's a really good team spirit in this side, so they won't feel too down. It's just little things need to improve along the way, little tweaks. It's a pretty good delivery. Well played. That's going towards the boundary as well, and it will be 4.
Yeah, runs flowing thick and fast. Even when the balls have been legal, they've been hitting plenty of 4s in this inning. Cyprus, and of course we all documented the issues that Czechia have had with the extras in this game. That'll be the end of the 17 overs. It's 173 without loss. So yeah, both these two, you can see now, we've got the score back. But yeah, 63 extras. It's basically bowling an extra 10 overs of, which is goes without saying. And I will say, we see Europe, various stages of development, but you go. I think it's one game in South America. I'll try and find it for you actually. I think it was Chile versus Argentina, and it was worse. I'll give it to you in a second. Anyway,
I mean, there's the one with we spoke about bowling figures that where a player took 7 for none. Indonesia against Mongolia. So, all these teams are at different stages. Again, the Czech team in general is very, very young. Terka Koltunova is turning 18 this year, but she captained the Czech team when she was 16. Looks like it's Kominkova has come back.
And it's important. I mean, to have more countries playing cricket, and it gives them a starting point, as we've said. But this was last year, actually, 2 years ago now, October 13, 2023, and Argentina 427 for 1 off the 20. That's up in the air. And that's going to get away for 4. Nice shot by Durana Halagi. I think with that has gone past her score from earlier in the day. So now she's got a new high score in T20I cricket. She's lifting herself to new heights here in Prague.
Nice shot. 400 how much?
427. The batters scored 169 and 145. There was 1 wicket. But one of the issues was the extras. In fact, they had 64 no balls and 8 wides. This is actually going to get away as well.
Good fielding.
Very good fielding out there.
I think
to
it's
save that.
Erika Kuntsova, I think. Have a look at this. Again, the foot fielding fail.
Yeah, you'd love to just try and get a dive on that. Maybe you can take a miracle catch. But yeah, very good, neat, risky business style.
Yeah.
Stop, wasn't it?
Very good.
But how about this? Florencia Martinez, 1 over none for 52. And Corey talks about, we have the supersonic over 30 plus, hypersonic 40 plus. Yeah. We've seen a couple lately. But we've never had a 50.
No.
50, Corey calls the big bang because he thinks that the ECN universe will implode on itself and seeks to exist if we ever have a 50 run over.
In France last week, we had a player, Munawar, which is a great name for a captain of a team. There's a rallying cry. hit 80 off almost nothing in his first game, and he took 3 wickets, got player of the game.
Yeah.
Next game, he got a first baller, bowled 1 over, and went for 44.
Yeah, that's real. It's a real. What's the word? An evener. Cricket is an evener. Always give you a reality check, won't it? We saw the rare 7 sixes in an over in France as well, right? We had a 6 sixes and 7 up.
That was it. That was that.
That
over
was
then.
the over, right?
Yeah.
It was. Yeah, it went for 44.
Yeah. There was.
And there was another wide in there, I think.
There was. I think in one of the games on the last day, there were 8 sixes in a row. Again, good fielding. Just got past the fielder, but good attempt.
That's gone out for 4 more. So it's a big score that's only getting bigger at the moment.
It's been a long innings.
Yeah.
There's no time penalties.
Well, I mean, the penalty is that I think from about now you probably are only allowed 3 outfielders. Whether it's enforced or not, I'm not so sure. So the penalty in T20I cricket is that if you run out of time, you need to have 1 more in the circle than normal. So normally it's 4 out. I'm not sure at the moment.
I can only see 2 out, so 3 out. I can see 3 out. Oh, this is in the air, and it'll drop short of the fielder. It's Kunsava will pick it up and just underarm it back to Kaminkova. Again, not a bad over here from Yana. And creating a few little opportunities. There's, field shifts around again. This one's going to be a no ball, I think. No ball called, free hit.
Yeah, to be honest, at the moment, I think could be on for more extra deliveries than even that amazing scorecard I just described. So, I mean, you'd hate to see it, but check it. We haven't always seen them having these kind of troubles to this extent. It's going to be another no ball. What they say when it rains, it pours. It's a confidence game. When you lose confidence in your location, it's very, very tough as a bowler to get it back.
Yeah. Well, again, we've got 3 more games after this one. 2 tomorrow, 1 on Sunday. And they definitely have improvement to be made. It's hit straight. Kunsava will pick it up. And, well, she's been bright in the field as Kunsava.
That's the end of the 18th over. Looks like 200's on and then some. Cyprus 189 without loss after 18.
Yeah, it's good batting, but I've got to say it's just not been good enough for the Czech bowling. 10.5 and over. Expected score now 212. It's too many for the Czechs to reach, but again, it's small steps, I think, for this.
Just want
this
about
side.
better. I mean, if you could even make 100, I think you'd really be able to say, it's a bit more in account, because really, out of the 3 innings we've had so far today, Czechia haven't really been too competitive in any one of them.
No, not at all. Well, none of the batters reached double figures in the previous innings for the Czechs, but it was fantastic bowling from Samanthi, though. It was spot on line and difficult to keep out.
Yeah.
So the
good start to the over there from Turka.
What the Czech girls were saying, because they don't like fast bowling, right? They're scared of fast bowling. They said it wasn't difficult in the sense that it wasn't too fast, but it was just spot on line.
Yeah, it was
and it was
accurate.
unrelenting. It was fantastic bowling.
Got some good news for Czech fans.
Uh-huh.
There hasn't been a lot of good news going around today. Oh, again, no one always takes out Turka's shin. In fact, still rolling towards the boundary.
They still only get 1 though. So it's just that 1 again with the running. That's my only criticism, I think, with the Cyprus, is the running between wickets. But I've made my point, I think, with that. So I don't need to mention anything. It's a good chase, a good pick up and throw. So Terka bowling now to the left-handed Samanthi, who's on 62.
Pretty well bowled that time. It'll be swung away to the leg side. You know what we say in T20 cricket, it all happens in the 19th. Cyprus looking like they could go the 20 overs without losing a single wicket.
Yeah, it's looking likely, isn't it? It's well, there's been a couple of catches put down one tough one that, well, should have been taken. But apart from that, it's been pretty risk-free from these two.
I'm trying to find scorecards with more extras than we're likely to get here to try and make Czech fans feel a little bit better.
You're not talking about test matches, right?
I'm talking about T20Is.
Yeah.
That's well bowled by Czechia this time. But I'm still searching.
Venky's saying that Czech's bowling leg spin.
Yeah,
I know
she's been working on it. She's told me. That one just goes a little bit wrong. It'll bounce off the pitch.
I like the pace she had in that, though. That's about the right pace, I think, for a leggy. But yeah, coming around the wicket, no, over the wicket. Sorry, he just called it no ball, and a free hit.
That one's hit pretty hard as well. Again, no attempt with the hand, and that's going to be costly. That's going to run away for 4. So this is just something, I suppose, you know, when you're out there training, you want to be working on something, and one of the things is just getting as much of the body behind the ball as you can. And even if you stop there with your shin, it's not even a good result. You got a massive ball bruise on your shin. Anyway, end of the 19th over. It's 196 without loss.
Well, they should definitely get that 200 mark, which is psychologically not a great thing for the Czechs. But Cyprus, I mean, they've come here on tour to perform. They're ranked 30 in the world, so it's about 46 places higher, something like that, than the Czechs. And it's showing at the moment, I've got to say. But it's been with the Czech team at the moment. It's the extra deliveries and that are really causing him issues. Here's a bowler, I think, or player who's, I think, played pretty well, Erika Kuncová. She's going to be coming around the wicket.
Okay, last overtime. And the first one will be called a wide. Again, it's closer. Pavlichkova getting this last over. I'm searching for scorecard that had more extras. I know that Romania conceded 72 extras in one match I just found.
In a men's game or women's?
This is in a women's T20I. Well, this is hit in the air. Fielder can't make the stop. In the infield, they will get one and creep closer to the 200.
Yeah, it's well, it's a pretty good scorecard for Cyprus. Here it comes. She'll stay around the she'll stay around the wicket for the right-hander. And pretty good delivery. And that's exactly where she wants it.
Got 73 extras. That was in that Argentina versus Chile game. But anyway, let's not focus on that too much. Let's try and find a positive here. Kuncová, she's been one of the better bowlers for Czechia today. Can she get this breakthrough? Albeit in this last over. Pretty well bowled again. And these two kind of racing each other right now. They're 64-64 before that shot, which takes Aisha to 65. She had a good day with the bat. Hasn't been dismissed, and now well over 100 runs.
She's looking a bit tired though, but she's definitely in a job at the top of the innings. As Samantha, who did the job with the ball, we'll see if she's too tired to bowl again. I think the Czechs would be happy if she was too tired to bowl.
That's pretty well hit. Yeah, through the leg side. It's a long chase there for Katka, but she should cut it off. Again, they're only going to get one. Probably should have gone for 2, but what it does do, it brings up the 200 for Cyprus and the 200 partnership as well, of course. And, well, supercomputer, they picked the 200 for a while back, and now they've done it. So it's a mountain of runs they put on the board. Good toss to win.
Yeah, very good toss to win. All right, Erika comes in again, and legal delivery, good bowling.
I reckon they're a bit generous there, but maybe it is time to be a little bit generous.
So,
last ball coming up.
Thought it was, but it's still on the scoreboard. Hasn't quite caught up yet, but I thought it was the last ball.
No, this will be. Or not. It's going to be called a wide, so yeah, still. So the most extras in an innings, one innings is 73. I want to see if we're below that. Can we stay below that? It's not a record you want Czechs to have. We're on 71. All right, come on, Erica. Oh, beautiful finish.
Yeah.
It's a frustrating day for the Czech fans. Or I think Cyprus fans, they're happy with what they've seen. They're going to finish at a huge score, 201 without loss off the 20 overs. And Czechia, again, playing for pride really, but let's hope they can make a few more than the 37 that they've got bowled out for in game one. But Cyprus, well, they've come and they're conquering right now. And surely, with a successful defence of this huge score, they go 2-0 up in the series.
We're going to see some of the highlights here. And it was, again, some good batting, some good stroke play. Some foot fielding that shouldn't have been. But you'll see all the highlights will be from the batting side. There were a couple of drop catches that went down during the innings. But generally, very, very good batting from both of these two. Right-handed, left-handed combination was too tricky for the Czech bowlers in some sense. And of course, with Shaka going off, that was that one over from Eva Konasova that started off well in a difficult situation, and then she ended up very, very well with that over. But of course, was a little bit disappointed with the form. See, again, just nice stroke making, and this is the good fielding from Erica on the boundary. So massive score here for Cyprus, and the Czechs, well, they've been out there for a while. I think want a bit of a break and a bit of a drink. 201 for no loss off 20 overs in this game.
Yeah, and so they finished probably fittingly on the same score, 65 not out for both of those two batters, and a particularly good effort, I think, from Samantha, who comes off her 7-foot to post her first ever double-figure score in T20Is. It turns out to be 65 not out, and once again, you saw Duran Halagi with 65 as well. Bowling-wise, well, unfortunately, no joy for Czechia, but I'm sure they'll be better for the experience. We'll see them with the bat when we return in around about 10 minutes' time. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Max Moat with Danny Hudacek, and we'll see you shortly for more T20 action here in Czechia.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to Prague, where we're covering this 5-match T20I series between Czechia and Cyprus. Cyprus putting on a mountain of runs in the first innings of this one, 201 to be precise. And so Czechia, I don't really think there's too much chance of them chasing 202 for victory, but they would like to outdo their performance earlier when they were bowled out for just 37 in match one. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, with Danny Hudacek. As it looks like we've got Olga Hamzhigova out there with Pratibha Chowdhury as the openers. Danny, welcome back, and let's hope that the Czechs can show a little bit of something before the end of the day.
Look, absolutely. I think again they've got nothing to lose. They need to sort of knuckle down and get a little partnerships along the way. You know, if a wicket falls, then the next batter comes in. But it's interesting these two are opening actually. I know that Yana Kovinkova was asked, but there were quite a few red faces, not because of the embarrassment of things, but just because it's warm out there and they've spent a lot of time.
Yeah.
You know, it's quite a few more overs than what was necessary because of the extras.
Yeah, over 11 extra overs were bowled
Yeah.
in that first inning, so yeah, that certainly wasn't in the plans. But anyway, we're almost ready to go. Cyprus, well, they were spot on target, weren't they? Had a lot of balls hitting the stumps earlier on. So, almost ready. Everyone's happy. Welcome back to all the viewers as well. I know a bit of a break in Malta at the moment. The final starts in about an hour, so it's probably got a few viewers that might be tuning in for the first time today. So, yeah, check you out. It's a tall order to say the least, but hey, let's see if they can provide a few highlights.
Just waiting on a start.
Yeah, ready for action. Here we go with the second innings. First one's negotiated pretty well by Chowdhury. As you can see, it's Karalalage who bowled pretty well in that first game, picked up just the one wicket. Of course, the big story was Samanthi Dunu Kedenia took 7 wickets and actually a kind of controversial run out just before the end of the innings cost her the chance at 8. This is going to go slightly wrong. It's going to be a no ball, I think, for off the pitch, and so we've got a free hit coming up.
Yeah, talking about the one highlight I think for the Czechs is the running between the wickets in the first innings. The one little mishap with the early run out of Kuntseva without scoring. But I was speaking to Prakash, the president of the Czech board, the JMKS, and he said that a lot of the work has been done with Kacha within the junior ranks, and just the way they run between the wickets has stemmed from the games with that. As you can see, it's a
good shot. That's going to be the first run off the bat. Should be 1 run on the board for the no ball as well. Maybe they're just waiting to give the scoreboard a bit of TLC to get it going. But that, to me, I think is now 2 on the board.
Yeah, it is. Oh, 1 off the bat, which is good to see. We'll bring Olga Hamzhigova.
Yeah, it is Hamzhigova.
There's no.
That's it. We'd only have the straight 26 letters in our graphics. Yeah. So in Czech you have these. Are they called diacritics? Is that what they're called? Yeah. I'm trying to think what the word is. But yeah, the R with the little, what does it looks like a little V on top. Is that what it's called?
Yeah, Hacek, yeah. It means a hook.
Yeah.
A hook.
Okay, and a hook on the top.
Yep.
Like Vinosh, where we are Vinosh.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an.
I'm not really the person to try and give the finer points of Czech pronunciation, having spent a lot of time here. You're a lot better than me with that.
It's a weird one. It's a weird RJ in one, like RJ type sound, and it's unpronounceable for most humans apart from Czechs.
True.
So, but yeah, so it just depends because I'll go back to it in a sec.
A bit wide as well, so yeah, scoreboard is up and running now.
So just for instance, you look at Teresa and Shaka, it's called Tsunova, so C is a ts,
yeah,
right? But if it had the Hacek, it would be called Chunova, right? So now looking at Erika Kuntsova, I don't know if it's Kuntsova or Kunchova.
I remember I memorized them a while ago, so I think it's Kunchova, and I actually think they are Kolchunovas as well. I think it does have. Oh, we got two at one end here, but luckily for Czechia, it's fumbled by the keeper and it allows Chowdhury the chance to scramble back to her ground.
So it would be handy, and I'm going to try to get some sort of print out and get them to alter it by themselves, so we could have a little
yeah,
thing.
I actually might even have that for you, because I know on the master sheet that we get it originally, it has the accents included.
Well, that would be handy. This has gone past the keeper, and they'll look for two extras. It's going towards the boundary, and they've...
late decision. Chowdhury was willing.
They were chatting.
Was willing Hamshikova to come back. She wasn't. By the time she thought maybe she would, it was way too late.
So, well, a few runs off this over. 6 so far. A couple of balls left, but yeah, it would be. Yeah. So the pronunciation is very phonetic in Czech. So it's not Rachel Pavličková, right? In Czech, CH is a letter. Right, it's K. So it would be Rachel.
Yeah,
right?
I've heard them say it that way.
Yep. So it's not Rachel, but it's much easier to say.
We anglicise it a little bit.
We do.
Ourselves.
Yeah.
I'll send this to you because I know you like this kind of thing.
Yeah.
I like this kind of thing too.
I like pronouncing people's names correctly. It's good. I'm gonna butcher a lot of names, especially gone straight through a good delivery. That's the end of Chowdhury for 1. So, was it? What's happening?
It was a free hit because the ball before, remember, it went over the keeper. So actually, it's not out.
Okay.
That's
good.
She started walking off and then said, "Hey, hold on."
She wasn't moving anywhere. Lucky it wasn't a run out of the bowler's end, though.
No, we don't want another one of those. I will send you a list. It might not be exhaustive. Some of them still might be missing the accents, I will say. But some of them do have it. So that might help you a little bit.
All right, thank you.
It's Chowdhury survives to tell the tale.
It was a good ball. Got to say, it was right on the money. That's what we saw a lot of from Samantha in the first innings. Just prodded back down the pitch.
Yeah. At least there's communication.
Yeah.
At least they're talking to each other, which is good.
It was the dismissive.
It was the
go
get back.
away.
No, not interested. But anyway, into the first over at 7 without loss after 1.
Yeah, pretty decent over there for the Czechs. I mean, they're not going to win this game. They need about 10.5 and over. I mean, they could win this game theoretically.
Be a story.
It would be a story. But at the same time, it's about really mounting an innings, a better one than the first one we saw this morning. Keeping out the good balls, especially from this bowler. I think it's
they're going to go to Chaturani, the captain's going to bowl. So yeah, obviously they decided to bat the 7-wicket taker, Duna Kendadenia, in this game. So Chaturani will get a bowl for the first time. First time we've seen anyone except the 2 bowlers for Cyprus. Now, this could be close. In fact, it's going to be gone. A direct hit. It was always a chance, wasn't it? This time, the ball didn't go too far from the centre. But, well, I think it had to be a direct hit, and it was. And you can see in the end, probably about a metre short. And Chowdhury, unfortunately for her, it's the end of the road, and the score is 7 for 1.
Well, it's Klara Kisova skipping in again. You saw her with the fielding before, but she's still going with the skipping. It gives a little fist bump, but that's quite a nice touch. See, they've taken off for the run. It was worth the risk, but just a little bit short. But it was a direct hit from the fielder. Good piece of fielding there by Cyprus. So, first wicket down, 7 on the board. And it is Klara Kisova at the striker's end. Ball comes in. And nothing on there. Called a wide. This is confirmation from the scorers.
What's the sub fielder there, Sunethra, actually, that hit the stumps? So what a great way for her to get into the game. It's well bowled. You can see already the difference. We haven't seen too much of the Cyprus bowling. We didn't get a chance because the first innings that we saw them bowling didn't go too long. And Kisova finding that one tough, testing outside the off stump.
Well, the skipper
handles that one pretty well though.
Chaturani seems a very good cricketer. Fielding was top notch. He hit a 50 in the first game, and bowling's been right on target so far. And again.
Yeah, that one's going to get away from the keeper momentarily. This one.
Oh, I think she's in.
I think only just. Well, let's see that from side on. It's been given not out, so it'll stay not out. But we'll have a look on the replay. And some hesitation, and then they decide to go. Oh, I don't know if you can freeze that. Actually, that's really close. Again, it won't be out because we don't have the TV umpire available. But look. Oh,
close. Don't know about that one, but it's impossible to tell if you're an umpire.
You can't give this out.
No.
But have a look. I got a feeling that about here, look, it's not holding the bat correctly.
No.
Out. Oh. Out. Yeah, there's one frame there.
Yeah.
So it is just out, but luckily learns a lesson there because she just didn't hold the bat correctly.
She's holding it like she's trying to stab someone.
She's going to throw a javelin. Anyway, she survives.
And got past the fielder. They get one. There's a bit of a little outside edge. And is that a run to Kisova or is it Hamzikova? Not quite sure. In fact, Kisova now facing.
Can she get off the mark? Not yet. That's pretty tight over from Chaturani. And at the end of 2 overs, Czechia 10 for 1.
Yeah, Chaturani, a quality cricketer, as we saw with the bat and now with the ball. So, again, the sun's come out. It's a beautiful day for cricket. And, well, the Czechs, there's a Venki there around the team. Just having a look, and it's a pretty bright start. You can see the table. Cyprus have, played 1-1-1. But at this stage, it looks like they might win the second one. And with a massive score on the board, 202.
You just got to treat this almost like you're batting first. And try and build as big a score as you can.
Yeah. I mean, again, it's all about valuable experience. And they know not what to do with the ball now, the Czechs. There's certain things they improved and other things they fell back on with that last innings. Yeah,
well, to be fair, even, I've seen this Czech team a lot. It was probably the worst performance I've seen from them in the field and with the ball. Even by their own standards. I think they would be disappointed with how it went. But again, tomorrow's a new day. Another opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely.
Particularly, I think certain things like the fielding, again, just put the feet away. Too many balls have been getting through on the ground. You put all those things together. It's been a tough innings, tough day really for the home side.
There were a couple of tough catches that went down as well. One probably should have been taken. The other one was a little bit harder. But again, it depends on the level. They've got to raise to a level where they're competitive against teams like Cyprus, and they've got to do it. There's no time limit for it, I guess. But to keep players really keen and interested, and they are very keen and interested, we've got to start. Just one win will boost everything again. It's just it's like breathing air into a side.
Yeah.
So they'll try to do that this weekend. It's going to be a tough ask against a very good Cyprus team, though.
Yeah, definitely.
I saw them. I think it was the beginning of last year against Spain. In Spain, that they were quite competitive because it was T10s, and they pushed Spain quite a few times in that series. But another chance for a run out, and well run in the end.
Yeah, again, it gets there. I think direct hit would have been gone. But running between the wickets isn't something that necessarily comes to mind, but when you're training new cricketers, but it is really important skill, even just how to hold the bat when you're running and how to slide the bat in. Last ball the over. It's a pretty good one. Gets past Kisova, who's yet to score, but she's still there. It's the end of the third over. 11 for 1.
Yeah, it's they're applying themselves well. They've kept the good balls out as well, which is again something I'm sure that the coach Venki would have spoken about. Just to keep the good balls at bay, and then try to score runs off the ones that are slightly away from the stumps, slightly wider, slightly shorter or fuller. Let's see here. I think it's. I mean, this is the comparison. I think it's unfair to compare at the moment. Tatarani will continue. Good ball.
Yeah, Cyprus were just very good at getting that one boundary and over in the early going. And it kind of bore out. We said they're giving away 3 extras and over. In the end, it was more like 3.5.
Yeah.
And they're giving away 71 extras in the first innings. This one's a full toss. Pops up. But in the end, it falls safely. I mean, that's the kind of ball that it's quite hard if you're just kind of dabbing a horizontal bat at it. There's not much good that can happen out of it.
Yeah.
But again, with experience, those shot selections and those extra scoring opportunities will come.
And they are playing around with the order a little bit. You know, it's a bit of an appeal, but it's good for these batters to come in high up the order against good bowling. You know, it's they're here playing for their country, and yeah, there's obviously a lot of pride, and they've come up and you know, they're still struggling a little bit with the bat, but you're right, they're still there, and that's well, they get a buy out of that one.
Yeah, so yeah, one's hard to come by, but yeah, Cyprus, obviously, coming off that quadrangular series at home where they had some very good opponents, you can see that they're just a little bit more in the swing of it, even given the fact that there's a bit of a gulf between these teams skill-wise and at their stage of development. But I just think Cyprus, they look like they've been playing a bit more cricket recently, and it's showing.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's pretty well bowled as well from Chaturani.
Both those at Denmark and Guernsey.
Denmark, Isle of Man. And yeah, really just got some good match practice. Cover comes in pretty tight. It's a pretty nice shot. Again, they're going to go on their hit. There's no real hesitation. That's why they do get away with it. So Isle of Man, as well as Denmark and Jersey, were the 3 other sides in that quadrangular back in April. By the way, it is back in April because we're already into May. End of the 4th over. It's 13 for 1 after 4.
Definitely spring weather in Prague now. All the flowers in bloom. It's such an exciting time of the year here in Prague because winters are maybe not as long as what they used to be. They're pretty bleak though. I mean, you spent a couple of winters.
I've spent a little bit of time here around the Christmas period. It's beautiful for another reason.
It's okay until Christmas and New Year's. And then for the next few months, it's like, when does spring come?
January punishes you a bit because all the festivities are over by then, and then all the Christmas stuff's gone. And you're just kind of left with this wasteland.
Yep.
So we're just saying. But I didn't grow up with snow.
No.
It's still a pretty new thing for me.
No.
I love the Christmas markets here.
Oh, they're great.
But not just in Prague, but around the country. But also, I know Germany does a good Christmas market
Austria as well.
Austria, yeah. So down Lakeside.
The smell of it, the smell of the barbecuing pork, which is delicious, but also just there's mead, there's all sorts of other different foods, but their Christmas markets are great. There's a good atmosphere as well. The mulled wine is pretty nice.
Yeah, it's pretty well kept out. Something that Czechia found it tough earlier in the day. It was just keeping out these balls that are on the stumps.
Yep.
A load of crew. I know we've got a few viewers that have tuned in, maybe taking a break from Malta because Malta's just in the hiatus before the final. So hello to crew, hello to Chris Smith, hello to SkyQuest, and Tim Harmer watching as well. He said, I didn't even realise this was on. Yeah, 3 doses of ECN today, 3 different locations. Carlo Lage. Oh, was very close to sneaking that one through as well. I suppose the other question is with Czechia, I mean, you don't want to be giving wickets away, but there might be a point where they think, okay, we might strategically want to get a Katka out there, Teslikova or Turka Kolchunova.
But again, with the ball getting a little bit softer, it doesn't make it much softer, right? But with second string bowlers,
Oh, it's going to be gone. Excellent catch behind the stumps. Tamara De Silva had to deal with a significant deflection off the bat of Kisova, and Korolalagi takes the wicket. Have a look at this. Excellent reactions. He makes good position. It was actually on the way down as it reaches her, but she makes the adjustment, and that's a top-class bit of keeping. So that's the second wicket down now. Kisova out for 1, and it's 14 for 2.
Yeah, very nice keeping, and she stays down quite nicely. Have a look.
Yeah, you're right. It's good observation, Danny. The knees stay very, very bent, and she's in a position where she's able to take that opportunity. A lot of keepers would have missed that because it was a big significant deflection sideways, but also it was dropping on it, and that was a very, very good piece of keeping from Tamara.
Well, Clara Kisova comes back with a big smile on her face.
Yeah, I think she did protect her stumps pretty well in that innings, and in the end, maybe on another day she misses it and she survives, but she got a fair bit out on that and ended up going to the keeper. Always excited to see Katka Teslikova bat, and she'll survive this first one, but she's a proper hitter, isn't she? I mean, I know there's always ups and downs in your cricket career. I know maybe she hasn't scored as many runs lately as she would have liked, but she's a real competitor. She's the captain of the side now, and she can crack the ball.
Oh yeah, when she gets one hit, it stays hit. She's been a mainstay of this Czech team, but also the local leagues for quite a while.
And she's going to get off the mark here, drilling that one to mid-wicket, where it is well fielded, but they will get through for the single.
And nicely run. So, at the end of 5, the Czechs are 15 for 2.
Yeah, 5 overs in, and Hamzikova is out there with her captain, Katerina Teslikova. Let's just see what happened here.
I think she's just she blown a plugger. I'm not sure. She hurt herself. I hope not.
Yeah, I hope it's not too serious. Maybe it just seems there's an equipment thing. Yeah, maybe she has. She's done a shoot, and I suppose you replace one, you replace both. So she's had 1 run and she's lost 2 shoes.
What's going on? So the substitute has come on with water.
Well, is it? Yeah, that's not going to help. Well, she's actually going to go and she's going to find she's got the spare shoes. Pretty cool red numbers coming on.
Yeah, it'll match the pads.
It's either that, or I don't know if she's gone out to bat in spikes. No, I don't think so.
I don't think she'd have spikes.
Yeah, interestingly, she's choosing to run back when you could easily put the shoes on there and run back, but now she's running back in her socks.
Well, there's a big thing here about taking your shoes and shoes off when you enter somebody's house.
That is a thing, yeah.
And there's also in every Czech cottage mainly, but every Czech household, there's a whole cupboard or like a whole section full of slippers, guest slippers, where you go in and it's just if you go in, normally people don't bring their own slippers, but they do have guest slippers, and those can be worn outside as well. I know I wear them outside with my cousin's place when they have a barbecue, but that's the first thing they do. I take my shoes off and they give me a pair of slippers to wear around the house.
Yeah, a little bit of a peek about what's coming up. Tomorrow, of course, we'll be here for matches 3 and 4 in this series, but also the ECIs get underway in Malta, with the ECS finishing today, and Croatia are touring Malta in the women and Estonia in the men. So you can tune in to Tina and Rico over there, 7:15 a.m. GMT, 9:15 in Central Europe, 12:45 in India. It's just half an hour before we get started. Anyway, it's a big full toss first up. In fact, it's going to be called a no ball from Chaturani.
I've got a third umpire in the way and a Czech coach who won't get out of my way because I do have my viewing section is quite broad. It is the door of this. Oh, here we go. They moved. Oh, nice shot. It's going towards the boundary and 4 runs.
Yeah, well there you go. It was a free hit and Katka goes bang. Again, that's the power she's got. It screams off the bat. As the helicopter goes overhead, we see a bit of velocity on the field as well.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot. 2 planes are going to collide up above us as well. Might not. Hopefully not. They're far enough apart, but it looks like from this distance. There's lots of airports around. Lots of tourists. Shot, and that's through the field again.
Yeah, I think she might have got a bit of a hand on it in the field, so it'll slow it down somewhat. I'll come back for a pretty easy too. So yeah, maybe it's a blessing that Katka goes out there. Still 15 overs to bat. I'd love to see her
get a bit of form.
Yeah, just find that confidence again.
Yeah, we've got a couple of decent bats in there as well, with Terka Kolsunova. And also Yana Kominkova was hitting the ball very nicely earlier.
Chadarani with a comeback ball. Yeah, just that swing, which is not quite straight in the bat plane there. Just a little bit across the ball. It was well bowled.
Does that come from the softball background, do you think?
Yeah, I think softball is and baseball is quite bottom-handed game, and it's an angular bat game. There's no such thing as a straight bat shot in baseball. Not the skills don't translate, but that one she does get a piece of, and that goes to that fielder we were talking about earlier. Was, I think, the best hair that we've ever seen. There's a couple of good ponytails out there.
So I've seen some good afros as well.
It's Hawagi who's actually on the field. I don't think she's in the 11 this game. As this one will have to be rebowled.
Yeah, we have seen good hair. Muhammad Rafa, he got player of the series.
Oh, Rafa's hair lately. I mean, when he was here a couple of years ago, he completely shaved his head.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Made up for it now. As it's more or less a Yorker gets jammed back to the bowler. Yeah, just checking out Katka's stats. Of course, I think Czechia had only played 7 T20Is before this series began. So it's a very limited amount compared to Cyprus, who have played a few more than that. As we get to the end of the power play, Czechia, they still got a few wickets left in hand. They didn't at this stage last time. Right now, it's 24 for 2.
Yeah, they're applying themselves pretty well, and as you can see the scorecard, Chowdhury gets a single, Kisova gets 1 as well, and we still haven't had a batter in double figures. I think I'm not going to put the mockers on any of them.
Well, 5 was the top score in the first innings. Yeah. And so we'll start a new over here. Steps towards it, but can't make any contact. We do have Korolagi coming back to bowl another one.
That's the type of shot she really likes. She likes to step outside and hit with that step, and I think it's good to see she's moving her feet.
I think that's the thing she's a bit disappointed about is these shots, that these balls are in her zone.
Yeah.
This is when she's been a bit out of nick, but she hasn't been hitting them. Maybe she hit the first 6 for the Czech team on ECN. That was in Croatia a couple of years ago. This time she makes some contact, but it won't get past the bowler.
I can imagine the celebrations as well.
Yeah. She has a high score of 24, and she brought that up against Chib last year. But remember she had a pretty miserable CE Cup apart from that last year. Of course, Gibraltar and Croatia, the other 2 teams in that tri-series.
So she's very experienced and is a big player for this team. Nice shot out towards long off.
Yeah, so that's something, I suppose. She is pretty good actually at hitting through that offside. Yeah, maybe not a natural kind of driver of the ball, but if there's a bit of length on it, she can just kind of bludgeon it, I suppose is the word that comes to mind.
Yeah, she's a natural athlete, as mentioned, quite tall as well. There's Katka. Yeah, it's interesting with nicknames in the Czech Republic, because her name's Katarzyna, and but she would never ever hear it unless it's some sort of government office.
Yeah.
She would never ever hear that name again. And there's some weird ones as well. We talked about the name Honza.
Honza and John or Jan.
That's again, it's a very, very strange one.
We got big problems. They've messed it out. They have messed it up.
There's another one on.
Now they'll settle for one, but yeah, the bowler hit the stumps with her hands, and the ball got past. Well, this is a bit of a comedy of errors, really. Have a look. The ball comes in and just completely misses the ball. and then the hands hit the stumps. But yeah, they were real 6s and 7s there. The two batters.
Yeah, they ended up. Yeah,
coming and going. She'd pretty much given it up. Even there, I think she thought she was out.
Yeah.
But she wasn't.
Well, it caused issues in the first innings as well. That sort of reaction.
The first game, yeah, thinking you're out when you're not out. Bit of a talking point. But anyway, all's well that ends well. She'll get a run, and Katka gets the strike back. She's on 9.
Let's get down the ground. They'll get a run. Well run.
That's the other thing with Katka. She's very fast. She's
Yeah.
like a gazelle between the wickets. So yeah, a lot quicker than most of the players we'll see this weekend. It's the end of the 7th over. Czechia 27 for 2.
I'm getting covered by ants, Balluini.
That's okay. Let's talk about our commentary setup, because I know you can't really see us, but we're in basically it's like a demountable container kind of thing.
Yeah.
But it's pretty cool. You got a door with a bit of fresh air,
Yeah.
which I'm a bit jealous of the fresh air actually. But I've got a window which is open on my side as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, the ants have kind of infiltrated it. But imagine if there's this many ants in our bunker. Imagine if we had the outside table, how many there would be.
Both here and in Hungary especially, I'd come home with a bag full of ants, and my hotel room they were starting a colony. I'd come home and there'd be lines of ants all over the room.
True.
And they wouldn't get cleaned the next day. They would just continue to breed. I'm not sure if I go back to that room, I reckon it's just going to be absolutely crawling with ants. I do like ants. I think they're interesting.
Here's Widja Singer, who gets a bowl for the first time today. Chandrika gets her first one to go between the batter and the stumps.
It's good from the management, Cyprus Mohammed, there to throw the different bowlers in, also for the skipper, just to. I mean, they've toured for a reason. These players, they're good enough to play for their country, so why not give them an opportunity to show what they've got?
Yeah, I think so. You know, amount of runs on the board. Margins don't really matter in T20Is, so he's just trying to get more players feeling good about their game and able to step up if their team needs them to in other matches.
I mean, it's people want to contribute. This is down Lakeside. They want to contribute to the team. It's one of the great things about cricket is that at any level, if you can contribute to the runs or to a wicket, to a catch, to a run out, anything like that, to the team, you feel pride in that. It's not just it's a significant part of the game of cricket. So it's good to see new bowlers hit pretty nicely. And they'll look for 2. It's not going to go to the boundary. They should get it 2 pretty comfortably, and they do. Nicely run. Again, that's the one thing I think the Czechs do better than the Cypriots is that they that would have just been 1 run for Cyprus, whereas the Czechs have come back and it's a comfortable 2.
Yeah, that's true. Tezhikova on strike. That's the kind of length she likes. They've put a fielder back there now, so it'll only be a single. Yeah, it looks, at the moment at least, that Czechia are going to sail past that 37, which was the whole team score in that first game.
So they need just an improvement, and they're keeping the good balls out and scoring runs as well. Tezhikova now on 13. Oh.
Yeah, bowled it. It's a really good piece of bowling. A first wicket in the series for Chandrika Widja Singer. That was fairly full. It was straight. It clips the leg stump. Nice little bit of in drift as well there, I think. You could see the batter staying leg side of the ball. Here's the death rattle. And so that is going to be a 3rd wicket down now. Czechia 31 for 3.
Yeah, a really good piece of bowling, and it's much what we saw in the first innings from Samanthi. And very, very good bowling.
It was a brave effort, though. It's never easy being asked to open the batting. Olga negotiated a few difficult deliveries, even though it found it a bit hard to score. She ends up being out for 3, and the score 31 for 3. And Erika Kucheva is going to be the new batter. I remember earlier in the day we saw her opening the batting, but unfortunately didn't face a legal ball. It was run out, a bit of a disastrous miscommunication. So we know she will get to face this ball. It's well bowled again. Just that little bit of in drift back towards the stumps, but That will be the end of the over. So 8 overs in, Czechia 31 for 3.
Yeah, I can see the Cyprus team bus there, actually. Going to take the other players back. Oh, it's going about to leave again. No, it's
This is the time of the year that the bus can get into the car park, but sometimes if it gets a bit wet, it's a bit of a quagmire, isn't it?
It's looking very nice.
Joe Foster's car got stuck there for about 2 years, I think, at one stage.
Well,
in the car park.
That was, do you know the reason? He locked his keys in the boot.
Oh, yeah. That's pretty stupid. Leonardo is going to get the ball now. So we'll get to see a look at another bowler for the first time today.
ECN stories.
I remember the very first ECL, someone lost the keys to a car and it sat there. It was only 3 days back then, but then someone found them like just before we were leaving. For 3 days, they couldn't use the car. It just sat there. All right, Leonardo. Not a bad start. Just a little bit of outswing outside the off stump. Katka not able to hit it too hard. Won't get a run.
Yeah, it would have been an easy single. There's no one up on the offside. There's a cover and a long on, but anything past the bowler is an easy single. There's also, if you can get it wide enough, this is a nice shot out to the towards the boundary. They'll probably look for 2 and they'll get it comfortably. Good running between these two. Both good athletes, actually.
Yeah, they are. They get it through pretty quickly.
So 33 for 3, the score at the moment. And that's that gap I mentioned. If it gets past the bowler, it's a comfortable single down the ground.
There's one little thing there. Erica was busy watching the ball, but she just needs to watch her partner there. You can see that she turned her back on Katka, so it was a bit slow to get going for the run. As it was, the fielder was quite far back, so it was a fairly easy single.
I saw Erica open the batting, as you mentioned, and got run out for a diamond duck, I guess.
I guess it is. Yeah, even though especially did face wide, I think that they took a run off. So it's not. It's almost, maybe it's a cubic zirconia duck.
Okay.
It's like a fake diamond duck.
Have you seen the fake diamond? Well, not fake, but the synthetic diamonds coming out of China.
I've heard of this. Actually, I saw a shop here the other day that was saying that they were selling those.
It was interesting. There was a diamond trader from New York who was saying that it should be banned, and that nature created this over millions of years, and they've been rorting the diamond trade for years.
Oh, definitely.
So
there's some planets where it rains diamonds. Did you know
really?
that? Yeah, and there's certain planets. There's so much diamond that if one of these things was brought to Earth, it would crash the diamond market, and diamonds would suddenly be worthless.
Diamonds as gems, they are pretty, but I mean, was it the what are they called? De Beers?
That one's hit pretty well by Kuncheva, who will get a single, so you've been pretty productive so far.
Is it the De Beers? Is that the one? What's the name of the diamond company?
Not an expert, but I'm going to say,
I think so.
I'm going to go with you on it.
Basically, they created the whole engagement ring diamond thing, and because the whole source of diamonds in the world for a few hundred years was India.
Yeah.
Can't remember the region, but and so that was everything, and then this company, De Beers, opened a diamond mine in South Africa, and they were just lying around. There's quite a few other areas in around Southern Africa as well, and they control the whole market. Now, I don't think there's any diamond production in India anymore. It's all mostly down in that area. Even the world's largest diamond mine in Western Australia is closed.
Is it the Argyle?
Yes. Yeah. Argyle diamond mine. And they were more industrial diamonds. But of course, industrial diamonds are used quite a lot because of how hard they are. But the whole gem diamond thing, it's been one of those artificially inflated prices for anyway, there you go, diamonds.
Bit of diamond chat. Don't forget that. Kuncheva keeps that one out. Which I think is an interesting kind of bowler. She's got some natural left to right movement here, as you see it on the screen. So I think you want to kind of hold your position. Don't want to be backing away. You're just probably going to back yourself into trouble. If anything, get across. If it is going down the leg side, maybe you can turn it away for a run or two.
Like
or
that.
you could just watch it go down the leg side and take a free run.
Yeah. So they've equalled the score that they made in the first innings. In fact, they've beaten the score.
It now, yeah.
Yeah.
With that
Which is
wide.
good, and I think they've applied themselves pretty well. Again, I think the coaches had a chat and just said, look, yeah.
The fact that Katka has made a bit of a start here has made a huge difference as well.
That's very true.
So we're only a single, but that's going to be gone. It's right on target from Wijasinger. Second wicket for her. Well, this has been the lucky end for Cyprus as far as hitting the sticks, as Chandrika has 2. And they both come in a similar fashion. That one crashes into the stumps. It'll be the 4th wicket down, 38 for 4.
Well, it's very similar bowls you saw with Samantha in the first innings. It's around that area, very pitched up and drifting in slightly. So it's just very consistent bowling, and that's how the Czechs lost most of their wickets in the last innings. So, okay, a new batter is Rachel Pavlichkova. Oh, sorry, is that Rachel Pavlichkova? Again, really good piece of
See, they're
bowling.
trying to hit across a ball that's pretty straight. And Cyprus, I like what they see. Over goes the timber once again. But still, Erica had a couple of nice shots while she was out there. Some positive signs for her.
Yeah, as I said, I've been impressed with her bowling and her fielding. Still work to do with the batting. But as the players will take a bit of a drinks break, it's an opportune time to do it, because normally it's after 10 overs, but with that fall of wicket.
If a wicket falls. And I will say it's turned out to be a pretty warm day, 26 degrees. Well, you've had too many hotter days than 26 so far this year?
I don't think so. I think it's about the warmest day we've had. I was away last week, of course, but I think it was, I think it is about 26 degrees. It does get a bit warmer here, and it's a weird, uncomfortable warmth here. Because if it's 30-something degrees, it's very different to Australia. Say if it's 30 degrees in Australia, it's a normal day in summer, right? And it's warm, but you feel fine. Here, it's just a different sort of heat. It's a little bit strange to explain, but it shouldn't happen.
Yeah, it doesn't. I thought it was made up when I heard people say it's a dry heat or whatever. But it does. 30s feels hotter here in Europe.
It does. My apartment also is on the top floor, so it faces south and west, and it gets sun all day, and then it comes through the ceiling, through the roof as well.
Yeah.
It's warm inside. The dogs will be there lying flat on the floor, just trying to get a bit of respite from heat. It's not going to be too hot yet, but in summer it does do that. So I did have to buy an air conditioning unit for it, so just to keep things a little bit cooler.
It's about time. Yeah, it can get pretty uncomfortable here, but
I'm not complaining. I like the warm weather, but I'd prefer that to cold and rain.
Yeah, true. Okay, so Rachel faces up for the first time. We're just thinking with 2 wickets. Oh, and she's got 3, and she's on a hat trick. It is picture perfect bowling once again. Bang on target, and Czechia have lost 2 in 2 balls, 38 for 5.
Lovely bowling, and again that slight movement in. We saw that a lot in that first innings, and very, very nice piece of bowling. So it'll be Teresa Koltsunova to come in, and she'll be facing the hat-trick ball. She does like playing the ball through the leg side, does Koltsunova. Let's see if she is tempted into a stroke and try to keep this ball out, or whether she. But as Vinny said before, they're going to do a Danny Hudacek and bowl a wide.
Yeah. Well, we already had a hat trick today, by the way. Gulfraz Massi for the Southern Crusaders against Royal Strikers in qualifier 1.
So it's a very nice cup that Joe Foster has for me. No, it's his cup. I think he should keep it. I've got a nice cup as well. So I've got a couple of flasks here. I got one for both for Christmas, sort of. As we see here, it's the. You
can see there. That's that Massey already took one today. May.
This is
hat tricks month.
That's
3 yesterday.
Khalid Zahid was made last week, basically in Sweden, and there's been 8 since.
Yeah, but have a look at that. Have a look at how many and also there was one on Wednesday night in Belgium, and then we had 2 during the day yesterday. 1 at night. Hat trick ball here for Wijasinger. Kolchunova on strike. Oh, almost takes the outside edge. They asked the question, which you have to on a hat-trick ball, but it won't be out.
At least it wasn't a wide. But again, fantastic bowling. She comes from very wide out of the outside the crease, and it's a bit of a gap between the bat and the ball.
Turk just saying, what are you appealing for? It's not out.
It's good delivery though. Made a play for it. So yeah, France was a good experience. I enjoyed the toy tournament a lot. Yeah, finals day was a bit of a this is in the air. They'll get a single out of it. She's much stronger on the leg side than she's on the offside is Terka, but when she hits it, she normally stays hit. So probably the two best batters in the lineup for the Czechs out at the moment.
They'll be hoping for a partnership here. I mean, 7's quite low for Turk to be batting, but it gives us a chance. Speaking of the night series, we'll see what's coming up tonight with Royal Brussels taking on 12 Stars, who are the hosts there, and it's a really good facility, multi-sport facility there, good lights. They've been getting a good crowd there as well. The cricket fraternity's really coming out from. They've got around about 50 or so spectators every night, especially with 12 Stars playing. They'll be making some noise. They had a bit of a rough one against Beveren, who have qualified for the ECL a couple of times the other night, but 12 Stars did get a win the other night as well. So that's Phil G over there, and we're about an hour and 40 minutes away from a start. That's 4:45 GMT, 6:45 Central Europe, 10:15 PM in India. Of course, back-to-back matches, double headers.
I will check out the night series sooner or later.
I think we need to try and get it on at one of the many bars there are in Prague.
Oh yeah, the Down Under show.
You just get it on the YouTube, which is pretty cool. And I implore you, if you are at somewhere that they show sport, say, look, I want to watch this. It's free. Yeah. It's on YouTube, so you can get it on. I like to do that when I do go visit my family and friends in Australia.
I think the Down Under is probably, this is turned around the corner, probably one of the only bars in Prague where they'll actually know what cricket is.
Yeah, true.
So, but yeah, I mean, Phil hosts the quiz down there. He hosted my quiz the other day. He hosts the film quiz. So having Phil on the would be fine. All the staff know him.
Yeah, they'll be like, oh, we know that guy.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. And he could give him a plug. Not that any Belgians will go to Down Under, but I'm sure that.
But Belgian ball is universal.
Yes.
It's always a good watch. That's well hit by Czechia-Cyprus down the ground for a single.
Yeah. No. So Phil, I'm sure enjoying his time there. Yeah, look, I've got nothing planned for the rest of my life, but this weekend it's just full. I mean, there's cricket, but there's also a friend's band is playing, and then
You're quite the social butterfly, Danny.
I'm usually not, to be honest.
Well, this time of year, maybe.
Well, yeah, the sun's come out, but it's one of those things. Tomorrow night, a friend of mine has his annual tequila party.
Oh.
So that could be interesting, but I'm not going to have a late one, I hope.
Well, you have to cover Game 5 on your own, because I'll already be on the way to already on the way to Jersey, where I know you're going to join me.
Yeah. Ooh.
Oh, this is pretty close, Have a good think about it. They say not out. She's got a long way across. Maybe just felt it either pitched outside leg stump or, see there, I think it probably does pitch outside leg stump. With that movement back, it hits her in line, and maybe it's going to hit the wickets.
Maybe.
But I think
umpire's got a better view than us.
Yeah, to me, it's pretty clear. Pitch outside leg stump from the replay. And I think that's the kind of ball as well that Turkey can afford to just pat back and doesn't have to be too crazy trying to score off balls outside the off stump.
Sure.
Her strength is leg side. She should get there's some balls that are bowled there. She can just kind of concentrate on that.
It's one that she's.
Or it's short like that,
yeah.
Where it's always an easier shot as well.
Didn't really get hold of it. So the other thing on tonight is Wolves are playing Man City. So my mighty Wolves, who have won 6 on the trot, 7 undefeated.
Wow.
Which is the first time in over 50 years they've done that. Or first time ever, I think they've done that. I think, or maybe they've. It doesn't matter. But yeah, it's a rare feat to win 6 on the trot. And they were at one stage 19th. They didn't win one of their first 8 games. And now they're safe. They're not going to get relegated, and they're looking to build for next year. That's exciting. Against Man City, who no one likes. So.
Except the Man City supporters, of course.
Except for Man City supporters, yeah.
End of the over. So 44 for 5 after 11. And these two, the beginnings of a partnership, I suppose. But again, Czechia mixing the order up, trying to give more players key positions and trying to develop their skills. But as you can see, they're a long way behind in this cricket match.
Yeah, they are. But look, again, it's after a score of 200. It's just about getting in the centre, getting some form, getting some experience, and all these two, as I said, are probably the best two bats in the Czech side, and well, could have been a run on, but Katka says no. 44 for 5, going at about well, pretty much 4 and over.
The biggest difference is the extras,
yeah,
among other things, but the fact that they're not getting those extra 3 deliveries and over, extra 3 runs and over just for nothing.
It's been good type
ball.
bowling.
Oh, and a right on cue. I've put the old jinx on, so that will be no ball and a free hit to come.
Yeah, I think she'll have a big swing, and this is already looking on the leg side, looking on the offside.
Yeah,
Where am I going to hit it to?
Yeah, I like this, and she's going to probably say, I'm going to try and play my strength no matter what.
Yeah.
We've got no risk here, so I'm going to try and create a boundary.
There you go.
She hits that really well. That's going to race away for 4. It's right into the hitting zone for Turka Koltunova. And she scores her first boundary of the game, her second boundary of the day.
She celebrates by jumping up and down and with a fist in the air for the fans. And let's have a look.
Yeah, she likes it. Why shouldn't she like it?
Look, here we go. Here we go.
Where we got the dance? There you go. That's more like it. You love to see some highlights. It's been a tough day at the office for Czechia so far.
Nice shot though. It's a bit of a hit me ball for a free hit.
It's a bit like what Turka was serving up earlier with her bowling, wasn't it? And now she'll get another one, but this is going to knock her over. It was maybe held back slightly from the bowler. So, well, she enjoyed it while she could, but this one dropped down, didn't it? And went under the attempted sweep shot. And so Czechia have lost a 6-wicket, 49 for 6.
Yeah, good piece of bowling, and it was just tossed up again in that area. It's like a Yorker length delivery, and it just dropped down. And well, again, it looked like it was going to be just a hit me full toss, and it just dipped. Good piece of bowling.
It was. Should be disappointed again. That's the risk of hitting across the ball that is straight, and that one did kind of go under her bat. So Turka, at least she has that highlight of the boundary. And honestly, she hit that ball very, very well. But I suppose bowler gets the last laugh here as Chandrika. She's a pretty accurate bowler. I know that one got away from her earlier in the over, but that one knocks over the castle. And new batter coming out there, Susanna in front of her.
As I said, a very similar bowler to Samantha in the first innings, who took 7 wickets. It's pitched right up and moving in slightly, about similar pace. It's almost like just the same bowler but with a red bandana. Comes in again and tucked around the corner. They'll get one in front of her. Was just ball watching. Katka called her through. So front of her can hit the ball as well. This is called a leg by.
Yes, she can't hit the ball, but didn't that time, obviously. So Katka. One thing we haven't seen today is a 6.
Yeah.
And she's the one Czech batter you feel could hit a 6.
50 up, by the way, for the Czechs.
Yeah, first time we've been able to say that today as well.
Yeah.
Which is Singer, 4 wickets to her name as well. Could she? She could still pick up an 8 for.
She could.
Not with that, she won't. This one, it's going to be called a wide. Sitting was outside the wide guideline. I think she'll have a bit of a chat with the umpires about how to umpire wides at this level, and I think they'll probably have a chat about it tonight. I mean, my feeling is if that's probably a wide.
Well, but she followed it,
but you're allowed to try and hit the ball. She didn't move before the ball was bowled. That's the thing. I don't think she should be penalised for trying to hit it. That one's hit pretty well this time. And we'll get through for 2. Well, in fact, they'll get through for 2. That's good running from Tezhikova. Yeah, but I think, especially if the bowling is slow, even if it's outside the wide line, I think if the batter has the ability to get there and play a genuine shot, then I don't think it should be a wide.
I agree with you.
Yeah. but I'd say it's a bit of an old school interpretation.
Yeah.
And they've credited those runs to Franover so expect the scoring to go down at any moment, because it's definitely Katka who's struck that for 2. Hope that doesn't delay us too much.
Well, they're going to correct it eventually. Not quite yet, though. That's another nice shot. That'll be 4. Lovely shot. So she moves on to 24, even though she's not credited for 24. What was her high score on the
24.
So this is
24,
equaling her highest international score, and hopefully she can go on with it. A 50 would be fantastic, wouldn't it? And still within capability, and there's still another 8 overs left. So, well, they're going to have to change this around. I'm sure they'll correct it. 14 off that over. That was a good one. Did lose a wicket. It was a big wicket as well, that of Terka Koltunova. So it is Franover who'll be facing. I'm sure they'll have a look. Nope. Still an
the worst thing is my internet. I was just trying to alert them to it, and my internet cut out, so they won't know that I've sent them a message saying, "Guys, you might want to check that."
It's called wide. Again, there's a few wides being bowled by the this Cypriot team, but not quite as many as the Czechs. 54 on the board now, 6 wickets down. As Vinny goes and tries to have a chat to the scoring department. Good ball outside off, and no run. It's 102 the total. They won't get there, but at least they've applied themselves well. The Czech side with the bat. And again, nice shot, just fallen in front of the fielder. Got through the field. The look for 2. I don't think it's on, but they're taking the arm on. Good throw.
Oh, yeah.
It was very close.
Good hustle.
Very well run in the end. Let's have a look. I didn't think it was on, but nice shot. And a bit of a stutter there from front of her. And then they looked for it. She went pretty much straight away, but if the keeper, if it had hit, she would have been gone. Oh, bit of a dodgy inside edge, no run. Well, they are correcting that score as we speak, and so there's no score on the screen.
As predicted, but anyway, I'll sort that out. Now I'll get one down the ground here. So I like they're being busy here. Again, the 200's out of sight, but I mean, I like that these two, they're running well together. There's a lot of bat on ball. Something positive for the hosts as we draw to the conclusion of day 1.
I mean, Susanna Profanova last year was hitting the ball quite nicely, and got a few good starts, and it was looking pretty good hitting the ball on the offside as well. And lovely shot. That'll be 4.
Geez, that's a really good shot, isn't it? She actually gave herself a bit of room there. I know she likes to say leg side of the ball, but she still has enough energy to really get their hands through it. It's almost shot of the day, really, from Czechia-Cyprus.
Yeah, lovely shot. And it is the fastest part of the ground as well, so as soon as it got past the infield, that was going to be 4.
Down towards the groundsman's shed.
Yeah, and the Scott Page bench.
Yeah, it's a great story as well. The Scott Page bench, made from used cricket bats. Scott Page obviously, unfortunately, lost his life just a few years ago. But pretty interesting characters we've talked about quite a few times actually when we've been here. But that time, I'll wait for the signal from the umpire. Yeah, it's going to be a bye. So no contact made. That will take us to the end of the over. So 66 for 6 after 13.
It's a devil's number in the 13th over, Vinny. What's going to happen?
Well, you know, not that I'm superstitious, but sometimes match 13, weird things happen. And I was calling match 13 from the studio on Wednesday, and it turned out to be a golden ball where the win predictor had pretty much given up. They had a less than 1%. When you see the wind predictor disappearing, it's normally a sign it's giving 100 to 0.
Yeah.
And that's what happened to the Bajiba Blasters. But then, to use Corey's famous expression, it's the hope that kills you. They worked their way all the way back to a golden ball, and then bowled a big wide that went for an extra on the golden ball, and they lost the game anyway. So
with a ball remaining. In
yeah,
the
with the ball remaining in the golden ball. Anyway, Widger Singer gets a crack at a 5 for here, or maybe even more. Here we go with her last over. Although that's hit very, very well. It's going to take some stopping. It won't be stopped. Teshizhikova into the 30s. Now comfortably her highest score in the T20 International.
She's hitting the ball very nicely. So it's good to see, because I don't think she was at her best last year when batting. 70 the score for the Czechs. So much better innings, and it's good to see them really making a fist of this run chase, even though they will not get it. At least, and they're not playing for a point, obviously.
Yeah,
but,
that's the thing.
But it is looking much more promising for this Czech side.
You always feel a bit better if you at least can put, say, 100 plus on the board.
Yeah.
I think we knew the game was gone a long time ago. And Teshizhikova, not that I want to jinx her, but she's going at a good clip. She's going at well more than a run a ball. And
we're not going to mention the F word, are we?
Well, not allowed to mention the F word, but
no, there are different F words.
Got to be a chance.
This one's got 5 letters.
Well, that one's hit pretty hard as well. It takes that Widger Singer, who's getting a bit of pushback this over.
Yeah, a bit of revenge. And I hope she's okay. I think, yep, they counted them and they're still there. But yeah, front of her still there as well, and looking okay. Good little partnership mounting. So, Zabola.
Makes good contact here as well. It's very good fielding, though. That really jumped off the surface. And Chaturani, she's a triple threat, isn't she? The
yeah.
Cypriot captain.
Yeah, she's a level above a lot of the players on the field. Not thinking against the Cypriot players, but she's a quality in all 3 departments. A good captain too.
That one just sneaks through. Now, was there some bat in that? There was a bit of an appeal. We'll have to wait and see what the sheriff decides. Charles Croucher, by the way, he's done many.
Yeah,
has been given a run. So this has to be a chance, really. Keep her moving to the left, but yeah, De Silva will be disappointed. We saw him take a very good catch earlier. Charles Croucher doing his first ever T20 International in this game.
Surprising. He's done so much for the network as well, and is a very
well, there's
good
a certain course you have to. So even Stefan Gooch isn't qualified despite doing about 1,500 games or 2,000 games. He hasn't done that. Like, you have to fill out a piece of paper or something.
Yeah.
I'm sure he could do it. But,
he's a lazy man, Steph Gooch.
Can be.
I did nickname him the food destroyer after in France. He loves his
Well,
food.
the funny thing is, Steph and I have been trying to both get healthier lifestyles, let's say. So last time I saw Steph, he told me he turned a corner. He had a couple of good days in Portugal.
Yeah.
And then I actually heard on the grapevine that he's just gone off the wagon big time in France.
He tried to improve until we went back to this restaurant, Le Chalet, which is really good. And we're all like, okay, we're going to have a beer. Steph, you want a beer? It's like, no, I'm off the carbs. It's like, Steph,
who are you kidding?
It's beer. And he's like,
so it's your fault.
Yeah.
It's the end of the over. 71 for 6 after 14 overs.
The food was really good in France, though. It was excellent.
Did you have the snails? I mean, I had the snails when I went there.
Someone did it. There were 2 restaurants we went to. One's called the Market Pub and Restaurant, which is just like a restaurant. And it was we got there at about 9:45, and the French are notorious for like, no. So the kitchen's closed. And they were like, yeah, sure, why not? And that was delicious. And we thought, like, we'll come back here. And then a few nights later, went to Le Chalet, which was very interesting. Again, fantastic service, just really friendly lady, very local. Well, local in a sense. I'll come back to it. It's swing and a miss. So they have a theme where it's l'hiver à la montagne, which is winter in the mountain, l'été à la plage. So summer at the beach, right? And so we went there, and it was still the winter menu, and just played to cover for no run by Teshizhikova. And it was great. We had the owners from Savoie, which is an alpine region of France, so everything was a variation of cheese, ham, and potatoes, but delicious. We had Genepi, which is a plant, like it's a liqueur made from an alpine plant that's famous in that region. It was fantastic. The desserts were amazing. We decided to go back there because they said that we were going to go back anyway. This is firmly hit through the leg side, and that's 4 runs. Nice shot again.
Yeah, really turning it on now. It's the start she needed, a real confidence builder. They're a very different team, Czechia, when she's firing with the bat. And yeah, we're going to like the effort there, going to ground, but yeah, the shot was just hit too well. Tezhikova at 37.
Yeah, looking pretty good. So anyway, so they said, oh, we're going to change our menu next Friday. Friday or Saturday, we don't quite know. And so we said, oh, another nice shot, another 4 runs. Lovely batting now. Really hitting it beautifully.
Maybe it is time to start talking about the F word.
No.
Well, I can use one F word, 40s, because she's up into the 40s now.
She did hit a 4 as well. That's another F word. It's a 4-letter F word that we can use.
All right, so yeah, 41 now for Katka. Scores up to 80.
There's only been ever 150 in this for this Czech women's team, and that was
Turka Kolchinova when she scored 52 against Croatia last year.
Yeah, very good innings.
Due to come for Leonarga in her spell. She'll be annoyed she misses that one, Katka, because again it's in her zone. She's been pretty good at hitting those, but keeping them down, hitting them hard, battle on the ground. It's a low risk shot. We've seen, for example, Turka attempting that same shot, hitting it in the air, getting caught earlier in the day to quite a wide ball.
Yep.
But yeah, she hits with power. There's one thing, I still think she can afford to bat a little bit further in front of her stumps, Katka. But she's seeing him like a football right now, so she's pretty confident no matter where she's standing. That'll be 1, and it'll take her to 42. It's the end of the 15th over, 81 for 6.
More food talk. So we went back to Le Chalet because we expected the summer menu, and she looked at it and said, oh, we haven't changed the menu yet. And we went back because the desserts, it was Russ who got obsessed with the profiteroles.
Really?
And Steph got obsessed with the creme brulee, as we see here. This is what's happening tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll be back, and we're starting the same time, which is 9:45 in Europe. It's 1:15 in India, Czechia and Cyprus, playing matches 3 and 4, and then of course you'll be here for a flying solo match 5, as I'll already be on the way to Jersey, where you'll join me the day after.
Yeah, looking forward to Jersey, and looking forward to the next few days as well. Anyway, so but they came up with a little printed menu saying that these 5 dishes are from the summer menu if you'd like to try one of those. And Simon, who's one of the scorers there, Kiwi,
yep,
and I both had the Moroccan octopus, which was delicious, and the other boys had something else. But we had desserts, and of course Ross stayed with the profiteroles, and Steph, the food destroyer, stayed with the creme brulee. But we had a couple of other things. We had a chocolate fondant, which is again fantastic.
Sounds probably lucky for me and my healthy
lifestyle.
You
would have had 6.
Yeah, I would have polished it off. Anyway, here's new bowler, Alexandra Taylor, bowling over number 16. So yeah, she gets an opportunity. First one's pretty much right on line. Tezhikova moves to 43 though.
I will finish the food talk after this. The dessert. The other one we had was it's called brioche perdue, which means a lost brioche, and it's lost because it's covered in caramel and has ice cream and cream with it.
Oh wow!
But it's like it's been fried. So it was. Well, this is going to be a no ball. Not called by the umpire.
They've said this is okay. I don't know. I know she was kind of falling as she hit it, but
yeah, that's a no ball.
Yeah, I know it's dropping, but I don't think it's dropping that quickly. It's a bit of a rough call, though. I suppose we've seen a couple go one way, a couple go another way.
So anyway, it is called a no ball.
Yeah, it has been called now. Yeah, it's a good decision, I think.
So all 3 of us, Steph, and myself, and also Joe Foster, as soon as we put this fondant perdu, it's just been. What's going on?
I don't know why they don't run, but they should. That's a free hit. Well, if she doesn't get a boundary, she'll get the single.
As soon as we put it in her mouth, it was warm. It was super light, and crunchy with a caramel taste, and there was ice cream and cream, and all of us just stopped, and internally our jaws dropped. So, anyway, enough food talk.
Well, this is technically our last game of the day, so food talk is encouraged. I'm looking forward to
wings.
Place. Yeah.
Have you tried the Korean wings?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, I like them too.
They're the two I like. There's the JZP and the Korean. So you're not trying the Godzilla.
Oh, gone. That's the end of the partnership. And Taylor gets her first wicket of the series. It's a nice little inducker from Alexandra Taylor. And it tilts back middle stump. So front of her sticks around a while. But in the end, she's out for 4. And the score 85 for 7. Nice bit of bowling.
Yeah, lovely. And it did come in a lot. And gave it plenty of air. And it's one of those tempting ones again. And it was a good innings from front of her. And, the ball quite nicely. And nice little shake of the hands. There's always, what's one of the things I like with the women's game here in Europe is there's always good, not only team spirit, but spirit between the teams. I think it's a lovely aspect of this. There's not much celebration from the bowler.
Yeah, she looks like she's probably annoyed she hasn't got a bowl yet. I mean, she's gotten to over 16. Saying, look, I told you, just give me the ball, I'll do the job. That's probably one thing. They have tended to bowl long spells.
Yeah.
Cyprus, I think maybe they could have mixed it up a little bit. As the Terminator, Jana Kaminkova comes in at number 9. She batted well earlier.
Big hugs from the Tetka and also the outgoing batter. So, yeah, Jana was hitting the ball very well earlier, and hopefully she can stick around a little bit with Katka, because Katka is approaching the F word that we won't mention, but
we'll talk about it. But he's batting very well. Kaminkova, it's a slightly different role for her now because she's kind of more of a supporting role, I think, with her captain at the crease at the other end going so well.
Yeah, she was a little unlucky in the first innings. We won't go back to that though. This is full, and she'll get a single out of it and gets off the mark.
And yeah, Jana, she's a good natural ball striker. She's really found a bit of a love for the game. It's an unlikely story. They started playing through her son playing, who I think got involved through the schools project. And now though, there's Zhikova. Well, if she could bang one over the ropes, that's one way to bring up the 50.
Oh, that'd be fantastic. That'd bring the house
hasn't
down.
been too much to celebrate for Czechia today, let's be honest. Won't be a 6, but it won't be anything actually. I suppose you've got to be a little bit conscious of Kaminkova. It's not quite as quick as a previous partner.
True.
So it's one of those ones that maybe it's a single if someone else is out there.
Well, Shub's there with the camera. He's on the Czech, looking at the Czech bench. I think he should be looking at the batter out there in Katka. I don't think she'll get a 6. She can. Oh, lovely shot.
Belted away. That's going to be 4. It was only about 5 metres between those two outfielders, but Zhikova moves to 48, and now we're hearing the Czech side make a bit of noise from the bench. I still can't believe she found a gap there. It'll be the end of the over as well. And so the score is going to be 90 for 7 after 16 overs.
She did hit that pretty well though, Vinny. Like, I don't think many teams could have stopped that one. That was smashed towards that cow corner boundary. All right.
Almost like she created a gap where there wasn't one, because
they forced it through.
They seem to have that part of the ground covered very well. Just too well hit. Okay, so 48 now. And this is where, obviously the game went a long time ago, but yeah, still got something to play for. It's always a contest, bat versus ball, no matter what the situation.
This team's going to erupt if she gets this F word, because she's very, very popular. She's the captain of the side. She's been around, a bit of a, I don't know how you put it, just a cornerstone of this this team and of Czech women's cricket. And she's doubled her top score in international cricket, and she might get an F word.
And there's still 3 matches to go in the series.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's the sort of thing I would even consider. I don't know if you open her again, but yeah, maybe 3 or 4 is a home for her now. I think, early maybe you can go. I like the opening combination earlier in the day, actually, where they're proactively trying to take risks with the running, which you might not be able to take those kind of risks if Katka was opening. So either you're trying to, because also the opening bowlers were very good for Cyprus, so maybe you don't want to expose Katka to them early on. Anyway, Chaturani opened the bowling in this game. And she's going to switch up to the far end to bowl over number 17.
Yeah, been very impressed with her. A bit short and wide and called a wide.
Yeah, right on cue.
Yeah.
We've been pretty good on the jinxes, haven't we? By the way, the after, of course, we finish in 4 overs time, you might as well tune in to Malta where the final's going on, and then in around about an hour or so, we'll have Belgium going on. There's a bit of an overlap normally between those two series, so yeah, plenty happening. Kazim looks like he's gone early in the final for his side. He's not happy just throwing the bat. So Sweet United actually lost 2 early ones. Sweet United 7 for 2, and yeah, hat-trick opportunity.
Well,
Chaturani just kind of got the yips now for some reason.
Jana's just unmoved, not even bothering to lower the bat, just standing there watching it go wide and past. And again.
4 in a row. Something about that end. Chaturani just completely lost the radar here.
Why is she bowling around the wicket though?
I think she bowled 3 wides in a row, and so she felt, right, time for a change. But didn't really help her too much.
That's a better delivery.
It's just going to sneak in, and only just.
That's pretty comfortable, I think, Vinny.
Well, umpire certainly had a real think about it.
It's definitely a batter's game if that was going to be called a wide. Again, like that one, that's a good ball.
That one's come in even further. So, okay, change of angles worked for it.
Yep. It's only 2 legal deliveries, but those 2 are very good balls. Comes in again.
Thick edge, and it's going to be put down. And now they'll scramble the singles. So Tesajikova, it looks like she might.
She blown another sand shoe.
No, I don't know if it's a shoe or maybe there's a bit of cramp there. Maybe this really probably should have been caught in the first place. As the throw came in, they're able to get in for 1. So yeah, that's one thing that the catching probably hasn't quite been to the standard the teams would have hoped for so far today. I will say at this time of day, the sun's a bit of a factor over there.
48. As I said, I think this Czech team's going to go off. Is it like a frog in a sock? Is that the one?
Yeah, like a frog in a sock. So 48 for Katka. If she gets Jana to run a 2 to bring up her 50, that will really bring the house down. But anyway, here we go. Chaturani, though, is a formidable opponent. Captain to captain here. Oh, that was hittable. She completely missed it. Strike 1. In fact, it's called a no ball for height.
Oh.
Well, now it's a perfect opportunity. It's a free hit for Katka to try and slam a boundary.
Yeah, good call.
Well, even though she is tall, it's called straight away on the field.
All right, free hit. Come on, Katka.
Oh, well, don't hit that either. Chaturani really has lost it in this over, control-wise.
It's a pretty long day. They've played over it's a pretty long day. I guess she batted a lot in the first innings.
Yeah, true. But also, I wondered if it maybe was an opportunity to try someone else with the ball as well.
Yeah.
She got an okay bowl earlier. She bowled 3 overs. But, felt she wanted to bowl out. I suppose when you're captain, you can do what you want.
Yeah, why not? Never any team dissent from captain's decisions.
Oh, missed out on that one as well. She hit across, of course, was a free hit. Wicket wasn't in jeopardy, but Tesajikova will remain on 48.
Still a couple of balls left in this over. And we won't mention the F word until...
Try not to.
No, until she scores a couple more.
This time she does hit it. She'll get 1. And it's cleanly fielded. So, I suppose just 1 ball left in the over as well. If Kaminkova can negotiate this, and Tesajikova has the opportunity to bring up her 50 with a single or more.
She's struggling a little bit with the legs. Might be a bit of cramp. Hopefully it's nothing more than that. And good ball to end up the over.
Yeah, so Czechia, they look like they will breach the 100 here. And look, they've shown, okay, they can hit 100 plus. They might hit 110, 120 here. And then, I suppose the thing is, if you can create and take some chances against the Cyprus top order, as we saw in the Estonia series last year, when Cyprus took Estonia on, they are a bit susceptible to a collapse at times as well. So it's a tale of two innings so far. Although you will say that last kind of 5-6 overs scoring rate has been pretty good for Czechia, but that all coincides with the clicking of Katka. He's on 49. Could this be the second ever T20I 50 for this side? We've said it now. There's no going back. It's going to be Alex Taylor to bowl.
Did you say it? No, you did say it.
Well, that will be her 50. And she'll bring it up by blasting one leg side. And Tessa Zhikova can be very, very proud of her efforts. Brings up her 50 in 43 balls. Her first ever T20 international half century. And it just takes it all in her stride as well. And yeah, well, there we go. You love to see it. She brings it up 7 fours in that half century. Back to the Terminator. Oof. This one maybe hit a bit of leg on the way through. Don't think it's caught behind. In fact, I know it's not caught behind, but go for LEW.
Called a no ball, I think, from square leg.
I wonder, yeah, maybe for the field.
Yep.
No ball called.
Yep. So free hit.
This hits, to me, it hits the leg. Nowhere near the bat. Yeah, it hits that bat pad. So it wasn't out anyway. So, all right, time for the Terminator to turn it on.
Yeah, hopefully she can connect. She was hitting the ball very cleanly in the first game. But it's been swinging at ghosts in the second one. This will be a wide. 100 up, by the way, as you mentioned.
Yeah, 100's come up. 50 runs to Tezhevicova. So something to celebrate.
Yeah.
It's been a pretty rough day. And this is an innings that you can say they have been competitive in this innings. I know a lot of it is to do with Tezhevicova, but also she's had some good support.
Yes.
She's had some partners stick around for a while.
Well, there are certain things they've improved in. Definitely the extras is not one of them. All right. But apart from that, there were fewer, with the bowling, there were fewer full tosses, which is good because there was a lot of runs scored by Cyprus in the first game on just hit me ball full tosses. They've applied themselves in the batting. There's been, of course, Katka there with a 50, as I could say it now, has really got the score going. As this one gets past the fielder.
It's well hit, and again, not the best effort with the foot fielding attempt, as
Jana's still running.
Jana's still running, but I'm pretty sure it has gone for 4. Again, it's a dangerous way to try and field the ball.
Yeah.
In the end, crack down the ground. Gets the result.
So, but yeah, look, just a lot of the fielding was fine. Some of there's a little bit of foot fielding, but one of the improvements was not to let the ball go past you on the boundary, and that they've improved. So it's just little things. Whether they can be competitive in the series in a game, maybe. They've got to put pressure on with the bowling.
Yeah,
if they're bowling wides, they can't.
Almost, they've got to battle against themselves. They've got to win before they worry too much about the opposition.
Yeah, exactly right.
That one will be called a wide. So Tezhevicova, how high can she climb here? Still over 2 overs to go.
Yeah, it's been a good innings. And she's hit the ball very cleanly, and you could see that. I mean, she can hit the ball very, very hard. So biggest hitter of the Czech team. She can still hit a 6 as well, which hasn't been done in this game or in the series so far. Big swing and a miss. I think it's something to smile about. A little thing to smile about for the Czech side, but again, well beaten in both games. The first one's a bit of a disaster with the bat, and the second one is a bit of a disaster with the bowling, with the wides.
Yeah, great. That one's belted. That's a big grunt as well. It's this one. Yeah, credit, at least she goes with the hands that time. Siri Wardenalage. As that will be the end of 18. Taylor, pretty tidy 2 overs, does have a wicket. As Czechia continue. It's 108 for 7.
Well, Katka's leaning on a bat, breathing heavily as you see here. These are the standings. It's only 5 games in this series. Of course, they're T20IWs, so they're full international matches. And it's Cyprus, who are ranked 30 in the world, against Czechia, who are 77, did you say?
Yeah, 77. So they're down the bottom of the rankings. They haven't, main reason is they haven't had a win yet.
Yeah.
But the day will come, I'm sure.
Okay.
All right, so, here's Cyril Danalage. Just did the fielding. Now we'll see a bit of left arm here. So maybe see a couple of bowlers we haven't seen so far for Cyprus. First one, she loses down the leg side.
It's good. It's good to see some change, giving players a chance, and they're here to play cricket and contribute to this this team. And the Czechs also did flip their order a little bit.
That one's hit up in the air momentarily. Where it will be fielded. Still the sub on for Cyprus. So winding down. It's been a great day here. Obviously,
no ball.
No ball. Maybe it was for. I don't think it was a double bouncer, was it?
I don't think so.
So free hit coming up. Won't be reached. That one will have to be called and will be re-bowled.
There's been a few X's from Cyprus as well. Not quite as many as what the Czechs bowled, but there's been a few. It's well hit.
It goes in the pool this time. Does Kaminkova. And she'll get a single. Yeah, it was really unlucky we run out earlier, Jana. But I think, she's improving every time we see her as well.
Yeah, look, again, she's only just new to cricket. She started last year and played her very first game as an first game of cricket as a Czech international. This is a no ball off the pitch. Took a neat catch, the first contribution to cricket, and then, as we mentioned before, we had a lovely 4 off the best player in the of the 2 teams.
Yeah.
In that series against Croatia. So it'll be good to see Croatia again. They're back here. They're a very competitive side, and hopefully Iran Vukusic will be here as well. She's a very, very handy player. Another wide.
Yeah, so you can see here, Cyril Danalage given an opportunity, and the situation allows it, I suppose. But let's see if she can get it right.
It's good to see a left armour as well. And another wide.
Yeah, and I think, like I said, she moves towards it. I think she's got the right to try and hit it. It doesn't change how wide it is in the first place, and so that will be re-bowled once again.
I like the look of both keepers. Actually, they're both very consistent. Use their feet well, and there've been very few byes gone through. So.
This one's hit back pretty hard, and the bowler does the work. So, yeah, like I said, still this over and 1 more to go. Then you've got the ECS final in Malta right now. You've also got Phil G coming up in pretty much exactly an hour's time. We'll start the 2-match night series.
It's about time he woke up, I think. No ball again, free hit. Been a long over. Well, continues to be a long over. I mean, 2 legal deliveries. I missed that one. No ball again.
Yeah, it's just a tough over. We've seen this happen a couple of times today, haven't we? Let's see if she can get it right.
And umpire just having a chat about something.
Just about how many balls are left in the over, maybe.
Not too convinced about their counting abilities after.
To be fair, I had to go back. It wasn't the umpire's fault.
Ah, okay.
It was a scoring error, and they did count it correctly. So
okay.
They're off the hook for that. It was a bit of a crazy over earlier. Anyway, right now we're going to see another boundary cracked through the field from Tessa Zhikova. Moved to 60 now. Now she's got the highest ever individual score by any Czech batter in a T20IW.
I tell you what, she's getting tired, right? You can see she's hobbling a little bit, but she got to the other end and gave it a little fist pump, and it's good to see. She's a fighter.
She's a competitor.
Oh yeah,
we know that.
Yep.
And yeah, the more she's batted, the better she's gone. Turns Kaminkova around this time, turns the run down.
Again, the other thing it does is it helps to solidify the team when you get a batter that's scoring like this. The rest of the team's playing they've raised their level, they're batting with her to try to, just over the top, and it's going towards a boundary, won't get there. But they've raised their level. There's been a lot more application with the batting with all the Czech batters. And it's been good bowling that's got the wickets rather than poor shot selection.
Yeah, so that's one of the things, I suppose. Yeah, having that support, having one batter up and going, the others can just play a support role.
Yeah,
it's a bit different too if you have two batters out there that are very not set. Oh, that's one of the Yana leaves. This one won't be called a wide. I've seen it go wrong before.
Yeah.
And T10 cricket, that'd be a wide because it missed the leg stump. But I think in this game, I think that's a fair enough call.
Still asking about it.
124 for 7 after 9. And we still have an over to go to finish the day.
Yeah, it's been an interesting day's cricket. I think there's been quality there, but there's also been a bit of, a bit to work on, let's say.
Yeah, you're right about that. But Czechia, I think at least, the longer this day's gone now, the last of this day's been their best. Maybe they can carry that into tomorrow. Maybe they can bat first in the morning and do something like this and actually put the Cyprus batters under a bit of pressure, a bit of scoreboard pressure.
Absolutely.
Last over of the day, it's Taylor to finish us off. And it's going to start with a nice little glance away. Tezhikova moves to 62 now.
I think Taylor's bowled pretty well, actually.
Yeah, I really like her bowling. Natural movement, slight breeze helping her go left to right, I think.
Yeah, it's there is a little bit of a breeze. It's nothing like we normally see here at
we don't
Vinosh.
feel it so much in the bunker now.
No, that's true, actually. That's probably why I don't
I can see, if you look out there, the tent's blowing around.
Yeah, the grass is going.
Yeah, Kaminkova does her job pretty well as well. Gives the strike back.
Yeah, so again, we're starting at what time tomorrow? 9.
So tomorrow we start, 9:45.
45, yeah. Yeah, same time, and it's a little bit later on Sunday. I think it starts at 10. Only one game on Sunday. Then I have to drop the dogs off at my friend's place, so they can I can go to Jersey and they can have another little holiday. Again, it's played on the leg side. Just be it's got through the fielder, and that's 4 runs.
It's just one thing I think both teams can improve today is their ground fielding.
Yeah.
And even kind of the way she kind of went palms first at that, it just didn't really look like the way to do it.
Is this the highest score of the day, Vinny?
Yeah, it is now. It is, because we had 65s actually in the twin 65s in the first innings. So yeah, congratulations.
Going off more than a run of ball as well. It's good batting.
I wonder if you can make a case for player of the match. Given the difficulty of the bowling she's faced as well. Yeah, I think to be honest, I think she's my player of the match. The other thing is you can't really split the Cyprus batters. No. Who you can pick?
Then again, to be honest, neither of them top scored for Cyprus.
Yeah, true. Anyway, a couple of balls to go in the day.
Well, it's going to be another good win for Cyprus. A good side. So this is going to be hit nicely by Yana. Yeah. It'll be a no ball as well.
And it's going to absolutely fly out there.
So that was, again, just a single. And unfortunately for Yana, she did find a fielder out there. It'll bring Katka back on strike. She's got a free hit. So can't get out unless she gets run out, which would not be smart.
Well, it means exactly what happened earlier.
Yeah, so true. Very true.
Not prepared to rule it out. Anyway, that's probably all right as well. So the free hit will stay in play.
Well, this day will never end. 2 balls left, maybe.
Yeah, it's coming.
It's almost 6 o'clock. What time are we supposed to finish this game?
Well, we start 2:15, so probably 5:45.
Okay.
To 6.
So it's
Yeah.
not too bad. It has gone. Well, there have been a few extras.
Oh, God. But not out,
free
because
hit.
it's a free hit, don't forget. So Czechia-Cyprus should keep the red inker. But again, she should have hit that. She'll be disappointed she didn't put it away.
She was trying to hit it into the car park, I think. But didn't really bounce as high as what she'd expected. Good piece of bowling. Dot ball in the end. So, hoping this will be the final ball of today's play. It'll be, as I said, another good win for Cyprus. And we'll see what tomorrow brings as far as the contest between these two sides. Here comes Taylor. And it's a good ball.
Yeah,
to finish up.
Good finish to the day, and it was Cyprus's day. I think there's no doubt about that. But this one is a bit more competitive. Czechia, they go down by 67 runs, which, I hate to say it, they bowled over 70 extras in that first innings, and I'm not going to say it was the difference because I think Cyprus were far too good anyway. But something to celebrate for Czechia, at least with their captain making a pretty stylish looking 50, pretty powerful looking 50. But Cyprus had a lot of good performers, didn't they? I had them as favourites. I said they'd be disappointed if they were to drop a game in this series. Well, they don't drop one on day one at least, because they take a 2-0 lead in this T20IW.
Yeah, it's a good effort. As we see here, this is happening tomorrow. So, same teams, same time as today, 9:45 Central European time, and 7:45 GMT, and it's 1:15 Indian Standard Time for the next two games between these two sides. See some of the highlights, and well, the highlights weren't all one-sided this time. This was one which was a good piece of fielding, the direct hit, and then a caught behind. So a couple of wickets went down, but some good hitting. That's Katka, who came in and started hitting the ball nicely. This one was, well,
She thought she was out, but no way she's out because the ball didn't hit the stump, so she survived. And then we saw, I suppose, it was never really a big collapse, was it? There were some highlights in between. We saw Turka go 4 and out. But yeah, Czechia-Cyprus, at least she went through a few partners. At least she got some support. That was the 4 for Turka that she hit before, unfortunately, falling from her point of view the very next ball. She was happy. She was up. She was enjoying it. But unfortunately, cricket has a way of cutting you back down to size. The very next ball ends up crashing into her stumps.
Good piece of bowling, though. I thought she bowled very, very well in this innings. So, but really, the main story was the 50 by Czechia, and also the fact that the Czechs improved quite a bit in Cyprus. It was still a very, very comfortable win for them, to be fair, but good improvement by the Czechs.
Yeah, and we'll have a look at the scorecard. So Czechia with 67 not out of 61 balls, dominates the scorecard, and no one else gets double figures. Though we'll say, we had a 7, we had a 6. Remember, no one got past 5 before. 43 extras in the second innings as well, and I have a feeling that could, for a match, that might be the record.
Yeah.
Even though it wasn't an individual record for an innings. But Czechia is certainly a lot more respectable. I mean, 134 will win you a few games. If they can bat that well, they just got to try and string a game together, and particularly they just need to sort out that bowling and quick. Bowling wise, how about Wedgie Singer? Gets her first bowl of the series, takes 4 for 23. Wickets also for Kerala Lage, who took one, and Taylor took one as well, thought bowled pretty well. And I suppose the big story there is we didn't see Samanthi bowl, who took that 7th in the previous game. But again, just a sign that the Cyprus, they're willing to share it around a bit.
Yeah, absolutely, and it shows also they've got a bit of depth in bowling. You see here, 65s, pair of 65s, something at the top for Cyprus, and then the 67, the top score of the innings for Czechia. The highlights, and also the 4 for Singer down here for Cyprus. No wickets falling for Cyprus as well. Another highlight, and really good batting, but the too many extras for both teams. Not good enough. They'll want to improve that. So tomorrow, Saturday the 3rd of May, we'll see Czechia women against Cyprus women. That's again, hopefully it'll be again nice, entertaining games. There'll be definite highlights throughout, and we'll see if the Czechs can be a little bit more competitive.
Yeah,
tomorrow.
that's the thing. And I will remind everyone, if you'd like to, you can turn over to the Malta final right now, and I'll be doing just that. And we'll be watching it on our way back tonight. Don't forget Phil G with the night series in Belgium as well. But I want to say a big thank you to everyone that's tuned in today on behalf of everyone at ECN. And also our fantastic crew here at Two Circles did a great job with the setup. And yeah, it's just been great to be back here for basically the first day of the ECN season in Prague.
Yeah, it's good to be back at Vinoge and see the improvement of the facilities as well. As every time I come back here, it's just a little bit different and nicer. So it's good to be back.
Yeah, well, we'll be back tomorrow, but there's plenty of cricket between now and then as well. On behalf of everyone here at the European Cricket Network and European Cricket family, enjoy these highlights of opening day here in this T20, and we'll see you for more action tomorrow here live from Prague on ECN. But for now enjoy these highlights of the day from us. Hasta mañana.